A man in a black robe pressed against the wall sat on the floor with his arm extended forward and shouted for mercy that he was just following an order. A young man in a gray robe looked at him menacingly, pointing a sword at the man, and said that if he revealed the identity of the one who ordered the murder of Samantha Eldred, he would let him go. The frightened man was about to object, when suddenly the young man asked him if he wanted to die, because death would be the end of everything. He reluctantly said that he understood, and said that the one who ordered the death of Samantha Eldred was the Queen. He said that he was pierced by the tip of the sword. The man grabbed the wound inflicted in the chest and fell to his knees, and groaning asked why the young man did this. The black-haired guy, sparkling with amber eyes, dealt another blow to the man's body and explained that he could not forgive him because he had encroached on the life of his Samantha. In general, he should have caused him severe pain and only then killed him, but he did not have time to finish the sentence and asked if the man could hear him, but he was already dead. Duke Eldred's house, Samantha's room, the girl was enthusiastically reading a book, when suddenly the maid called her saying that His Highness William had arrived. The mistress, closing the book, beamed when she heard this name and joyfully ordered the maid to let him in. The young man entered the room, smiling brightly. His cheeks turned pink at the sight of Samantha, and joyfully said that he really wanted to see the girl. The black-haired guy sat down on his knees in front of the girl and put his hands on her knees. He looked at her with a puppy dog look and said that he missed him a lot because they couldn't meet for so long. The smiling girl looked sweetly at the young man and asked if it was as long as he said, because only 5 days had passed. However, for His Highness this time felt like an eternity. The girl thought that she could tell that Will was exaggerating, but she knew that he was serious. Suddenly, Samantha looked at the hands that were lying on her lap, and, noticing a red spot on his shirt, pointed this out to the young man. However, William abruptly pulled his hand away, not allowing him to finish his sentence, and sighing in surprise, he said that he apparently got dirty while taking out the trash. The tense girl asked if he had killed a man again. The heroine believed that she had done everything she could. However, apparently, Will was as cruel as he was in the novel. Looking sadly and worriedly at Samantha, and as if asking for forgiveness, he knew that she did not like this. William grabbed the hem of his dress. His hand was giving birth. He pitifully asked if the girl hated him. He asked not to leave him because he had no one but her. Samantha reassured Will by saying that she would never hate him, so she had no intention of leaving him, and when the young man asked whether she was telling the truth, she confirmed the correctness of her words. Looking ahead detachedly, the girl remembered one of the moments she had lived and confirmed that she could not imagine what would happen to him if they were separated. Still, she treasured her cruel friend and stroked the young killer's head like a puppy. William hopefully and lovingly thanked Samantha and, smiling, said that he would protect her all his life, protecting him in such a way that he wouldn't have to do anything for it, and smiled sarcastically. Be that as it may, this future turned out to be not the one she had strived for until that moment. But at the present time, the girl looked at herself in the mirror in surprise, not understanding how it happened. After all, when she woke up, she found herself in an unfamiliar room in the guise in which she can be seen now. Was it really the same reincarnation from the manga and novels she read about? And apparently she died. However, this face and this figure that she saw in the mirror were of a certain Samara, only small. Samantha Eldred is a selfish villain who is the older sister of the main character of her favorite novel, Love of a Goddess. She abused her status as the Duke's daughter. She had fun beyond measure and was idle. She was a hated character who bullied her sister, the heroine Adelaide, and eventually met her death at the hands of the prince, the main character. The girl thought about it. She had had a rather difficult life before and did not understand why she had the share of such a character. The former one was stricken with illness from childhood and spent most of her life in bed, enduring pain and torment day after day. Her only joy was reading. The baby looked at her hand and realized that she could now move freely. Samantha began to joyfully spin around the room, but before she couldn't even walk properly. Suddenly, unexpectedly even for herself, the girl tripped and fell flat on the floor, screaming loudly. With her scream, she alarmed her maids and they ran up to her in concern. Samantha smiled joyfully and asked forgiveness for her own carelessness, which made the girls worry, and thanked them for their help, which amazed the servants. Suddenly, the little girl's eyes were attracted by a bright silhouette peeking out from behind the door. It was her younger sister Adelaide. The girl admired the charm of her sister, which made it immediately clear that she was the main character, Adelaide Eldred. The main character of Love Goddess was the complete opposite of Samantha, a softly, sultry beauty, and according to the plot of the novel, Adelaide and the first Prince Louis, who is the main character, fall in love at their first meeting. Initially, the story is about how this couple overcomes obstacles, dealing with a younger sister who is in love with Louis and bullies Adelaide, and the second prince, a dark wizard who is also the final boss targeting the life of the first prince. In the end, they achieve their happiness, and in the end, only Samantha dies in this story. The Popadka thought that if she were Samantha, she would cherish such a lovely sister like no one else. But she should have started with the fact that the only reason why Samantha was killed in the end was because she bullied Adelina, and, judging by her appearance, there was still time before the main story began. If she has a good relationship with Adelaide, she will do without killing. I'll kill two birds with one stone. Get along with Adelaide, the reason for the murder will disappear. Without dying, continue to live serenely, of course, the fact that she has reincarnated as a character. A villain who is killed in history cannot but depress, but isn't it fortunate that she has a healthy cause? In this body, she can definitely eat what she likes and go wherever she wants. This was a great opportunity for her, and she wants to experience ordinary happiness. I would even like to fall in love, which didn't happen to me in my previous life, but first I need to watch my diet. Otherwise, she won't have any love. The girl called her older sister standing behind the door, but only scared her, and she began to apologize, saying that she did not want to bother her sister. Samantha looked in surprise as Adelaide ran away, screaming that she would immediately disappear from her sight. But apparently, until that moment, that Samantha did whatever she wanted, mocking Adelaide at the same time, and as a result, now she can't just start a conversation. Popadanka could not believe that her fate was already sealed. The girl decided not to despair and, having met her older sister, wanted to wish her good morning. However, the sister only noticed Samantha and timidly ran away from her without answering anything. On the street, in the courtyard of the house, the woman again cautiously wanted to talk to Adelaide. However, the Duke's eldest daughter was separated from the younger maid, behind whom the little girl hid. Samantha returned to the house and, approaching her sister's room, told the servant that she would like to meet with Adelaide, but the maid explained that her madam had said not to let them see each other. After all the unsuccessful attempts, the girl returned to her room and lay down on the table out of fatigue, despairing that she could not even get closer to her sister. However, on the other hand, it was also natural, given how the real Samantha acted with Adelaide. But this was not a reason to give up, because the girl didn't want to die again and wanted to get along with her. It seemed to the girl that she would have a fight with Adelaide, for now she should go on a diet. The baby began to run. In this life, her health allowed her to do this. It was hard, but when she was sick, it was even more painful. On the way of jogging, the girl met her mother and her older sister, who were very surprised by the meeting. Dying psychologically and partly physically, Samantha barely squeezed out words of greeting. The Duke's wife looked in surprise at the girl, who looked very bad, and added words about the subsequent meeting and ran on. From the window of the estate, the Duke looked at what was happening in the courtyard and was warily interested in what was happening there. The servant assistant explained that lately Samantha has been running around the grounds every day. The man asked why this was, but the assistant did not know. Then the Duke asked if anything else had changed. Adjusting her glasses by the frame, the servant said that the lady began to contact Mrs. Adelaide more often, and often tries to talk to her herself. The man could not believe such behavior from his restless daughter and asked whether these were hostile attacks. But the servant hastened to assure the master that everything was wrong. Samantha was only trying to talk to her, but the Duke did not quite understand the essence of these actions. During the communal dinner, many delicious dishes were brought to the table. Adelaide was surprised. Her older sister, also our heroine, is no less happy, but unlike everyone else, she put very little on her plate. Behind her back, the maids wondered what was going on with Mistress Samantha, because she always ate larger portions and sometimes even for several people. Sitting at the table, the father turned to his daughter and asked her what she was up to. The baby looked questioningly at the head of the family, not understanding what he was talking about. The Duke explained that recently she had been engaged in mysterious movements. It dawned on the asshole that she, as Samantha, is not very trustworthy, and therefore they think that she is up to something. However, the girl did not want to pass up this opportunity either, because this would be her chance to announce her moral change and admit her guilt for what she had done. And so she, lowering her head, said that she wanted to sincerely ask everyone for forgiveness. She wiped away her fake tears with a handkerchief and said that until recently she had caused them a lot of problems and worries. With her words, she had already amazed her mother and sister, but she continued saying that even she, being so stupid, finally realized her own actions. And now she will make every effort to justify the status of the Duchess and put her body in order. The previously emotionless maids reacted differently to the baby's last words. Looking at her surprised sister, she also said that she sincerely apologized to her. After all, unlike her, she was beautiful. Everyone adored her, so she felt hatred because of her own envy. Such words of recognition and repentance struck the elder sister to the core, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Samantha said she certainly didn't expect them to accept her right away, but asked to keep an eye on her. The father was surprised and began to stutter and say that, be that as it may, his daughter should not create problems for strangers. The girl understood him and asked the Duke to provide her with a teacher at home, and preferably one who could teach her magic. The maids were alarmed, because their mistress had not even wanted to see the letter before. Duke Eldred, no less surprised, said that he had heard Samantha and would immediately take up the matter. The little girl thanked her father and bowed before him, apologized, and said that she was the first to decline. Adelaide, surprised by her sister's behavior, as well as her repentance, was still coming to her senses. A week later, Samantha was still working out and running, and she worked up a good sweat that day. Little by little, her muscles became stronger, and she ran quite a lot more distances. At first, she was overweight, so she tried to lose weight as quickly as possible, which is why she lost 5 kilograms at once. It seemed to her that she was now in a plateau period, but she would continue to persist when suddenly she saw Adelaide in front of her. Plump ran up to her eldest and her maid, wishing her sister a good day. Adelaide bowed politely to her sister and also wished her a good day. It seemed that she now admired Samantha. It seemed to Popadanka that the speech she made the other day had an effect. In recent days she responded to her greetings, and today she was as charming as always. The girl's gaze was attracted by the appearance of her sister, and she asked her if she was going somewhere. The maid interrupted Adelaide and said that the guest about whom the sister began to talk would come soon. Samantha was left alone and, depressed by the servant's command, thought that someone important was supposed to come. But of course no one wanted them to meet him. The girl thought sadly that was natural. Therefore, in order not to run into him and not interfere with her plans, the girl decided that today she would run along a longer route. Suddenly she heard the rustling of leaves in the bushes, and turning around, she found a black cat near the bushes. His appearance amazed the little girl. She was simply crazy about animals and the peculiarities of cats. Previously, due to illness, she could not even pet animals, so without hesitation she reached out to the cat. The frightened cat waved his paw, protecting himself from Samantha. But the girl managed to pull her hand away and told the cat not to be afraid and suggested they play together. Literally, after some time, the cat was already in the girl's arms and licking her cheek, wagging its tail. After which the girl released the cat from her hands, and he ran forward. The girl playfully ran after him, but she didn't have time to run far when suddenly someone called her name from behind, and Samantha stopped. She turned around sharply and saw in front of her a small boy with golden hair and amber eyes. She repeatedly saw him in the illustrations for the novel. The girl looked up in surprise, looking at the young man. Although he was still a child, there was no doubt that the one standing in front of her was the first prince of this country. A handsome, slender, tall youth named Louis Percival. The plump girl opened her mouth in surprise. Looking up, Samantha greeted the prince. He was a whole head taller than her. The young man said affably that they had not seen each other for a long time. Popadanka wondered how the main character of the novel could end up in such a place, when she suddenly remembered an earlier moment. Still, Louis turned out to be the guest, she realized, remembering the meeting with her sister. Now it was clear why they didn't want them to meet him. Samantha liked Louis in the original story, and she always made furious attempts to get closer. The first prince noticed that the girl's mood today was different from usual. Samantha said a little bashfully that perhaps it was so. She was just like on stage and the disrupted performance, so open that it could be worse than meeting him in this form. However, looking at the face of her interlocutor, she understood why her sympathy for him was caused. Here it was immediately clear that the main character was simply stunningly handsome, and Samantha turned away from the blinding light emanating from the prince. And above all, he is such a good person that he does not even show any hostility towards Samantha, which could cause further concern. Suddenly, with her peripheral vision, the girl saw her sister and servants approaching them. The man asked the girl what she was doing here. The Duke's eldest daughter began to make excuses, saying that she was just taking a walk and she met the prince by chance. And at this moment, the girl decided not to miss another such chance and prove herself as she should. She thought that if she showed that she was not interested in Louis, whom she previously doted on, then her image would have to change. Smiling sweetly, she asked for forgiveness for appearing before the prince in such an unsightly form. She also added that they should calmly enjoy the meeting, and for now she would go to rest. The sister didn't want to send her sister away so blatantly and, worried, told her to listen after her, and when she changed clothes, she suggested they go for a walk together. But she never finished the sentence, and our heroine thought that her sister was a very good girl, despite all the dirty tricks that she did. Samantha thanked her for the offer, but said that she was fine and apologized for having behaved inappropriately before, interfering with their time together. In the end, she added that she would no longer interfere in their conversations with her speeches. She amazed everyone, from the prince to the servants. In turn, the girl was happier than everyone else that she had finally brought the main characters together. Now everything will definitely be in order. Otherwise, she already wants to see the lovebirds. However, the first Prince Louis was very alarmed by the behavior of his old acquaintance, and his face changed greatly, as if he had ceased to be interested and cheerful. Meanwhile, despite everything, the girl tried and studied just as hard, so that the teacher was amazed at the correct answers and called her work impeccable. Samantha smiled happily, hearing the praise in her direction, and thanked her for the lesson. The teacher said goodbye to the girl in surprise until next week. Samantha asked her to be kind in this. But before, Samantha lost her temper after just 5 minutes of studying, so the teacher's confusion was natural. After that conversation, her father immediately hired her a teacher at home, thanks to which she learns more and more from this world and country. The girl was very pleased that she could sit at the table like this and study something. Now she is looking forward to the next week, when practical classes in magic will begin. The main character, Adelaide, would soon manifest the power of the goddess, but it seemed to the poor girl that Samantha could also use ordinary magic. Having finished studying for the day, the girl closed the book with relief and decided that now she would do physical education before dinner in the grove behind the house. The maids gathered in a circle, and one of them asked if the others had heard what Mrs. Samantha said. Allegedly, she was no longer interested in His Highness the First Prince. The second maid asked what kind of lucky turn of events this was, and the third, smiling, asked if maybe she had really come to her senses. But then the girls were indignant. They said that personality is formed before the age of 3, and the other was sure that she was up to something. To which the redhead, the third maid, said that she thinks that people can always change, to which Jenna was called frivolous. However, all this time Samantha was standing around the corner and heard the entire dialogue, and thought about how they would react if they knew. But she could not deny that they were wrong, because if she had not been reincarnated in this body, Samantha would not have changed either. And yet that girl, Jenna, as it seemed to the hit and miss, was very kind, and she hoped that, albeit little by little, there would be more and more people who noticed her changes and efforts and went into the yard. The girl was lying on the floor, resting from running. Losing weight is, of course, not an easy task, but she felt that she was living. Samantha got up from the grass and decided to do one more set of muscles just before dinner. Suddenly she saw something lying near a tree nearby and came closer, hoping that it was again the cat she had met earlier. However, it was not a cat at all, but a real, seemingly living boy. Covered in dirt and dressed in a robe, he was presumably sleeping. But our little girl was very scared for the boy lying alone in front of her and loudly asked if he was alive. She turned the young man onto his back and, worriedly leaning against his chest, listened to his heartbeat. He was alive. The girl picked up the unconscious boy and decided to carry him home as soon as possible. The man's robe fell off while Samantha was lifting him up and exposed the guy's neck and chest. There were some strange patterns on it. The girl still didn't understand what it could be. Whatever it was, she had to take him home and get help. While the lady was carrying the boy, she thought that even though he looked her age, he was light, like cotton wool. Notes of envy and sympathy sounded. She would definitely save him. Already at home, she laid him on the bed and called a doctor to assess the condition of the young man, exhausted by life. She asked an older man if this boy would be okay and asked what he was sick with. The graying man was silent thoughtfully and slightly worried, taking the stethoscope out of his ear and formulated the words. Ying explained to the girl that the young man did not have any external injuries, so this was not an illness. The rejoicing girl said that then he was fine, to which the doctor replied, no. He explained that a curse was placed on the boy's body due to which he is now unconscious. Samantha became worried. The curse even sounded scary. The doctor explained that this curse was also quite strong. This is how the meeting between the minor villainess of the novel The Love of the Goddess, her, Samantha Eldred, and the last boss, the second Prince William Parzival, took place. The girl was reading a book, sitting next to the patient, and understood from what she read that holy water was effective in relieving the symptoms of the curse. 2 days have passed since she brought this damned boy into the house, and all this time he continues to sleep, never waking up. He is given injections and given nutrition, but it no longer seems safe for her to do anything about his case. The doctor suggested that this must be an innate curse and at the same time such a strength that it is not possible to remove it. Therefore, it was not unlikely that he was abandoned by his parents and became an orphan. It was simply a terrible statement. The gray-haired doctor said that if this condition dragged on for a long time, that his life would already be in question. The girl looked sadly at the young man. He's still a child, after all, and I wondered what hardships he'd already had to endure at such a young age. But still, a curse is a curse, and everyone, including those living in the house, disgusts him, the girl realized, upset. The father, holding his head, discouraged, could not even think about dragging the damned orphan into the house and asked the girl what she was thinking about. Samantha asked for forgiveness and said that she simply could not leave him, and the Duke explained that the child would be sent to an orphanage. The girl screamed that he couldn't go there. She understood that he would definitely not receive proper care there. The Duke was interested in why she was trying to save a completely unfamiliar boy, explaining that a person is not an animal to her. The little girl shrank in surprise. She understood that from the adult's point of view, he was telling the complete truth, and there was nothing to contradict. However, she couldn't tell him that she saw herself from a past life in him, so she wants to help. Herself, sick with an incurable disease, and abandoned even by her own family, only humbly awaiting her own death. And besides, she wanted at least this boy not to be alone, abandoned in this cruel world. The girl screamed that nothing would interfere with him and that she would even take care of him herself. Her father humbly told her to do as she wanted. At this time, the servants were whispering that Samantha had greeted the damned orphan from the forest and were wondering why she was even trying. However, curses are not contagious, but because of the widespread false rumors and the misfortune they supposedly bring, people are disgusted. Therefore, from the day she brought this boy into the house, everyone became even colder towards her. But the girl was in no hurry to despair, and encouraging herself, told herself not to take it to heart. After all, be that as it may, now she can just start treating the boy with holy water. Samantha collected some dresses and jewelry from her wardrobe and ordered the maids to sell all the items from that pile. The maids were surprised by their mistress's decision and could not believe that she wanted to sell everything from that heap. But the girl confirmed her words and asked to do everything as soon as possible, and she wanted them to buy holy water with all the money raised. And one of the maids, curious, suggested that the water was needed to treat the cursed boy. Everything was exactly as the girl said, which Samantha confirmed. The maids obeyed the mistress's orders. As far as she knew, holy water was a very valuable and expensive commodity, and since she told her father that there would be no hardship, she could not say that she needed money. And this would also not be in the style of the old Samantha, but by spending on holy water, she eliminates unnecessary accumulations. In general, she kills 2 birds with 1 stone. The girl came to check on the boy again. This time he tossed and turned violently in bed. Clearly he was in pain. Samantha determined that he had a terribly high fever and placed a cool bandage on his forehead to ease his suffering. Taking the boy by the hand, she mentally asked him to endure until the moment the holy water fell into her hands. She tied herself together and, picking up a pan of water, headed out of the room. Everyone hated the curse, so she needed to cope alone. On the way, she met Adelaide, accompanied by maids who worriedly asked her sister what had happened to her. Carrying the water carefully, Samantha told her sister that she had some work to do in the kitchen. The younger sister asked if she herself was caring for the sick boy she brought the other day, and Samantha said quite casually that everything was exactly as Adelaide had said. The maids were no less surprised than her sister. It was difficult to imagine that the old Celine, of her own free will, for no reason at all, brought an orphan and looked after him herself. Everyone would have thought that she was up to something. Having already passed the eldest and the 2 accompanying servants, Samantha said goodbye to her sister, saying that she would see each other again. However, Adelaide did not answer the younger one, but only became worried either for herself or for her plans. Arriving at the kitchen, the cook showed the girl where the ice was, and the little girl thanked him, saying that she would take some. Having collected enough ice for water, Samantha stood up and turned around before leaving, thanking the cook for her help. And yet it's hard to cope alone. There is so much fat in this body that there are no muscles at all, thought the trapped woman. Suddenly, the saucepan with ice was quickly taken from her hands by a sweet, smiling, red-haired maid. She said that she would carry the ice herself, which really impressed our independent little girl, and although she thanked us, she still did not expect such a gesture. The girl happily said that everything was in order. She said that although you might not be able to tell from her, she was still a strong woman. Samantha said that Jenna could put the saucepan on the table when they entered the room and thanked her, but the maid asked to be allowed to help her further. Then the little girl was even more surprised how she could not be afraid of the curse and asked the maid about it. Jenna asked again in surprise. She didn't understand what she should be afraid of because they were not contagious at all and began to change the sheets. Samantha thanked the red-haired maid and thought that Jenna was definitely a very good girl. Leaving the room, she told the baby that if she needed anything again to call her at any time. Samantha said she understood and that she was really grateful to her. Now in her soul, she felt as if she had made friends. She had never experienced such joy, so she began to smile. After some time, her maids came, and looking at the jar, the girl asked if it was holy water. The servant said that yes, the purchase was made directly in the temple, so they were sure of the quality of the product. She was glad, but she didn't think that with that amount, she would be able to buy only that much. But in any case, she had to get him drunk as soon as possible. The little girl thanked the maid, saying that they had helped her out. The girl stuttered and said that it was nothing. The girl approached the unconscious young man and poured holy water into his mouth. It was already dark outside, and therefore only candles lit the room. The job was done, all the bottles of holy water were spent, and she only asked that he feel at least a little better. Samantha yawned from fatigue. Lately, she had been conducting various studies and was busy caring for the sick, so she did not get enough sleep. Therefore, the girl closed her eyes and, unnoticed by herself, fell asleep leaning on the bed of the damned young man, whose finger had finally moved. The morning was the most unexpected of all time, because as soon as the heroine opened her eyes in front of her, she saw a young man sitting calmly, looking at her in surprise. Samantha jumped up sharply with joy and reached out her hand to the guy, thanking the Lord that he had finally woken up. But the young man was not happy with such a gesture and hit the girl's hand that was reaching out to him. The hit woman became wary. The boy looked like a wild animal, driven into a corner while hunting. He glared at the girl with a menacing gaze. His shoulders were dressed up, like his whole body. He held one hand on the shoulder of the other. Samantha realized that he constantly experienced all the suffering alone, so his wariness in an unfamiliar place towards a stranger was natural. She put her hands in front of her, indicating that she would not harm him, and apologized for scaring him, and also introduced herself to the boy. Samantha said she found him unconscious in the woods and brought him here to get medical attention. The boy looked at the girl menacingly until she said that she had given him 3 bottles of holy water, which helps in the fight against the curse, and therefore he felt better. The young man was surprised. She explained that she did not intend to harm him, and she had food for him, so he could safely spend time in this room until he recovered. When leaving the room, she said to have plenty of rest, and also not to worry about someone else coming in. She would make sure that this did not happen. Samantha also mentioned that she would also come by later to bring him dinner, but the young man only remained silent, puzzled. And smiling sweetly, she said that they would see each other again. Leaving their room, the girl thought that it was the first time she had seen such a cold look. She knew she wasn't going to force him into anything, but she would like him to start opening up to her a little bit. However, in any case, she was glad that he had finally at least woken up, and happily ran away. The next morning, she again came to the awakened patient, wished him good morning, and mentioned the wonderful weather outside the window. The black-haired young man did not answer anything to his new acquaintance, but only remained tactfully silent, looking at one point in front of him. Samantha, smiling, opened the window and said that the breeze was nice, so she would open the window. It had been 3 days since this boy regained consciousness, but he still had not touched food, which was very worrying. The heroine tried to eat in front of him to show that the food was not poisoned, but it turned out to be useless, and if this continues, he will eventually die of exhaustion. She brought a tray with breakfast and invited the boy to have breakfast together, saying that it was very tasty. However, the boy sat in the same position, ignoring all the girl's words. Samantha was ready to cry because he was refusing again. She suggested that perhaps it could be due to the wounds. The only salvation is that he does not move, spends all his time in bed. Samantha placed the tray of food on the table next to the bed and told him to eat if he changed his mind. Even at this moment, she did not give up at lunchtime. She came to the boy again, picked him some flowers and put them in a vase, saying that they had a relaxing effect. In the evening, she also came and left a change of clothes for him nearby so that the young man could change later, but in response there was silence. The next day, nothing changed, and the next day and the next, he still ignored Samantha and the food. And so, in the evening, the little girl said goodbye to the boy, saying that she would come tomorrow, and taking away the untouched tray, she wished him good night, and again there was silence. Looking at the plate, the girl said sadly that after all, he hadn't eaten anything today again. She came to the kitchen and, bowing to the cook, apologized for the fact that his work was in vain. The man was expectedly surprised and said that it was no big deal. It was a trifle. Jenna came up from behind and said that, as expected, someday he would get hungry and maybe he would eat tomorrow, the positive maid said. Samantha thanked him for his support. She left the kitchen with a smile on her face and asked the cook to prepare everything tomorrow, leaving the surprised maid and the upset cook alone. Returning to her room, the girl immediately collapsed on the bed from fatigue, burying her face in the pillow, exhaling heavily. Although a little, she still gave up and lost motivation in dealing with this boy. She did not have enough feedback to not give up. She thought maybe she was trying in vain and the father was against this idea and the maids were indignant at her, and the boy himself did not react in any way. But she threw these thoughts out of her head and realized that there was no need to give up, but it would not be surprising if the boy died at such a rate. In addition, being completely alone gives rise to despondency. Our heroine herself was convinced of this when she lived in that world. The next morning, she again joyfully came to the silent man. Today, they prepared soup that was absolutely comfortable for digestion and had high nutritional value. When asked if he would try some soup, the guy unsurprisingly remained silent, simply looking at the floor, and since he woke up, it was already the 5th day. Apparently, the symptoms of the curse were weakening, but if he did not eat, as the doctor said, his death would only be a matter of time. She did not understand what to do because if nothing was taken, everything would be in vain. She came closer to the boy and, scooping up freshly brewed soup with a spoon and holding the spoon forward, said that it was delicious and worth a try. However, the young man still did not want to accept anything from her and forcefully knocked the spoon out of the girl's hands, causing it to fly several meters away. The baby, with a trembling voice, apologized to the boy. He scared her, but she did not want to force him to eat. Trembling, she said that she would clean everything up now, but tears flowed from her eyes. The guy was very surprised when he noticed the reaction of the girl in front of him. He didn't want to make her cry. Samantha Nick couldn't calm down. She didn't know what to do. The tears didn't stop, and she clutched the hem of her dress. Although in principle, she wasn't going to cry. She turned around and said that something had gotten into her eye, apologized, and immediately ran out of the room. The boy was left alone again, but this time he was tormented by his own conscience for what he had done, so that even his facial expression changed. At night, he also could not sleep peacefully and suddenly jumped out of bed, eyes wide open, as if he had just had a nightmare. Groaning from the pain in his body, he got up from the bed and, going down to the floor, he leaned on the walls and left the room. Approaching the illuminated corridor, he heard a conversation between 2 maids and froze. They were discussing what Mrs. Samantha was trying to achieve. They said that hiding an orphan and caring for him, receiving only disgust in return, was madness. But she bought holy water with money received from the sale of expensive dresses and accessories. Another became interested. Over so many years of their salaries, this amount came out. They couldn't believe that it was all for the sake of helping the boy. Hearing their conversation, the young man's eyes widened. He never thought about the girl who saved him. And yet the black-haired maid said that she had no sympathy for Mistress Samantha, while the other said that it was impossible for her. Then the first one said that perhaps if this happens, as Jenna says, a person might really change. Then the guy suddenly felt either ashamed or sad, and he lowered his head. He didn't listen to the subsequent dialogue between the two young girls, or rather, he simply couldn't do it. His own thoughts filled his head, and so he went back. And the next morning, the girl, slightly upset, carrying a tray, walked into the boy's room. She thought that yesterday she had made a huge mistake, forced him, and also burst into tears. But be that as it may, she did not give up, and when she approached the place, she knocked on the door. Now she could only apologize. As if nothing had happened, she, a little confused, entered the room and, smiling at the young man, wished him good morning. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately bowed her head, bowed to the young man, and apologized to him for yesterday. The boy was silent. Having stood up and straightened her back, the little girl immediately saw that the damned boy had changed into new clothes and thanked him. She put a tray of food on the table next to the boy and told him if he wanted to eat, let him eat, and waited for a reaction. The guy, in turn, simply looked at the food. Then our little girl thought that it would be better if she left and decided to go to the room for now. When suddenly she saw that the boy reached his hand towards the food, Samantha's eyes immediately lit up. She could not believe that she was finally seeing this. The same boy who had an aversion to her and would not even accept food suddenly began to eat. He raised his head and one eyebrow as if asking the girl if he was doing the right thing, and if everything was okay. In front of him, he saw an unfamiliar savior who, blushing, cried with happiness at the sight of him and thanked him for eating. The boy carefully chewed the soup the girl brought and seemed to be thinking about something but did not speak. So the two of them sat there, the young man devouring food, and the girl opposite joyfully looked at him and joyfully chatted about something insignificant. After the boy ate, Samantha joyfully ran into the kitchen and asked to listen to her, announcing that he had still eaten, although only 5 spoons. With her news, the young lady delighted the cooks and maids, and Jenna was glad that her mistress's feelings were finally answered. There was an awkward silence for a moment, but the woman's answer didn't take long embarrassed. She sincerely thanked everyone for their help and hoped that she could continue to rely on them in the future. The head cook and his assistant nodded happily. They were glad to help Mistress Samantha. And then an active discussion of easy-to-digest dishes began in the kitchen. Jenna offered her ideas to the cook, and he threw in his own. Little Samantha was happier than ever, and she had an ear-to-ear smile on her face. The time had come for the family meal at the table. The same contented girl was still happily devouring her portion, the smile never leaving her face. Samantha's father and mother looked at their eldest daughter with concern. They thought that this mood was connected with some kind of trick. The Duke began a dialogue. He wanted to talk to Samantha about the orphan, but his daughter interrupted him, asking him to listen to her first. She said that today he ate some soup and also ate a piece of bread. From the day he first ate, with each subsequent day he ate a little steadily. A month has passed, and now he begins to look healthier, and even seems to have gained fullness in his cheeks. But nevertheless, he was still very thin, and the girl would even like to share her fat with him. It was necessary for him to become even more energetic, and she said that his health had also improved, which she was incredibly happy about. For a moment, the father's expression expressed surprise, but soon became softer, and he said that he understood his daughter. But he also said that he was told that she did not use pocket money at all, to which the little girl said that this was because there were no things that she particularly wanted. However, at the end of next month, His Highness the Prince will be holding a garden party at the royal castle. The invitation should have arrived soon. Preparations must begin, the Duke said. The girl repeated in surprise the words about the reception in the garden. The whole point was that she had heard about it for the first time. Then Samantha asked Adelaide what she would wear, to which her sister said that she did not know yet, but was only thinking about going shopping next week. The heroine smiled sweetly when she learned how things were. She was sure that the first outfit she tried on would suit Adelaide. Looking at her cute little sister, she suddenly, imperceptibly for herself, said that she would like to choose a dress for her. Her sister's eyes widened and she even opened her mouth slightly in surprise. In turn, the little girl realized that she had said it out loud and embarrassedly and abruptly closed her mouth. The next moment, she began to apologize and began to ask Adelaide to forget what she had just said. But the pink-haired girl interrupted her. Samantha looked at her sister in surprise as she loomed over her, making a puzzled sound. Adelaide tearfully asked her sister to choose a dress for her. She really wanted it. Both parents were surprised by this outcome. None of them expected that the sisters would begin to get along and love each other. Even Samantha herself could not believe what was happening. She thought that she was dreaming about it all and was very embarrassed. But without delaying her words, she took her sister's hands, and with tears of joy in her eyes promised to definitely do this. Her sister also thanked her with tears in her eyes. The girl thought that everything that was happening was too cute. She realized that Adelaide also noticed changes in her, so much so that the trapped girl did not know what to do, because she was very happy. But still, they agreed that they would meet next week and go shopping. The parents were very happy for their children. After lunch, she came to the room of the rescued boy and told him how things were, that she would go shopping with her younger sister. She also said that in order for Adelaide not to be ashamed to be around her, she needs to follow a strict diet, Samantha concluded. And then she thought about it and realized that because she moved a lot when she took care of this boy, she lost a little weight. Sitting down on a stool next to the bed, the girl happily asked the boy if he wanted anything. She could buy him anything. She wasn't sure if he could read, so books were out of the question. She thought about toys, but she didn't even know how old he was. She hung her head down sadly. She didn't even know what to say, because she didn't even know his name. Therefore, she decided to ask the boy if he would mind if she found out his name. The boy remained silent. Right then and there, the girl realized that it could be that he couldn't even have a name and became worried. She wanted to say that there was no point in talking when suddenly the boy said one letter. Samantha became wary. All this time, the young man who had not said anything suddenly spoke up and said that his name was Will. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, asked Will if that was his name, and asked if she could call him that. The boy politely and modestly nodded his head. The girl was embarrassed but more happy. She said that Will is a wonderful name. Clapping her hands, Samantha thanked Will for saying his name and said that then she would call him that. Will looked at the joyful Samantha with interest. He didn't even understand how much meaning his name had for her. The girl was very happy about what happened and hoped that they would continue to get closer. At the same time, in his blue and white palace, the first prince was peacefully sipping tea and looking at the letters that were lying on the table. From behind, the prince's servant and assistant spoke up. He was interested in what his master Louis was thinking about. And the prince was thinking that it turns out that Miss Samantha would also attend his reception. The servant said, slightly timidly and stammering, that he would have assumed she had come even if she had not been invited. The boy replied that his subordinate's assumption was probably correct. However, he himself did not agree with this opinion at their last meeting. Samantha behaved completely differently than when they met before. And then the day came when both sisters gathered in the store to choose dresses. Samana's joy could not be expressed in words. She loved every dress that her sister tried on. Adelaide sheepishly thanked her sister for the compliment, but she actually looked gorgeous in a mint-colored floral dress. The eldest said that this dress was made just for her younger sister. It was impossible to say otherwise. Today, the long-awaited day of shopping with Adelaide came. She was looking forward to it that she couldn't fall asleep. Samantha looked at the dresses in front of her. There were sparkles in her eyes, and she enthusiastically said that they were taking it all. No matter what you look at, each suits Adelaide well, so it's difficult to choose just one, and her pocket money was saved just for this very day. The sister happily picked up more and more new clothes, and Adelaide joyfully admired her eldest. And then the pink-haired girl decided to remind the shopkeeper that they needed to choose a dress. Samantha immediately came to her senses. She even forgot the purpose of their arrival. Then Adelaide asked her sister if she could choose a dress for her. Samantha, taking the girl by the hands, joyfully allowed her to do this, even asked her to do it. This is how their day went. They chose dresses for each other, had a nice time in a cafe, and went shopping for jewelry. Samantha returned to the carriage full of luggage, boxes, and bags. She thoroughly enjoyed today's trip and bought many gifts. Sitting opposite her sister, she peacefully and happily thanked her sister for such a wonderful day. Adelaide was surprised by her sister's words. It was the first time she had thanked her for something. The eldest said that she had a lot of fun, that she was very glad that she was able to talk about a lot of things with her. It seemed to our little girl that the distance between her and Adelaide had narrowed in an instant. However, then Samantha noticed something strange in her sister's behavior. She stopped smiling and lowered her head down. Bitter tears flowed from Adelaide's eyes, and she herself began to tremble. Samantha put the bag aside and was extremely surprised. She came closer to her sister and, wanting to calm down the alarmed one, asked what was the matter, what happened, and she didn't hurt and she had nothing. The pink-haired girl, wiping tears from her eyes, sobbed, said that she was just glad. The girl did not quite understand what that meant. No matter how much she wiped away the tears, they continued to flow from her eyes, but she said that she was glad that she went with her. Adelaide just always wanted them to be friends, while she sobbed as she said this. Tears also formed in Samantha's eyes, and her face turned red. She hugged her crying sister and apologized to her, saying that she was truly sorry for doing that to her. Despite the fact that Adelaide was bullied by Samantha for many years, who would have thought that she always thought about this? It's hard to think about how many wounds she received, how lonely and sad she was. After thinking about this, the heroine burst into tears, did not apologize, and the girls continued to cry together, hugging and crying. Only when approaching the house did the girls finally calm down, and Adelaide even fell asleep. There were still tears in Samantha's eyes, but the girls kept their hands locked. The little girl decided that from now on, Adelaide would be her priority. She had to do everything to make the lovely and kind Adelaide happy. And closing her eyes, she laid her head on her younger sister's head and said that she should be a good sister. As expected, little Samantha's eyes were red and swollen from all the tears shed, but even so, she was happy. Arriving at Will's room, she smilingly told him that today she had a wonderful day, during which she was also able to get closer to Adelaide. And she also did not forget about the many gifts that she bought for the boy and sat down to get them. The first thing she took out of the boxes was clothes, about which she thought that anything would suit him because he was very cute. Next came delicious sweets. They were so that he would get well soon, as well as toys. She didn't understand what boys liked, but she chose a few. Looking around Will, who was almost completely surrounded by purchases, the girl realized that there were quite a lot of purchases. Sweetly tilting her head to the side, she apologized because she had been thinking so much about how to please him that she ended up getting too carried away. Will looked down a little, not knowing how to react correctly to such concern. But be that as it may, his cheeks turned red, and he looked away in embarrassment. A little doubting himself, he clutched the clothes he was wearing and bowed his head so that his hair covered his face, and thanked Samantha with a short, "Thank you." The girl is surprised, but also incredibly glad that Will began to talk more. She said that she was glad if he was happy. She asked him to try everything on when he could move freely, told him not to be shy about eating sweets, and, of course, not as much as regular food, and also suggested playing toys together. Today was truly a happy day. I hope such days will come again and again, Lady Samantha thought. And just like that, another month passed. This morning Jenna was braiding Samantha's hair. The girl with a smile on her face happily told the lady that she had finished with her hair. Little Samantha, just as satisfied and joyful, thanked Jenna for her work. Last week, Jenna had just become her personal maid due to the restless ardor of the old Samantha. Employees left this position, and ultimately, this place was empty. Then the father told the girl that she would soon need her, so she should choose someone. And Jenna is a cheerful and good girl, and also witty. In general, the best option. The personal maid turned to the girl and asked if she had lost weight again. Samantha was glad to receive the compliment. She had just recently changed the composition of her diet. Our little girl never missed a workout or broke her diet, and therefore the weight dropped safely. However, be that as it may, she is still far from an average physique, so we need to continue to try. The girl sheepishly reminded herself that when she stood next to Adelaide, who had a small face and graceful lines, the difference was immediately obvious. Leaving Jenna in the room, Samantha said that she would go to Will. The maid happily said goodbye to her mistress until the next meeting. On the way to the room of her rescued friend, the girl met her younger sister and mother. Both of them joyfully wished her good morning. Samantha also, placing her hand on the middle of her chest, wished her sister and mother good morning. Lately, she has been building relationships with both Adelaide and her stepmother, and tomorrow she is also planning to attend a garden party at the royal castle with her sister. Now Samantha was even reassured by the fact that Adelaide was no longer afraid of her and smiled sweetly. The sister invited the girl to cook sweets together after dinner. Samantha was only inspired by this proposal and agreed, saying that she was looking forward to it, and they said goodbye. The girl, beaming, entered her friend Will's room and just as dashingly shook hands with him, "Good morning." The young man reading the book looked up from her, smiled softly back at the girl, and also wished her good morning. Samantha came closer to the guy and, stroking his head, said that he was worthy of admiration because he had been studying since the very morning. Will successfully regained his health and began to eat enough food. Despite the periodically rising temperature, he is now able to walk and do everyday things. But the most significant change is that he began to talk to her. One could only assume that he understood the intentions, and therefore it gradually opens up when he called Samantha by name for the first time. Tears flowed from his eyes. Will still hasn't talked about his past, but he has no problems with ordinary conversations, and he has common sense, although very minimal, as well as knowledge he must have lived with someone until he was a certain age. Lately, Samantha has been teaching him instead of a teacher. She teaches him literacy, talks about the country in which they live, and gives him hints if something is not clear. And Will, in turn, obediently and enthusiastically learns, is not indignant, and thanks for the tips. Samantha constantly looks at him and, propping up her rosy cheeks, mentally calls this boy and his actions cute. Will is a good, honest boy, and the girl finds it extremely endearing how he follows her around like a chicken. Mentally crying from cuteness, she realizes that Will is also an important person in her life. He is like a younger brother for Samantha. Although there are still people in the house who treat him coldly, she is gradually able to make friends with others. Thanks to the fact that she has established a relationship with Adelaide, the maids are no longer afraid of her and shun her. Samantha hoped that she could help Will enough that in the future he would be able to live on his own. The girl extended her hand to the boy, saying that there were no clouds in the sky today, and it was warm too, and suggested why they shouldn't go for a walk. Will hesitated a little, making a decision, looked at Samantha's hand but still grabbed it, expressing his consent. The kids went outside into the forest next to the house, holding hands. The girl asked the young man if everything was okay, and if he was tired, the answer was negative. Then they went behind the tree trunk and found a lot of mushrooms that were growing near and along the tree trunk. They looked appetizing, and there were a lot of them. However, Will managed to warn his friend and, slightly surprised, said that they should not be eaten. Because his stomach would hurt, Samantha asked how he knew this. Then, looking at the mushrooms, Will said that when there was nothing to eat, he tried them. After this conversation, they returned to the house. Samantha believed that this did not mean that everyone believed the same as Will. She wanted one day to have love and said that she was waiting for the prince that was meant only for her to appear someday. And after that, the girl added that tomorrow she would not be able to visit him in the morning until the evening, and asked him to behave well and wait for her with Jenna. Will asked why she would not come, but the fact was that there would be a reception of guests at the royal castle. The girl was sure that everyone would admire the dearest Adelaide. The young man, wary of the conversation about the prince, decided to ask Samantha if she liked Adelaide. The girl confirmed his words. She really liked her. Adelaide was her top priority. She said, smiling. Wary and upset by this answer, the young man's eyes and face darkened, and he simply said that he understood how things were and was already thinking about how to get this top priority. However, Samantha did not pay attention to the minor change in the young man's face, or maybe she simply did not notice, and after saying goodbye to him, she quickly ran away. Will was left alone with himself again, and some unpleasant feeling appeared in his heart, which made him press his hand to his chest. So the day of the reception in the garden came. Samantha was delighted. She told Adelaide that she was really lovely, and not only in this place, but in the whole world. Her sister, embarrassed, said that the elder was also very beautiful. Thanks to the fact that our heroine became Samantha, she could visit such places for the first time, and for some reason, her heart beat very fast. However, the girl was sure that they would speak about her the worst, and the realization made her feel lousy in her soul. Two older ladies approached the two sisters. A brunette in a yellow dress greeted Adelaide. They had not seen each other for a long time, and she was really looking forward to meeting her. Suddenly, The younger sister's acquaintances indignantly drew attention to Samantha, standing behind her, and their mood immediately disappeared. The girl said hello to her sister's friends, and in her heart she was overtaken by the realization that she was Samantha, and she used to push everyone around and play all sorts of tricks. The men, as soon as they saw her, whispered that it was better not to even make eye contact with her, because she would immediately expose all the shortcomings of a person. The atmosphere immediately became different, as the ladies noticed, as if noticing the variability in Samantha. It wasn't so scary that they hated her. The girl understood that no one would express this directly because of her status as a duchess. Samantha turned abruptly away from the three ladies. She didn't want Adelaide to feel embarrassed, so she decided it would be better if she was somewhere further away. Her younger sister called out to her like a friend, and a moment later she was next to her, tightly hugging the girl's hand. The people around were amazed at this behavior of the sisters, and at that time Adelaide told Samantha that she was incredibly glad that she could come here with her today. Accepting her sister's help in such a gesture, the girl thought that Adelaide was trying to shield her. When suddenly the eyes of the girls and the rest of the guests were attracted by the appearance of the prince, who greeted Miss Samantha and Miss Adelaide, thanking them for coming today. The noble ladies covered themselves with fans and admired the prince of their country, while the girls, bowing, thanked Louis for the invitation to the reception. Samantha, in turn, exhaled with relief, but thought that today the prince was even more dazzling than usual. The girl noticed Louis's gaze on her and assumed that the dress they had chosen did not fit her well. Anyway, her goal was to make sure that the prince was left alone with Adelaide. Samantha began to talk about the fact that she had one thing to do. When her sister interrupted her, she asked Louis for forgiveness, because her mother seemed to be calling her and she was forced to leave them. The girl did not understand what was happening. She did not understand why her sister was saying this. But she continued to smile and say that the prince, of course, could talk to her sister. Samantha grabbed her head. She thought that Adelaide still believed that she liked Louis. She realized that she should have made it clear first that this was not the case. Mentally, she asked Adelaide to stay a little longer and not leave her. Meanwhile, the prince looked at the girl smiling, not suspecting anything. He said that he understood Adelaide, and also that he and Miss Samantha, of course, were talking. The little girl was ready to cry. She didn't know what to do. And now they are already walking hand in hand through the garden. All the guests are looking at them with wild eyes, and the girl does not understand how everything turned out this way. The situation was such that she found herself alone with Louis, but Samantha didn't even know what they should even talk about and followed him dejectedly. The prince began the dialogue first. He assumed that everyone was surprised by the changes in his interlocutor. He turned to Miss Samantha. The girl said that recently she wanted a change, so she was glad to try for the desired result. Then Louis asked why she wanted a change. Samantha explained that she realized that she used to be a really moody person who absolutely nothing could be done about. Then the girl realized that nothing else could be said about this situation. First, Prince Louis remained tactfully silent, only smiling in response to the lady. Samantha continued the story, saying that she was spoiled by status and available benefits, which made her do whatever she wanted, and was jealous of everyone's beloved lovely Adelaide, which was very low on her part. But now, the girl said with a smile on her face, she acted in such a way as not to create problems for anyone. The prince of their state, listening attentively to her, gently nodded his head with understanding, saying that he understood her. And also towards him, Mr. Louis, she had been rude before and created some problems. Samantha repented, but the young man in front of her said not to keep it in his heart, because he had never considered it a problem. The poor woman considered Louis to be a truly kind person in her environment, the same as Adelaide. She wanted them to be together with him. The prince remembered that he had heard from the duke that she had recently taken philology lessons seriously and was also practicing magic. Samantha could not even imagine that her father was talking about her. Thanks to this, she felt how she was truly becoming a good person. The girl also did not miss the opportunity to boast that she also enjoys losing weight. Frankly speaking, she has already lost 10 kilograms. The prince successfully supported the story of the duke's eldest daughter, praising her for having noticeably become even more beautiful. The girl thanked the heir to the throne with a kind word, although she assumed that it was probably flattery, but she was still pleased. The young man asked what the girl was currently studying in philology. Samantha replied that recently, the history of the kingdom and other countries. So they talked happily and discussed all sorts of things for quite a long time, forgetting about time. At the end of their dialogue, Lewis said that he didn't even think that Miss Samantha was such a pleasant person to talk to. In fact, the girl also didn't think that the conversation was with the prince. But the conversation was really coming to an end. The prince had to return back to the palace. And yet, if he marries Adelaide, they will become a family, and then she will be able to communicate with Lewis in the future, which could not but please our little one. Only after taking a couple of steps from Samantha did the young man stop, and turning half a turn asked if he could meet them again. He addressed the girl respectfully, so she thought that he must have wanted to come visit to see Adelaide, and said that they would certainly be waiting for him. The young prince waved goodbye and smiled, adding that he was happy to hear this, that they would contact each other again, and left. Samantha, in turn, was pleased with herself. It seemed to her that her relationship with Lewis had improved a little. According to the novel, Samantha ends up being killed by Lewis, so it wouldn't hurt to please him at least a little, she decided, and returned to her sister. In the house, they had a fun time together, having tea parties and taking Will with them to get-togethers. However, the girl's head was filled with something else. She was worried that in the end, she did not make friends with a single person at the garden party. As one would expect, Samantha's image was at the worst level. She even heard that she spilled tea on a person, although it was her own fault. The sister tried to support the eldest, saying that everything was fine. She was sure that in the near future everyone would see how beautiful she was, and said that she would help with this. Samantha, in turn, took care of Will, thinking that he too would benefit from making friends, but he confidently said that he didn't need them. Grabbing the girl by the forearm of her shirt, he, looking at the floor, admitted that only Samantha was enough for him. Such a confession struck the girl to the depths of her soul. She was so glad that a tear of happiness formed in the corner of her eye. It was so cute for her that she couldn't control herself from the cuteness and hugged her friend tightly. She was pleased that he was so attached to her. Will was also pleased to be close, right in the arms of his Samantha, that a blush appeared on his cheeks from embarrassment. Adelaide noticed that he really liked her sister and asked him about it, to which the young man tactfully kept silent. Samantha said that Will was like a little brother to her. She really liked him too. Of course she really liked Adelaide, her sweet little sister. With these words, she embarrassed her sister. How then Adelaide decided to remind the eldest that she had talked with Mr. Lewis for a very long time yesterday, hinting that she was waiting for an explanation. And then, the hit-and-miss woman decided to dot the I's and must make it clear to her sister that she was not interested in Lewis. Taking her sister's hands, she looked her straight in the eyes and said that she really didn't think about Mr. Lewis at all, so she didn't have to worry about it anymore. The sister couldn't believe it right away. Because she used to adore the first prince so much, Samantha understood perfectly well that this was not about her, but when they say so directly, she becomes a little embarrassed. Tu and Will became interested in the fact that this man was. Samantha explained to her friend that Lord Lewis is the first prince of this country, that he is a very wonderful person. He asked his friend if she liked the prince, to which the girl replied that it would be more correct to say that she liked him, but did not finish the thought, and changed the topic to sweets. It was noticeable that Will did not like this prince. It seemed that he knew him, and Samantha's contact with him made the young man very angry and irritated. A few days later, the girl was greeted by a very noisy and active morning. Prince Lewis was supposed to arrive today, so everyone was busy. But, as the girl thought, this event had absolutely nothing to do with her, so she went about her business. She visited Will's room, which already in the morning amazed the girl by memorizing information at once, all in a row. Samantha taught Will in her free time, and he absorbs knowledge at an amazing speed. It is enough for him to explain something once, and he will definitely remember it. His memory is excellent. Apparently, the girl assumed that he no longer had any health problems, and was confident that he would soon be able to do light housework. Suddenly, looking up from her thoughts, Samantha noticed that the young man was looking enthusiastically out the window. He noticed that Mr. Lewis had arrived and was already approaching the house, accompanied by 2 guards. Will said under his breath, disappointed and sullen that he was completely different from himself. Samantha noticed this incomprehensible, depressed state of her friend and called out to him, but he did not answer. Suddenly, as if opening them in the middle of a dialogue, someone loudly knocked on the room. A maid entered Will's chambers and told Samantha that her father, Mr. Duke, was calling her. He asked that the girl attend a tea party with His Highness the Prince. Samantha looked at the maid in surprise. Before that day, she had never been invited to a tea party, so she was confused. The girl rose a little awkwardly from her seat and a little nervously, but smiling, she apologized and told the young man that she would go away for a while. However, Samantha did not manage to get far unexpectedly for her. A friend grabbed her hand. He closed his eyebrows closer to the bridge of his nose. His eyes looked like Will was about to cry. In general, his whole appearance and puppy dog eyes looked pitiful, making you sympathize with him, and he said not to go anywhere. She patted the young man on the head and, calming her friend, said that everything was fine and she would be back soon. But Will stood his ground. He did not let go of the girl's hand and categorically told her not to leave. Samantha was at a loss. It was the first time she had seen Will, such an obedient and modest boy, suddenly have an outburst of irritation. Ready to cry because they wanted to exchange him for some prince, the young man hugged his girlfriend's hand and didn't let go. The girl didn't understand the reason, but she understood that he definitely didn't want her to go there. The Duke's eldest daughter herself would not mind staying here, but she could not refuse the invitation of her father and Louis. She carefully removed the arms that were hugging her arm, saying that she was really sorry, but promised that she would only talk a little and come back right away. The young man was horrified, shocked and desperate that he was so easily abandoned. The girl herself was very sad to leave Will in this way, but she had no choice. However, as soon as the door slammed, a heavy lump of resentment fell on Will's chest, who was annoyed that this prince was so much in his life. Samantha arrived at the tea party, but she certainly wasn't happy. On the contrary. She wanted to return to Will as quickly as possible. How then the first prince, smiling, asked Miss Samantha about what she was thinking about. Because of all this awkwardness, the girl was about to answer when her sister interrupted her. Smiling sweetly, Adelaide asked her sister what she preferred. She again wanted to answer but fell silent. She cried mentally and did not understand why they both started talking only to her and did not communicate with each other. She desperately tried to present them with a topic for discussion that they could discuss together, but for some reason they constantly turned to her, and when she tried to leave unnoticed, she was detained, although a suitable atmosphere for this couple should have been slowly forming in the novel. However, both the prince and the younger sister were most interested not in each other, but in our misfortune. Even such a non-specialist in novels as she understood that nothing was simply happening between these two. No matter how much they wanted Samantha to stay, she needed to leave them alone without further delay, so she apologized, saying that she had to go. The first prince, peacefully sipping tea, asked the girl in surprise if she had anything to do. Then Adelaide guessed that her sister must have been planning to go to Will and joyfully voiced her guess. By this point, Louis couldn't understand anything at all and asked who this Will was. Adelaide happily told the prince that her sister had saved a boy lying unconscious in the forest and was now taking care of him. The young man was only wondering if he was someone else's orphan. In response to a positive answer, another question arose: why is Samantha taking care of him herself? And is it possible to send him to an orphanage and entrust the care of him to special people? To which the girl tried to explain her position that she was worried about his poor health, and since she brought him here, then the responsibility for him lay with her. Samantha was worried. Even though Louis was a kind person, he still shouldn't know that Will was under a curse. Besides, Adelaide continued the story. Will was very attached to his older sister. Now the young prince understood everything about what kind of person Samantha and her guest were, so he made a wish to see him. The girl didn't know why, but it seemed that Will didn't like Louis, and she said that he was very shy, saying that maybe they could meet someday, directly saying that this wouldn't happen today. Intuition told our little one that it was better not to meet them. However, the next day, Louis visited the estate again in the morning, and having met the girl, he wished her good morning. And on the second day, after the three of us had tea, he came again, this time talking about the beautiful weather. And on the third day he came again and again, purposefully to Miss Samantha. Samantha, in turn, sincerely did not understand why Louis came to them too often lately, even when Adelaide was not at home. These thoughts came to her when she saw the prince back again. She asked her father's close associate why he visited them so often, to which the man replied that he dared to assume that this was due to the fact that His Highness was told to decide on the choice of a bride. This was due to the fact that recently the influence of aristocrats had been increasing. The girl looked questioningly at the man. She wondered if he was considering Adelaide for choice. The servant said that there was a need to select the future queen from the Eldred family, but which of the two it would be remains to be seen. The man adjusted his glasses, and Samantha thought that since he expressed himself so formally, she could assure herself that she was definitely not being considered. Returning home, she came to Will. They sat down together, and, taking out a book, the girl said that there had been a lot of things to do lately, that she had already missed leisurely reading a book. The young man said sadly that recently she'd spent almost all her time with the prince, completely forgetting about him. Samantha laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to react correctly to such a statement, but he was right. The girl realized that the number one reason she was really busy was that Lewis came to visit them very often. Lately, Will has been following her more often than before. He doesn't want to talk to Adelaide or Jenna. He doesn't even see eye to eye with other people. Of course, it's cute that he's so attached to the heroine. She was even happy about it, but it won't do Will any good if he is kept away from contact with all people except Samantha. But it was also impossible to rush him. This had already turned into a mistake before, the girl reasoned. Like here, Samantha abruptly closed the book and announced that today she should try to lose weight, and invited her friend to accompany her during a walk. They came to the flower beds together, the girl said, to look at these flowers. She said that just recently there were buds here, but now they were blooming so beautifully. Samantha thought that Will liked flowers. Watching his reaction to them, she even thought that someday he would be able to help gardeners. So the girl asked her friend what he liked, to which she received an unexpected answer: Will liked her. The girl instantly blushed and froze in surprise. She expected to hear from him the sight of flowers, and not her name. However, she did not hesitate to answer and told Will that she also really liked him. Squeezing the hand of the Count's eldest daughter, which they had locked together, the orphan asked if Samantha liked him the most. Raising his head up, he admitted to Samantha that he liked her more than anyone in the world. He looked straight into Samantha's soul with his black eyes, devouring every bit, holding her hands. He said that he wanted to come first for her. The girl was very embarrassed by such a confession from her friend. The blush did not leave her face. The tension grew. Of course, Will is charming, she likes him, but she has other important people, and there are no places here. So Samantha said that for her everything, both him and Adelaide, both come first. It was clear from the expression on the young man's face that such an answer upset him very much, and even upset him. At the same moment, when they were returning from a walk, Will suddenly stopped in place. The girl became interested in what had happened, and the whole point was that Will saw the prince right behind the bushes. The girl, realizing what was going on, was also interested in how Lewis ended up here. No one told her that he was going to come. The girl's father and the prince approached a couple of friends, and the Duke said that he and His Highness the Prince had recently met at a meeting that was held in the castle and invited him. Samantha said that she was glad to see them. Lewis responded in kind and immediately noticed the boy standing behind him. He assumed that this was the same boy she was talking about before. Having heard a positive answer to his guesses, the first prince looked with interest at the young man who stood behind the Duke's eldest daughter. The young man looked away from His Highness's eyes. He didn't even want to look at him. But, clenching his hand into a fist, Will still overpowered himself and looked back at Lewis. His Highness the Prince did not harbor any disgust or hatred for the boy, so he rather good-naturedly asked if she could find out the name of the interlocutor. But unlike Lewis, Will was skeptical of the man in front of him and looked at him rather menacingly, without answering. All this time Samantha was between them, two growing tensions. As she suspected, Will did not like Lewis, and perhaps he hated him. The girl hastened to protect her friend from the man who was unpleasant to him. She apologized to Lewis for the fact that Will seemed embarrassed because of their first meeting and blocked the boy with herself. Samantha's father slapped himself in the face, standing behind him, and the prince in turn said that he should apologize, that he must have frightened the boy with his sudden appeal. The girl thought that Lewis was still too kind and hesitantly put on a smile in response. Suddenly, she noticed that Will, standing behind her, suddenly grabbed her by the shirt and began to tightly squeeze the fabric of her clothing until his hand trembled. Samantha was not very happy about this. She was worried about her friend's condition. Because of this, she decided to immediately take him away from this atmosphere. She said that Will felt unwell, that they were forced to leave them, and apologized for this, and left. The prince saw Samantha off with a slight smile and guesses, thoughts that he kept, of course, to himself. The friends returned home to the boy's room. Samantha sat him down. Will, in turn, shrank very much, lowered his head and trembled. Lowering her head to the side, the little girl noticed that tears were flowing from her friend's eyes and was very scared. Will's head and thoughts were filled with various unpleasant memories that overtook him at the wrong time. Hugging the boy, Samantha asked him what happened. The girl understood that there was clearly something wrong with him. She assumed that some kind of trauma was making itself felt. She hugged Will tightly, saying that everything was okay, that everything would be fine. By late afternoon, the boy seemed to have calmed down, but an unpleasant feeling still remained in his soul. The young man's cheeks turned pink, his eyes were swollen. He nodded in response to the question of whether he had calmed down, but still pouted. The girl understood that he undoubtedly remembered something so difficult that she could not even imagine, and stroked the young man on the head. The girl smiled sweetly and clenched her hand into a fist. She said that from now on she will try to make sure that all the bitter experiences that he had to endure remain in the past. In her words, the boy heard real hope about his future. He asked if her words were true. Samantha confirmed her intentions. Will squeezed the girl's sundress and asked if they would always be together, hugging the guy's hands. The girl thought that he had severe anxiety due to the fact that his parents abandoned him, and he was afraid of being completely alone again. Samantha, like no one else, could understand her friend's feelings. She herself had experienced exactly the same emotions in the past. She again squeezed the young man tightly in her arms and promised him that she and he would always be together. Will squeezed the clothes on his friend's back, pressing Samantha closer to him. His face flushed red, and his eyes looked like the eyes of a madman in bliss. Jenna, combing Mistress Samantha's hair, and told her that she had incredibly beautiful eyes like amethyst. The maid behind confirmed the girl's words. The Duke's eldest daughter turned sweetly to her personal maid and thanked her for the compliment. She was very glad that everyone was communicating with her more and more often lately. Vividly remembering, she said that Adelaide's eye color is also the most beautiful. She would call it ice blue, and Mr. Lewis's eye color is golden, also very beautiful. Jenna enlightened her mistress that the color of His Highness Lewis's eyes was special, and the girl became interested in this. The maid raised her finger up and explained that the golden eyes were proof that he was of blue blood. Only a person who belongs to a royal family can have a golden hue. Samantha was surprised by this fact. Moments like these helped her remember that she was in a fantasy novel. However, our little girl was more attracted to Will's black hair and dark eyes. Samantha asked Jenna what her plans were for today. Before noon, she had lectures to listen to and then magic classes. The girl thanked the maid. She was glad, because after she finished with her business, she would be able to spend time with Adelaide and Will. This is how Samantha spent the first half of the day. She diligently studied philology and practiced the art of magic. And finally, when she finished with her daily chores, the girl was able to meet her friends in the forest behind the house. Butterflies were flying around them. Samantha felt complete peace from spending time. She would like to enjoy it endlessly. However, in the near future, various troubles will happen to the two main characters. She would call the most dangerous of them the second prince, who is the final boss. This prince was cursed at birth and was almost killed as a child on the orders of his own father, the king. Thanks to the nanny, he managed to escape, but after that, according to the novel, a cruel existence awaited him. He is completely different from the first prince, who was raised in love and care. His intention is to kill the entire royal family, and Lewis, due to the hatred that has arisen, however, his hatred is natural considering how he was treated after all the hardships he suffered as a result of life. But even if the second prince tries to fulfill his plan, the power of the main character Lewis and the power of the goddess Adelaide, who will soon awaken, will certainly help them cope with him, Samantha thought. According to the novel, Samantha was the only one who died, which could not but sadden our misfortune. But be that as it may, it seemed that she no longer needed to worry about this, because thanks to the difficulties, the couple's love, on the contrary, glowed. By the way, she was wondering what the curse of the second prince was, whether it was different from the one imposed on Wille, and she asked the guy how his health had been lately. After a short silence before answering, the young man said that everything was fine. But the girl noticed this pause before answering. It seemed that he was thinking about something before answering the question. Therefore, Samantha became concerned about her friend's condition. She asked if he was telling the truth and advised her to tell him right away if something was wrong. The young man nodded in agreement, but did not say anything, to which the girl said to talk about her condition in any case. And then the boy, pursing his lips, pulled out a word and said, without looking into his eyes, that he understood his girlfriend. Samantha was happy about this outcome. She believed that Will was sincere with her and did not lie. Their walk lasted until the evening, Adelaide said, looking at the sunset and holding her hair from the wind, that the sun was already setting and it was time to return home. Then Samantha asked her family what they would do when they returned and offered to play in her room or just relax Will, rubbing his eyes, said that he was sleepy, so he would go to rest. The girl smiled happily back at her friend and said that it was good. She understood that, of course, after so much entertainment, fatigue sets in. The sisters said goodbye to Will and Samantha invited Adelaide to play cards after dinner. Her sister enthusiastically agreed, the last time she lost, so today she promised to win for sure. However, the elder sister could not lose, as she playfully informed the younger. The young man, returning to his room, abruptly closed the door and leaned on it, unbuttoning his shirt, which blocked off the curse aching on his body. Only after taking a couple of steps forward, his legs stopped holding his body. It seemed that he could finally relax, but still the pain did not give him peace. Will fell to the floor near the bed and cowered, enduring the pain emanating from the curse, at which time he was illuminated by the light coming from the window. Samantha was spinning around the mirror, posing, and couldn't stop admiring herself. Suddenly, in the reflection of the mirror, the girl saw, besides herself, another figure of a man looking at her in surprise. An awkward silence hung between them, and the Duke's close associate asked what the girl had just done. Samantha embarrassedly explained that in recent days it seemed to her that she had lost noticeably weight, so she looked at herself from head to toe from different angles. Her whole face turned red, and she even began to sweat because of embarrassment. When her father's servant said that the mistress had indeed become more stately, Samantha joyfully turned around and asked if she had imagined it after all. In the break between her studies and the practice of magic, she continued to carefully exercise and, thanks to, among other things, dieting, her belly shrank. All that was left from her past life was a difficult experience, but it only strengthened her willpower. But she still had room to lose weight. Still, she was aware that if you stood her next to Adelaide, she still looked quite massive. She thought about it. She was wondering what could help her lose weight. And then the Duke's servant said that he heard that horse riding and fencing also use a lot of muscles. Exactly. This was what was needed. The little girl thought that she could cope with both. She did not find it difficult. On the contrary, it was exciting and decided to ask her father. She joyfully thanked the servant for his help and advice, and waving goodbye to him, she ran away. The man, in turn, was also glad that he could help the daughter of his duke. The tables were set and filled with various delicacies and spices. Some ladies came to visit the Eldred family. A black-haired girl stutteringly thanked Mrs. Samantha for the invitation. The girl said that she should not thank them for agreeing to come to them for tea. Today Samantha was having a big tea party. When she said that she wanted to make friends, my mother suggested inviting our peers to a tea party. She thought that she could be calm because her mother carefully selected the girls so that they were from good families and had an appropriate reputation. But still the atmosphere was so tense. Considering the actions that the old Samantha had done, it would also take time to change her image. Even if so, she needed to make a good impression now, the girl thought. When Adelaide entered the conversation, she smiled sweetly and said that the sweets that her sister picked were very tasty. She said that Samantha wanted to please everyone and therefore put her soul into the choice. The eldest thanked Adelaide. Our little girl was very glad to see her sister's mercy and help her make a good impression. Samantha was already imagining that today would end in failure, but was rewarded by Adelaide's kindness, a tear forming in the corner of her eye. When the red-haired girl, who had previously remained unnoticed, spoke up, she asked Mistress Samantha if she had settled the previous quarrel with Mistress Adelaide. The Duke's eldest daughter turned sharply at the voice coming from the side and looked at him. In front of her stood a girl in a turquoise dress with red hair. As far as she remembered, it was Mrs. Vanessa from the Marquise Follet family. The girl explained that the girl was arguing with her sister for all sorts of reasons and made her the object of ridicule from others. Adelaide was alarmed and wanted to answer the young mistress, but she was blocked by Samantha, who understood that Vanessa was wary of her, from which she herself answered the question posed by saying that, rather, she did not settle the quarrel, but apologized and was forgiven by Adelaide. Samantha explained that she admits that she used to be jealous of her sister, which is why she constantly did really low things. And Adelaide, in turn, forgave her with all her sins, and she will appreciate it, the elder finished. Her sister was flattered. Then the green-eyed miss nodded understandingly, accepting this answer, and said that in that case, she was glad that they had come to reconciliation. Both sisters were surprised, and their eyes widened. They did not expect it to end so quickly. Vanessa said that if Mistress Adelaide forgave her, then there was no problem. She could think about her behavior and work on what she felt was necessary to improve, which is what human life is about. After expressing her thoughts on this matter, the red-haired girl picked up the pasta and, taking a bite, said that it was indeed very tasty, and that the other girls should try it too. The girls who arrived happily obeyed Vanessa and took pasta from the trays. The black-haired girl, a little embarrassed, said that it was delicious. Samantha didn't believe it at first, but was still glad to hear it. Vanessa, looking at the pasta, asked Samana in which store she bought them, and the heroine replied that her father brought them from a neighboring city. Adelaide, who was watching from the side, was incredibly happy that people had finally begun to open up to her sister, and now she was not lonely. At the end of the tea party, Samantha ran up to the red-haired girl and called her name so that she would turn around. Our girl thanked Vanessa for today and wondered if she specifically asked about everything in front of everyone, to which she received a question in response that the girl did not seem to understand what she was being asked about. It was then that Samantha realized that the girl in front of her was truly a wonderful person, and, if this were possible, she would like to be friends with her. That's what she did. Embarrassed, the girl loudly apologized and asked Vanessa if she could become her friend. At first, the girl was a little surprised, but then she looked at Samantha gently and said that she wouldn't mind. The heroine was happy she finally made her first friend in this world. She thanked Vanessa for this and invited her to come visit again. The green-eyed lady also invited Samantha to her place. At dinner, the girl loudly and joyfully announced that today she had made a friend. During this time, it was already clear how their relationship with the family had changed. The mother finally spoke. She congratulated her daughter and was happy for her. Samantha also thanked Adelaide for helping her a lot today, to which the girl replied that she had done nothing of the kind. The girl's father said that the teachers conveyed to him their joy for Samantha's success. They said that she was a conscientious and fast learner. The eldest daughter, of course, was pleased to hear this. The Duke also added that she had been doing well lately and smiled kindly. At that moment, all the girl's happiness could not be expressed in words. She was very happy and thanked her dad for such words. In addition, it was the first time she heard praise from her father, which caused tears to form in her eyes. She was so happy that she didn't even know what to do. Clenching her hands into fists, she brought them to her chest and said that in the future she would continue to try, and the Duke and his wife were happy about this. Outdoors in the garden of the house, Will was already standing next to the gardener and listening to him attentively. Samantha was crying with joy in her heart. She saw that Will was trying too. She wanted to praise and praise him. The fact is that since the beginning of last month, he sometimes helps the gardener. He listens carefully to what he is told and seems to prove himself a capable worker. He is praised by the gardener himself. Suddenly, Ul noticed a friend standing behind him, accompanied by a maid, and called her by name. Samantha was even glad that he noticed her, and the gardener, in turn, bowed and greeted the lady. The girl came closer to her friend and patted him on the head and said that he was a great fellow for trying so hard. Then, unexpectedly, the young man took out a yellow rose and handed it to Samantha, saying that this rose was intended for her. The gardener explained that it was a flower that Will himself had grown for the first time. He told him that he wanted to try for the sake of the young mistress. Samantha accepted the yellow rose and, smiling brightly, thanked Will. She was very, very pleased and said that she would take care of it. Hearing these words, the boy smiled joyfully but restrainedly, and his cheeks turned pink. Samantha was very happy. She was reborn in a healthy body, can study what she likes and make friends, and also lives surrounded by the people she loves. And then she thought that the happy, peaceful days would continue to last. The girl put the flower given by her friend in a vase and did not take her eyes off it, admiring the beauty of the rose. Will asked how it was that she was so happy about the flower, to which Samantha replied that it was the first gift she received from him. Papadanka didn't want him to wither, so she cast a super high preservation spell on him. Young Will was also pleased to watch his beloved friend rejoice and rejoice with her. When he asked if she would be even happier if he gave her a lot of gifts, Samantha said that, of course, she would. But still, she will be more glad that Will be healthy and happy, the girl added with a sweet smile. The young man was extremely surprised by this answer, and his eyes widened. Samantha turned her head towards Will, noticed her friend's condition, and asked what was wrong. Then, without really answering anything, the boy hugged the Savior's hand and laid his head on her shoulder, and said that everything was fine. However, it seemed to Samantha that Will had been feeling somewhat depressed lately every time she tried to find out something. He answered that everything was fine, but he even began to eat less. Looking at the young man's face, the girl told him that if something was wrong, he should definitely tell her. Although Will nodded his head in response, he still bothered Samantha with his behavior. Just the other day, she suggested that he meet with a doctor, but he was categorically against it, even though the girl decided not to put pressure on him anymore. But I still thought that it would be more correct to show him to a doctor in the coming days. But be that as it may, Samantha came to her scheduled magic classes. Her teacher asked correctly, and he remembers that the previous times they learned the magic of fire and water. The girl confirmed. Samantha has a large amount of magical power and seems to have a talent for magic in general. If she had taken it seriously in the novel, she would have been better off herself. However, it would be true to say that this was a waste of ability. Judging by what she learned in this world, about 30% of the population has magic. The main elements are fire, water, air, and earth. They manifest themselves in different proportions in a particular person, and it is important to start by recognizing which magic is better. The teacher said that today they would practice earth magic, although he mentioned that many daughters of aristocratic origin do not really like it. But Samantha definitely wanted to learn it, because this way she could help Will if she could skillfully handle earth magic. Closing the book, the teacher said that then they would immediately begin the lesson and began to explain the material. However, after a while, the teacher concluded that earth magic was not Samantha's strong point, but she herself understood this. On the one hand, she was very sorry, but it seemed that nothing could be done about it, so the girl simply exhaled humbly. Then, behind her, Samantha saw that among all the growing tulips there was one that had almost withered. She felt very sorry for him. He was the only one who was lethargic, and assuming that he was sick, Samantha wondered if he would feel better if he nourished the earth, but she didn't know if she could do it. Then the girl decided to take matters into her own hands and at least try, rather than think, and directed her magic towards the withering flower. The girl was very amazed that a very beautiful light appeared from somewhere, which she had not seen before, and the next moment, the lethargy of the flower began to pass and it rose, filling with a new scarlet color, as soon as the blossomed flower illuminated everything around it with light. The teacher, standing aside, was in outright shock and confusion, but the girl, who herself did not understand what had happened, asked him what it was. However, the old man, without really answering anything, suggested that Mrs. Samantha end today's lesson with this. The lady did not suspect what was happening, and also did not understand what she had just done, but still agreed with the teacher. So the professor ran away, or rather, tactfully quickly left, leaving the girl alone in confusion. Returning home, she received news that her father had suddenly called her to his place. Samantha had no idea what was going on. She was extremely worried that she could do something wrong again and be guilty. On the way to her father's office, the girl met her younger sister, who asked if she was going to her father. Samantha confirmed Adelaide's words and asked how she knew this. Then the youngest said that she had heard from the servants that there would be a celebration in her honor at dinner today, and they were ordered to prepare everything properly. The elder sister could not even imagine in honor of what and on what occasion a celebration could be organized, especially in her honor. Knocking on the door of her father's office, the girl hesitantly asked for cleaning and went inside. 3 men were waiting for her in the office: her father, his close servant, and the most unusual person, a magic teacher. Samantha was very stressed by the fact that even the teacher was here, and besides, the atmosphere seemed somehow heavy, not at all festive. Then the Count was the first to start a dialogue. He addressed his eldest daughter by name, in a rather serious and excited tone. Making sure that his daughter was listening to him attentively, he said that it was like the power of the goddess had awakened in her. Listening to this, Samantha, to put it mildly, was simply speechless. The man asked his daughter if she knew anything about this power, but the girl still couldn't find the words. The Duke continued. He said that they told him that today she healed a withered flower at lunch, and this is one of the forms of healing magic. But Samantha did not let him finish and asked him to wait. The girl could not believe what she had just heard. She should not have any goddess magic. She believed that there was some kind of mistake here. After all, as it was prescribed by history, this power had to awaken in the main character, Adelaide, and it should not happen that it awakened in her, the villainous character. The Duke asked the magic teacher to give this to his daughter, and the man, taking the pillow with the stone, nodded. He presented the pillow to Miss Samantha and asked her to put her magical power into the object on it. The girl understood that this would not lead to anything good. The line of the novel had already been decided, so she was very hesitant. But be that as it may, she could not resist her father's request and poured magical power into the stone. The teacher explained to everyone surprised in this room that this stone contained the unclean energy of the magic of the ruler of hell, and Mrs. Samantha had just cleansed it. The girl was actually disappointed with this outcome of events. She could not believe that this was all real. The teacher confirmed that this, without a doubt, was the magic of the goddess. No other type of magic was capable of this. Samantha looked at her hands in horror. She still needed time to accept what was happening, that she truly had the power of a goddess. The father said that he could not even think that such magic really lay hidden in her. The servant said that this was a very great virtue. The whole kingdom would bless her. However, Samantha alone was not happy about this. On the contrary, she was very creepy and scared that now the plot of the novel had been completely changed, and it all happened this way. The asshole didn't understand why the power had awakened in her. Was it really because she, the character, the villainess, had morally corrected herself? She couldn't even imagine what would happen to Adelaide now, whether the same power would awaken in her. The girl's worries were also added to by her father's statement that now Samantha would definitely be chosen as the bride of His Highness Louis. The Duke said that the goddess's magic was special. It was valued more than anything else. His Majesty would also probably nominate Samantha. Judging by what he had seen lately, he was sure that she would cope well with this role even now. But Samantha herself didn't try for this at all. She didn't even want to become the prince's wife instead of her sister. After all, if she becomes the bride, one is afraid that Louis and Adelaide will not be together, and thus everything may change. So Samantha was left standing in complete stupor and horror, not even imagining how she should even act in such a situation. After that situation, Samantha came to Will and just sat quietly, lost in her thoughts, while the boy wrote something. There was even a celebration last night to celebrate our heroine's awakening of the goddess's powers, even though she felt awkward during it. The girl thought that this was the first time she had seen her father so joyful. Apparently, this was the honor of producing a man who had the power of a goddess. In 2 weeks, a respected archbishop was returning from another country, and the plan was that he would validate the power that Samantha had. And then if it was determined that she actually had that power, it could really change everything. However, Samantha herself did various tests, and it seemed that she really had the power of the goddess. Who would have thought that the villain would take over the power of the main character? This would derail the original story. Now, the happy future of Adelaide, which the girl imagined for herself, will probably undergo changes. The engagement also weighed heavily on her shoulders, which made her wonder if she would be able to somehow avoid it until the goddess's power awakened in Adelaide. Or maybe it was because of her that her sister would never have the power. Suddenly, she was distracted from her thoughts by the boy next to her, who pulled her by the sleeve of her dress and asked if anything had happened to Samantha, because she looked extremely sad. Then the girl, without showing emotions, simply apologized for her behavior, saying that she was just thinking about something. But such an answer did not suit the young man at all. But as an understanding friend, he decided to tactfully remain silent on this matter. When suddenly he himself needed help, a sharp pain pierced his heart and Will gasped in pain, fear, and surprise. Samantha noticed this strange behavior and, seeing that the boy was holding his heart, asked in surprise if there was something wrong. The boy did not reveal all his cards, however, as he had done before, so he lied and said that he was just a little hungry. In response, the girl laughed sweetly. She left the table where they were sitting together and asked the young man to wait until she quickly went to dinner. All this time, Will tightly squeezed the place behind his heart and held back any sounds so as not to make Samantha worry. On the same day, the first prince arrived to visit the Eldred family, and the three of them had a tea party. Lewis said that he had heard that the power of the goddess had been discovered in Samantha. Adelaide answered him that she was very inspired by this event. She said that it was simply amazing. She was not surprised that it was her sister who had the power. And the elder herself sadly thought that initially this power should have awakened in her. Samantha, a little excitedly, said that perhaps it was some kind of misunderstanding. Her sister continued to remind her that she had cured the wilted flower and cleansed the crystal. She had no doubt that this was a misunderstanding. The prince agreed with Adelaide. Samantha was ready to burst into tears, but she kept the tears to herself. She really didn't understand what to do. And I couldn't find anything better to ask. How a person is chosen in whom the power of the goddess will awaken. Lewis replied that a girl is chosen who has such a beautiful heart, such rich blood of the kingdom, and such an abundance of magic that the goddess herself falls in love with this creature. Samantha was hooked by the words about a beautiful heart, not believing that this applies to her. The rumor has already spread throughout the country, and not to mention her blessing, people doubt whether everything is really like that. Apparently, Samantha's notoriety is widespread among people, but the woman understood that this was not unfounded. The family of Counts Eldred is a famous family with a long history. In addition, she understood that many people also possess a large amount of magical power, because even the old Samantha had inclinations in magic. Even Adelaide was like an angel, who was undoubtedly loved by the goddess, and by God himself, so of course the strength in her would awaken, whether her heart was beautiful. That was what was in doubt. Then the girl asked if the power of the goddess could awaken in only one person, to which Lewis answered in the negative. He heard that there were cases several hundred years ago when the power awakened in several people. However, after that for a long time, this did not happen again. This information made the girl very happy that she could not contain her emotions, that initially she did not even believe what was said. Then she even calmed down. But if a person is not necessarily alone, then she turned out to be just an anomaly, Samantha reasoned, and Adelaide, in accordance with the novel, also has a high chance of awakening the force. But if her power is revealed only in the future, then in that case, she and Lewis will probably already be engaged. These thoughts did not give the poor girl peace for a second, which her sister noticed and told the prince that Samantha must have been confused. Lewis said that she could be understood. After all, they were not talking about a huge force that could lead the country into shock. Then Adelaide decided to change the subject and told her sister that she had brought her favorite sweets. Samantha did not understand why her sister was doing this. After her announcement, the little girl walked away from the veranda, which raised many questions from her older sister. But only when she looked back in front of her did she realize that Adelaide had left her and Lewis alone again. And she guessed that Lewis must also have realized that there was a high chance that she would become the bride, which made her feel awkward when she thought about it. Raising a mug of tea to her mouth, she thought that Adelaide, not her, would be the best candidate for the first prince. But then Lewis called out to her. The girl answered in fear, and then His Highness asked if she would mind going for a walk with him next weekend. The girl did not understand the intentions, and she became interested in what kind of place it was that the prince wanted to visit. She did not understand why the prince invited her. But be that as it may, she could not refuse the crown prince. Therefore, smiling sweetly, she said that she would not mind. The prince humbly thanked his interlocutor. But then Samantha asked the question, when Adelaide returns, they will ask her this too. The young man was surprised. He smiled slyly, holding back his laughter, which was clear from his trembling lips. And he explained to the young lady that he was not going to invite Miss Adelaide for a walk. The girl did not understand what this meant. Then the prince, smiling softly, continued, saying that he would like to go for a walk only with her, with Miss Samantha. The girl looked at him with round eyes. She couldn't understand why the prince did this, and why he only needed her company. Already at home, when they took the prince, Samantha told her sister about what had happened, and she immediately joyfully explained to her that it was an invitation to a date. The heroine's eyes became smaller than 5 cents. She asked if she had heard the word correctly, and Adelaide confirmed that this was undoubtedly the case. Samantha thought about it in her past life. She had never had any relationships with boys, so it didn't even occur to her that she might be invited on a date. Indeed, she didn't really think much under such circumstances. A walk together could be nothing more than a date, the girl thought, while her sister was happy that her charm had amazed even Mr. Lewis. But Adelaide also noticed that Samantha was not very happy because her feelings for the prince had changed, and having said her assumption, she heard in response that everything was not quite like that. It was about something else, but the younger sister did not press the older one and peacefully obeyed her. However, Samantha herself had many thoughts in her head that needed to be resolved, so she looked rather worried. After several seconds of thought, the girl finally decided on what she had planned and called Adelaide, who immediately drew attention to her sister. Samantha put her hands on her sister's shoulders and, looking clearly into her eyes, asked seriously what she thought about His Highness Lewis. Adelaide did not understand what her sister meant by her question. Then the girl expressed herself more correctly. She was wondering what she thought about him as a representative of the male gender. The younger sister was quite surprised by this question, so she was in a stupor for some time, after which, with a smile on her face, she quickly replied that she didn't think anything special about the prince. At this point, her sister was already worried in a slightly trembling voice. She asked if he was her type at least a little, or if she at least thought a little about him. But the answer was bright and blinding, just like Adelaide herself. A short but deadly no. There was an awkward silence, or rather, it was a complete collapse of the plot, and Samantha's confusion in the face of the unknown. She didn't understand why everything was turning out this way, because by this time her sister should have already developed the corresponding feelings. But, in reality, everything happened completely differently than in the novel. That the trapped woman could not believe that it was all because of her. Adelaide was still wonderful and reminded me that I needed to start preparing for the date next week and asked me to let her choose the dress. Samantha thanked her sister for her help, but her face said completely the opposite, although she was happy that Adelaide was so lovely today. But now there are not just a pile of problems, there were only them. The trapped girl really didn't understand what she needed to do, so out of despair she simply hugged her sister like a soft animal in order to somehow calm down. The estate of the family of the Marquis of Follett, Samantha arrived at a tea party with her friend and told her about the incident that happened with the prince. Vanessa immediately caught the essence and was glad that she was invited to a secret date. However, Samantha herself was still not sure that this was not just an invitation for a walk, but a real date. But Vanessa saw the whole situation from the outside and concluded that this, of course, was a date. She explained that His Highness Lewis would not invite a girl just like that. Today, Samantha had tea with Mrs. Vanessa from the Marquise's family, with whom she became friends at a recent tea party, and although our heroine was nervous because it was her first meeting alone with a friend who has a sincere character, she found it easy to communicate and they were having a really good time. But then Vanessa noticed that her new friend was not very happy about this and could understand her. It was a great honor for her. But Samantha said that she thought that there were more suitable options for Mr. Lewis. For example, Adelaide. The girl held her cheeks and blushed and said that besides, she understood that it would be difficult, given her status. But she dreamed of getting married, falling in love like everyone else, to love and be loved. Such words from her new friend extremely puzzled Vanessa, and even surprised her. She had never thought about Samantha in this way, not thinking that she was so sweet. What she basically told her new friend was that Mistress Samantha was much nicer than she had expected. Vanessa said that she thought this was wonderful, because Samantha correctly noted that among aristocrats, most marriages are of convenience, but there are also marriages of love. Her family could serve as an equally striking example. Here Samantha really thought about it, and said that, indeed, now that Vanessa reminded her of this, she remembered that it was so. The previous Duchess, Samantha's own mother, died immediately after giving birth. But soon the Duke fell in love with the Baron's daughter, who is now his wife, and then Adelaide was born to the couple, from which one could guess where Samantha's anger came from. The red-haired girl said that she would pray that someday her friend, Mistress Samantha, would meet a wonderful person. The girl shyly thanked Vanessa, and then the green-eyed friend, covering her mouth with her hand, asked Samantha to be the first to tell her about him. Our heroine laughingly promised this. The next morning came, and Samantha was slightly worried as she remembered that the day had finally come, while Jenna skillfully braided her mistress's hair. Having finished putting beauty on her head, the personal maid told Mrs. Samantha that she looked perfect and very charming. Our heroine thanked Jenna and asked her today, when Will was distracted, to put into action the strategy they talked about the other day. The girl nodded. And the other day, Samantha called a doctor to the house twice, but apparently because of fear, Will locked himself in the room both times. But today she called the doctor without informing her, and would like him to examine Will, even if it would be against his will. The girl was worried about him, and although she was sorry, there was nothing left but to take extreme measures, and she really would have wanted to be with him at this moment. But the doctor could only come on the day when she had plans. After the girl came away from her thoughts, she said goodbye to Jenna, saying that she would be leaving. But the maid told the girl to be careful. After Louis came to pick up Samantha, they watched the now popular opera together at the theater and are now eating delicious dishes in a gourmet restaurant. All this time, the prince behaved amazingly like a gentleman and showed so much attention to detail that they both enjoyed their time together. How did the young prince decide to ask whether tomorrow should be the day when the expert would give his verdict in the temple? Samantha, lowering her head, said that everything was so, but wanted to honestly admit that since that very day she had never used the power of the goddess. Finally, tomorrow in the temple, the respected archbishop must make a decision. All this time she pretended that she could not use the power of the goddess, but she was afraid that she would not be able to deceive him, who had special power. The girl was upset that she never came up with a way that would help her avoid this. She again tried to find information about the power of the goddess, but besides the fact that with her help you can cleanse something from dark magic, use healing magic and heal wounds, she didn't find out anything. But by the way, she read how you can use healing magic with reading the prayer. The prince continued to develop the dialogue and asked whether her companion needed more bread, but Samantha, thanking her for the offer, refused. She was following a diet. Then the prince said rather strange words that were like a feeling of déjà vu. He said that the girl was lovely, as she is now. Samantha was very surprised by her vision. Not only did these words bring her home to Will, but it also seemed to her that Louis was very similar to her rescued friend. Now she realized that Will had said the same words to her, but besides, she even thought for a moment that they were similar, even though they had a completely different aura. The girl thanked her interlocutor for the compliment, because in any case, she thought, unlike Will's sincerity, she could be sure that Louis was just being kind. Then His Highness reminded that the Duke would not be happy if he brought Samantha too late and asked if it was time for them to leave. The girl agreed. Coming out of the restaurant, the young man went to say something to their coachman, and at that time the girl heard a child's cry behind her and turned around. Indeed, a little boy was sitting not far from her, whom the adults walked around and cried bitterly. Then Samantha ran up to him, asking if he was okay. Wiping tears from his eyes, the boy said that he was in pain. Then the woman immediately noticed a large abrasion on his knee. The Duke's eldest daughter looked around, making sure he wasn't attracting attention, and she began to heal the young man's knee with her acquired power of the goddess. The boy began to calm down, watching the miracles. Samantha smiled sweetly and said that now everything was in order. The surprised boy was happy and asked what his sister had done to his knee. Then the girl, pressing her index finger to her lips and smiling brightly, said that it was a secret, yet she could not be told that she had such power. The crown prince watched all this action and smiled peacefully. He was happy, but he was more attracted by the sweetness, kindness, and aura that emanated from the girl. So they arrived at the house of the Eldred family, and the prince, helping the girl out of the carriage, said that he really enjoyed spending time with Miss Samantha and thanked her for the company. The girl said that she should have thanked Louis, to which the guy asked if he could still invite her. A little shy, the girl, placing her hand on her chest, said that of course the prince could invite her. However, she liked the time spent more than she could imagine. Waving goodbye to the departing carriage, she thought that Louis really was a good person and hoped that he could be together with Adelaide as soon as possible. Having entered home, Samantha first came to Jenna and said that she had returned and asked if anything strange had happened. But she was interrupted. Suddenly, her speech was interrupted by her younger sister, who ran to her as fast as she could and called her elder sister by name. Adelaide put her hands on her knees to let herself catch her breath, and at this time, Samantha frantically and worriedly asked her what had happened. The younger sister raised her head up. Her cheeks were flushed, and tears flowed from her eyes. Stuttering and stuttering, she tried to say something about Will. After listening to the whole story, through her sister's sobs, Samantha fell into a stupor. The boy was lying on the bed, his face clearly showing that he was suffering from a fever caused by the curse. Running into the room, the girl saw him in a sad state as soon as possible and asked the doctor what had happened. Then the doctor told the little Duchess that when he came for the examination, Will was already in this condition. The girl could not believe it, because just yesterday everything was normal. The doctor said that it was impossible to predict how the curse would continue to develop, especially if it was so strong. But judging by everything that he could observe now, the man concluded that he had endured until the last. This phrase stuck in her heart, growing into a huge lump of guilt. Then the girl turned sharply at the doctor, hesitantly, but with hope. She said that if she bought holy water again, then... But she did not finish this phrase, because she saw the expression on the man's face. He regretfully said that holy water only alleviated the condition. He was afraid that the curse had spread, so the water would most likely no longer be effective. Bitter tears of sadness and resentment appeared in the girl's eyes, and she asked what she should do then. The man just lowered his head and said that there was nothing more they could do, but Samantha refused to believe it. She approached the young man and looked at him almost crying, still unable to accept that this was really happening. Will had been lying unconscious for a whole day, and one could tell from his face that he was getting worse. Samantha had already tried all the methods, even gave him holy water, but there was no use. She seemed to realize she could only wait. Yesterday, before leaving, the doctor told her that curses are very difficult to fight, and asked her not to reproach herself so much. She took the sleeping guy by the hand, yet she was sure that he was hiding it with all his might, just because he didn't want her to worry. Tears formed in her eyes, and she asked him for forgiveness for her inattention. When there was a knock on the door, Jenna entered the room. She said that tomorrow her mistress would need to go to the temple. Mr. Duke said that everything should be ready and as soon as possible. Jenna worriedly told Samantha that she was worried about her mistress's condition because she had not eaten since yesterday. The girl apologized for making her worry. Samantha understood that she wouldn't change anything by being here, but she still didn't want to leave Will alone. Jenna saw how depressed her mistress was, and deciding to cheer her up, said that she brought her a book about the temple, which Mr. Duke asked her to read, as well as a snack, because she could occupy herself with reading here. Wiping tears from the corners of her eyes, Samantha smiled sweetly and thanked her maid for her help and support. Our heroine looked extremely tired, but she still took up the book. Opening it, she was greeted by the rules of greeting, walking within the walls of the temple, and much more. Suddenly, Samantha's attention was caught by one of the passages. It just talked about the power of the goddess. She read that the first ruler was saved precisely by this magic. The king, struck by the curse of the evil dragon, was healed by the power of the goddess. These lines greatly surprised the girl. Now, looking at her friend struggling with the curse, she understood that the power of the goddess also acted on curses and found hope. In the end, she read the entire book, but still couldn't find how to use this magic, so she could only try to do it herself. Samantha decided to pretend that it was healing magic. First, she decided to let the magical power spread, and then she would pray for Will's curse to disappear. Samantha's face clenched with unpleasant sensations. Her whole body seemed to be on fire and terribly painful. The curse from Will's body flowed onto the girl's hands and immediately disappeared, which is why she felt this burning sensation. Now she understood for sure that Will had been enduring such acute pain all this time. Samantha decided to save him, no matter what the cost. But in the meantime, cloudy drops of tears formed in her eyes, but she continued to spread magic, sharing Will's pain. Although little by little, Will's curse began to weaken, the girl was glad that the effect really did exist. Samantha didn't know how long she would have, because she still hadn't learned how to handle this magic. But in any case, she had no choice anymore. She could only pray and spread her magic. She looked at Will sadly again and again. She was overwhelmed by waves of regret, but still she wanted him to wake up and called him. The girl remembered, or rather the happiest moments with Will flashed before her eyes. How he ate for the first time, how he followed her tales and worried, how joyful he was when he first gave the girl a rose. She wanted Will to be happy and asked God to help her. The next morning, the girl woke up in her bed, but barely opened her eyes. In front of her, she saw a worried sister in Jenna, whose eyes were wet. That's right. Now she started to remember because she was trying to free Will from the curse, and it seems that this was her limit. As if in an instant, the girl's eyes widened. Exactly, Will. She suddenly jumped out of bed and asked what was wrong with Will. Adelaide replied that he was sleeping. It seemed that he was already feeling better. Tears formed in the girl's eyes as she could not believe that it was all over. Samantha was very glad that it was finally over and that she had gotten over it. However, her younger sister, crying, became angry and screamed at her sister, saying that there was nothing to be happy about because Samantha used the power of the goddess to heal Will. Adelaide was angry and indignantly asked her sister how much power it took to lose consciousness. She wondered if she thought it was very dangerous. However, Samantha understood why Adelaide was angry. The teacher also told her that in general she should be extremely careful because magical exhaustion was very dangerous, and she apologized to her sister. Even though, the girl thought, she still doesn't know how to handle this power, but even now it became clear to her how strong she was. Then another snag appeared, and the girl asked if her father knew anything. Adelaide, putting her hand on her heart, said that her father knew nothing. Jenna ran straight to her as soon as she found her, so the Duke knew nothing. The father was told that Samantha was simply not feeling well, and they had not yet told anyone about Will's condition. Otherwise, everyone would have known that the eldest was using power. Tears of joy flowed from Samantha's eyes. She could not even think that she, being such an honest girl, had done such a thing, and even in secret from her father. Adelaide, in turn, asked her sister to promise her that she would no longer do anything dangerous. Samantha promised her sister this and apologized for making her worry. The girl also thanked Jenna for her help in this matter, to which the maid said that there was nothing to thank her for. When the maid remembered and reminded the girl that it was time for her to prepare for going to the temple, Mr. Duke was supposed to arrive soon. Adelaide said that Samantha need not worry about Will. She will look after him. The older sister again thanked the younger for literally everything. And after that she hugged her peacefully, thinking to herself that Adelaide was a real angel, and that as soon as she returned, she would immediately go to Will. And now they are already driving back to the house with their father. Who would have thought that everything would turn out exactly like this? And everything happened an hour ago. The Archbishop, checking the heroine, said that she had some trace of the goddess's power, but there was practically no magical power. Samantha was surprised. She didn't understand why this was happening, because she hadn't even come up with a way to get rid of it all. The father was alarmed. He said that his daughter had definitely accomplished purification, to which the Archbishop said that the color of the goddess's magical power was special and clearly visible, but not quite, and asked her if she had lost it. Then it dawned on Samantha that it was all because she spent all her strength on healing Will. She said loudly that this was not the case. The man said that he did not say that the goddess did not have the strength in the girl. She was just extremely weak. He believed that if the girl accumulated more magical power, she would be able to heal small wounds. Duke Eldred was extremely shocked by this statement, but Samantha was internally rejoicing. Although already on her way home, she realized how a little ashamed she was. But she was more glad that everything had turned out this way. Now she could only wait for the power of the goddess to manifest itself in Adelaide. Returning home, the girl immediately came to Will's room, screaming loudly that he had woken up. She quickly flew up to the young man and hugged his head tightly. She thanked God for helping her and Will. Letting go of the guy, she put her hand on his shoulder and wanted to ask if he had anything else hurting. But suddenly, Samantha's eyes widened. The same Will was sitting in front of her, but his eyes were golden in color. The girl remembered what Jenna told her, that golden eyes were proof that a person was of royal blood, but she didn't understand why he had those too. The young man's eyes boldly observed the expression on the girl's face, and not only were they there, they literally shone and glowed with gold. Samantha reached out to the boy's face and, amazed by this fact, asked why he had such eyes. She understood that there could be no mistake here. Lewis's eyes were exactly the same color. She asked if the young man in front of her was the second prince. The boy pursed his lips and his shoulders trembled. Still looking at Will, she could not believe what she was seeing, that all this was true, because they were connected only by a curse. But since in the novel, Samantha and the second prince were not in contact, Because of this, she didn't even think that everything could turn out like this. But now everything definitely fits. They say that the eyes are susceptible to magical power, which means they became dark because of the curse. Even then, there was a feeling that Will hated Louis. He seemed to harbor a grudge against him. The girl couldn't believe that he had been fighting such feelings all this time because of Louis. Then, cautiously, the girl decided to ask the young man whether he knew about his origin originally. Will wept. In the novel, the second prince's past was truly terrible. Just the thought of what Will had to go through made our heroine's heart break. Tears flowed from her eyes. She said that he had been through so much and apologized for not realizing it. Tears welled up in Will's own eyes. He pursed his lips, but his eyes and facial expression spoke louder than words. So the two of them, both unhappy people, exhausted from their past lives, hugged each other and burst into tears. After a while, the boy, clutching the dress on Samantha's shoulder, apologized for not telling her about this earlier. But the girl understood that Will could not do otherwise and said that everything was fine, because he did this because he had no choice. After all, if someone found out that he was alive, he would be in danger. He did not tell Samantha that he was the second prince in order to survive. Immediately, the boy confessed. He said that William Percival was his real name. The girl repeated the name Will out loud. Now she definitely remembered this name from the novel, which is why the burden on her soul seemed to become greater. William asked, seeing Samantha's mood and expression, if she liked him now. But Samantha quickly cast aside her sorrows and, spreading her arms in different directions, told him to say something like that again. For her, he was still the same Will as he was before. She didn't care what his origin was. William's eyes lit up and his cheeks were flushed. He didn't expect that he would be received so warmly in real life and was very happy. Having hugged the girl tightly, tears had already formed in her eyes. He buried his head in her chest and began to say something, but Samantha did not hear it. After she asked again, the young man's cheeks flushed even more than before, and tears flowed from his eyes, and he said that he liked Samantha and liked him very much. Tears accumulated in the corners of the girl's eyes, and her face acquired a noticeable blush when William said that he wants to be with her always. Placing her hand on the young man's head, she smilingly said that she also liked him very much, and she promised that she would never leave him. Samantha believed that she had to protect Will. She could not allow him to repeat his fate from the novel. She wiped a tear from the young man's golden eyes and told him that they had to keep his origins a secret from others. Now they had to be more careful than before. After all, if others find out that it was she who cured William, they will immediately understand about the use of the goddess's power, and then the question of their engagement to Louis will be raised again. Samantha told Will to try not to show himself to other people and asked him to promise her this. The boy said that he understood her. However, and Samantha realized that it would be extremely difficult to hide him from others, she realized that she had to be persistent. The guy noticed changes in the girl's facial expressions and called her by name. Samantha twitched in surprise. Pressing her fist to her chest, the girl smiled and said that William didn't have to worry about anything. However, the young man's face showed that he was sad to see Samantha in such a state, but he did not say anything. Already sitting at the dressing table before going to bed, Samantha was thinking about the fact that she had absolutely no idea what to do. She wondered what the royal family thought about Will, but she didn't think that they would easily take him back since he wasn't sick anymore, and they were planning to kill him. And if the others find out that they continued to hide the second prince here, they will blame not only our heroine, but also her entire family. The girl grabbed her head in despair, but she just wanted Will to be happy. She collected her thoughts and realized that too much had happened today, and now it was better for her to rest and think about everything else tomorrow. And, in turn, William could not fall asleep. All the thoughts in his head were occupied by Samantha, and he wanted to see her. Even if this meeting was not long, he got out of bed and put on his beret. Samantha gave him this beret earlier in the day, with the words that he should wear it for now and try not to leave the room. Walking towards Samantha's room, the young man heard behind the door that someone was discussing his beloved. He heard that Samantha had used all the available power of the goddess to save him. The guy's eyes widened. He stopped and looked through the gap. The discussion took place between Adelaide and Jenna. The latter just confirmed the words spoken earlier, and the younger sister said that her whole life depended on this power. Gina didn't understand why she didn't tell everyone the truth, and Adelaide was talking about how she had willfully used the power of the goddess, and even on that boy, and not only her sister, but also their father would bear responsibility for this. Tears formed in her eyes. Of course, she said, Samantha is not stupid, and will definitely not allow such an outcome. Before she could become a queen who would be loved by all the people, her sister was indignant. Now the guy understood the situation in his own way and realized that even though Samantha smiled at him, saying that everything was fine, but in reality she had problems because of him. The guy sat behind the door, hugging his knees, and listened to the conversations for a long time and thought about how he should correct the situation and help Samantha. He didn't want her to hate him. He wanted to help her in the future, to become a loved one for her. When he remembered the words said by the girl that she was waiting for a prince who would be destined only for her, the word prince seemed to dawn on William. He confidently rose from the stone floor, took off his beret, and deciding to act, headed somewhere. Morning came. Samantha walked quickly towards Will, thinking that she had slept for a very long time and referred to the fatigue that had accumulated during this time. The girl opened the door slightly, flew into the opening, and, smiling brightly, began immediately with an apology for sleeping for a long time, but could not finish this phrase. And the whole point was that she was struck by what she saw in front of her. Her dear Will was being combed and dressed by some 2 maids, and he, in turn, did not even hide the color of his eyes. Samantha looked at the second prince in surprise and did not understand whether she was still sleeping or whether everything was really happening. She was wondering why he was wearing such a suit, and the others were not at all surprised by his real eye color. The young man called out to Samantha, and she seemed to come to her senses, but she was still scared and anxious. So Will also decided to finish her off. He said in a completely calm tone, and very casually, that he would go to the royal castle. This information turned Samantha's whole world upside down. She pressed her fist to her chest and asked what it meant. The girl could not understand what could have happened in just one night. She could not even move because of the shock and confusion she was in. The young man took her hands, bringing her to her senses, looked into her eyes, and called her by name. In all seriousness, he said that he wanted to become a prince. The girl simply did not have the words to answer when the young man said that this is why he was going to go to the royal castle. Samantha pulled one of her hands away and, placing it on her chest, shouted that it was too risky. She was worried that something would happen to him. However, William was calm. His face did not express any emotion. He said that he would be fine. Samantha realized that he seemed to have already made up his mind, even though yesterday he had agreed with her and how they would proceed. When her father, the Duke of Eldrith, came into Will's room and called Samantha, the girl tensed. The eldest daughter turned to her father in surprise. How the Duke got ahead of his daughter's worries by saying that she shouldn't worry, that he would be next to His Highness, and they would only go to the royal castle in half a year. Samantha still didn't understand what was going on here. She stepped back. Her legs became weak. She did not understand what was happening here and why her father and Will were talking about the same thing. William hugged her from behind and apologized. It didn't end very happily, and Celine fainted from stress, after which the 3 of them met and the father asked his daughter how she was feeling. A little worried, she raised her fist to her chest and said that everything was fine with her, and she asked for forgiveness for what happened recently. Will and I sat next to each other on the same couch and held hands. The guy looked guiltily at the floor, and the girl thought about him. The Duke said that last evening, His Highness William came to his room and told him not only about himself, but also that Samantha saved him with her goddess power, and also added that he would like to continue to live like the second prince. Samantha called out to Will again, but her father continued. He said that he was honestly very surprised. He did not think that the orphan would turn out to be His Highness the Prince. But seeing his eyes, the Duke continued, he was absolutely convinced that Will was a prince. Then the girl realized that her father had already found out about her lies. She abruptly jumped off the sofa and bowed to her father and asked for his forgiveness. She apologized for hiding from him and the respected archbishop the fact that she used the power of the goddess. She understood that she was threatened with punishment for such a reckless act. William called out to Samantha, who bowed her head, but the girl was now thinking that she still did not regret saving Will. The father told his daughter to raise her head as she said her action was reckless, but this is what saved His Highness. At the conclusion of his speech, the Duke added that this time he would turn a blind eye to this act. The man said he could understand why she lied to him and suggested that maybe he just didn't deserve her trust. Samantha's eyes shone. She felt very warm at heart that her father spoke so much about her and forgave her for her transgression. But he also advised that next time be sure to tell him everything, because these would not only be her problems. The girl said that she was very sorry. She was surprised that her father was so happy about the fact that she had the power of a goddess that she did not even think that he would forgive her so easily, because her father had mixed feelings for Samantha. He asked his daughter again if she had the power of a goddess and humbly received a positive answer. The Duke said that problems would arise if others found out that his daughter had deceived Mr. Archbishop, because his power within the walls of the temple was equal to His Majesty, and they would have to hide this further. The girl breathed out a sigh of relief. She thought that it turned out that her engagement to Louis would never happen. The Duke also said that the responsibility for protecting His Highness would lie with him, so he would take him to the royal castle, because if their family was the patron, then Will would not be in any danger. Samantha thought that the influence of the Duke's family Eldred would enough. After all, if you start acting now, then there was a chance that others would find out about her power. So for the next 6 months, His Highness would hide with them, and then they would make it look like the curse lifted itself. The girl said that she understood and thanked her father. After all, if everyone knew about this, it would not be easy for her father. The girl began to reproach herself. Slightly upset, she asked what would happen next. She was just sure that if Will returned to the royal castle, he would completely forget about them. She thought that they would not be able to see him at all. The couple returned to the room and sat down on the sofa again. Then William apologized to the girl for taking action without consulting her. Samantha, smiling, said that he did not need to apologize because it was his life after all, and besides, his father agreed to help him. The girl thought that Will would have a hard time in the castle. As the second prince, he would study a lot to make up for everything he had lost. He might also be prejudiced against because of the curse and upbringing, and now she didn't know what would happen next since the course of events has changed so much. Like here, looking into the eyes of sad Samantha, William said that everything would be okay, that he would not give up. Now Samantha was wondering how she could be sad when Will was so positive. And then she decided to ask the young man why he decided to return to the castle so abruptly. The boy said something about her. Samantha asked what it meant for her sake, but William told the girl to forget about it. The little girl didn't understand anything. When William abruptly hugged Samantha and asked her if she would forget him, the girl was surprised. But she immediately sweetly replied that she would write him a lot of letters and ask permission to meet. In response, Will hooted. Samantha also said that there was still 6 months before he left for the castle, and suggested that until then, they spend as much time as possible together. A blush formed on the young man's cheeks. He was pleased with this outcome of events and agreed with the proposal. He said that he liked Samantha very much, and he would always like only her. He asked if she had the same feelings. Samantha, smiling sweetly in Will's face, said that everything was exactly like that. All this they promised each other on their little fingers, that they would always, always like each other. And now, a week has passed since that day. My father ordered eye drops from a neighboring country that can cover the color of Will's eyes, but otherwise everything was the same. Only the treatment of Will changed. He was given a larger room and assigned servants whom he selected father. So they again gathered in the usual company, and Adelaide enthusiastically said that she was very surprised, saying that who would have thought that Will would turn out to be a prince? Samantha agreed with her sister. The elder sister patted the young man on the head and said that when she remembered that they only had half a year left, she felt very sad. This was clearly noticed. Both sisters experienced these feelings. Samantha thought that now nothing should have interfered with Adelaide. Unlike the events of the novel, she and Will would never harm her. Although he still harbored a grudge against Louis, the girl considered it her responsibility to change. When Jenna entered the room and announced that Mr. Duke was calling Mistress Samantha, Samantha asked again in surprise. She was interested in why her father called her. She arrived quite quickly. The Duke was waiting for her near the closed door and said that it seemed that His Highness Louis wanted to talk with her alone. Samantha gave her father a surprised expression and her usual E at the end of sentences. The girl carefully opened the door behind her father and walked inside. In front of her, on the sofa, Prince Louis was sitting. He asked for forgiveness for his sudden arrival, but said that he had urgent business that he needed to ask the girl about. Samantha sat down on the sofa opposite His Highness and said that there was nothing wrong with it. But in her thoughts, she was talking about how awkward she was now because of Will. She was wondering what he wanted to know. Then the prince drank tea from a snow-white mug with a gold rim and, putting the dishes on the table, asked why he had deceived everyone. Samantha's face was still the same. With subtitles, she gave the prince a surprised expression and her usual E at the end of a sentence, after which she apologized and said that she did not understand what he was talking about. Then Louis corrected his question correctly and asked why she hid that she had the power of a goddess. That's what he was interested in, the prince said with an irritated look. He said that he saw with his own eyes the stone that she cleaned, as well as the child whose wound she healed during their walk. His Highness said that he simply could not believe that Samantha had no power, which he told her. The girl nervously squeezed the fabric of her dress. She didn't know that Louis had seen everything, but she said that her strength reserves were simply very limited, and her strength was barely enough to heal even a small abrasion. She said that even the Archbishop himself said that she had strength. She's almost gone. An awkward silence hung between the young people. Samantha didn't know what to do. It didn't look like he would harm her, but she didn't have any more evidence. What was more important, the girl first looked up and then straightened up, after which she apologized and asked why the prince was so angry. The young man in bewilderment answered the question with his own question. He asked if he looked angry. Samantha answered positively. Louis was usually gentle and calm, but now he was tense. The young man put his hand to his heart and said that Samantha was right. He was nervous. He admitted that he felt hurt by the thought that Samantha lied to him about her strength because she didn't want to come out to him. The girl went cold. Samantha worriedly waved her hands in different directions, saying that everything was not like that at all. However, if you think about it this way, the girl realized that he was right about this. But then she began to worry about the question of why it bothered him so much. Our dear little girl didn't understand people at all. Louis, squeezing the fabric of his trousers, asked Samantha if he was unpleasant to her. However, Samantha denied this. She said that she considered him a wonderful person. After all, he was kind, even to the previous Samantha, and this already said a lot. His Highness said that he was glad to hear it. Looking at the sweetly smiling prince, Samantha's heart began to beat faster, and she even thought that her heart could not stand it. Then the Crown Prince said that since everything turned out this way, he would tell his father that he wanted to marry not her, Miss Samantha. The girl's eyes widened, and she asked what he meant. Louis said that the power of the goddess in this case did not matter, and he did not like Samantha. The hit and miss was overtaken by an immeasurable shock. She did not understand why everything was happening this way, because she had not done anything that could hook the Crown Prince. Excitedly and fearfully, the girl asked the guy why she was his choice, to which Louis replied that the girl was lovely, and she gave the prince a surprised expression and her usual E at the end of the sentence. Louis continued. He said that he could not take his eyes off her beautiful smile, and her, in general, he liked that she was open and purposeful. A noticeable blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, or rather, her whole face turned red and she gasped in surprise. Samantha did not expect that he liked so many things about her, and she rarely heard such things from men, that now she could not calm down, and lowered her head in embarrassment. The heir to the throne said that his mother always told him that if he liked someone, he did not need to look for serious reasons to justify his feelings. Shyly, Samantha replied that she understood him. But she also said that the power of the goddess could also awaken in Adelaide. But the prince, laughing, said that this power does not just arise. Only one of our girls knew that the power in her younger sister would truly awaken. Then the prince asked the question again. He asked if she liked him, but the girl again denied this, saying that she simply did not think that she was suitable for him, Louis. She also found it difficult to imagine herself as a queen, so she said that she would like to marry the person she loved, realizing that it sounded stupid, given her title. But the prince was persistent and really fell in love with the girl, so for starters, smiling, he said that the girl was really very sweet. He got up from the sofa and, coming closer and bowing, he already said that then he would try to interest our heroine. The girl was surprised. Suddenly, the boy took a strand of the girl's hair with his hand and kissed her hair, and wished her all the best until they meet again. The little girl's face flushed. Her thoughts were one thing. Good God, how awkward. After saying goodbye to the prince, The girl returned to the room where Adelaide and William were already waiting for her, playing chess. The younger sister immediately congratulated her sister on her return, and Samantha herself came into the room on wobbly legs and with a red face. Her heart seemed to be bursting out of her chest. Adelaide asked what her father had to do with her, however. The woman did not want Will to know about their meeting with Lewis. Therefore, she sort of dropped the question, saying that the matter was trivial, nothing interesting. However, William, who was already next to Samantha and hugged her hand, seemed to guess something. From that day on, Lewis began to often come to Samantha, and William never left her side, and as usual, Adelaide was an angel. Half a year passed, just as quietly and peacefully, and the whole family gathered on the street to escort Will to the palace. But this day came too quickly. No one ever found out about his origins, and that it was Samantha who lifted the curse from him. It seems that luck was on their side. His father also agreed that Will would be accepted as a member of the royal family. Then Samantha said not to be with him, too demanding, and remember that he could always come back here. William, taking the girl by the hand, thanked Samantha for everything. He was glad that he met her. Tears formed in the girl's eyes. She was very sad that she didn't even know what to do or how to behave. She couldn't even prepare for this moment even in half a year. William's cheeks turned red, and he smiled and said that he liked her very much. The little girl answered the young prince in kind and asked him to be happy. At parting, William still looked through the glass at his beloved, but he knew that it would be better this way. After all, only by becoming a prince will he finally be able to make her his own as soon as possible. One morning, the girl asked Jenna if her father had returned yet, to which the maid replied that he had not yet. Looking out the window, the girl, smiling, simply said a short, understandable thing, and in the meantime, a month had already passed since William left. During all this time, they never contacted him, so she did not know how things were with him. Although Samantha was worried, she still tried to believe her father's words that everything was fine. Today, he had just been invited to the castle, so the girl hoped to definitely find out something today, but for now she decided to continue studying. She was sure that Will was working tirelessly. The time spent studying flew by unnoticed, and when the girl finished, she left the room and found her father returning and greeted him. The girl asked if everything was fine with Will, to which the Duke replied that the prince looked quite cheerful, said that he was now engaged in fencing and magic, and was studying a lot. Samantha was glad about this because, as she thought, Will tried very hard and assumed that he was treated well there too, since he was receiving a proper education. And then the girl asked her father when she could meet Will. The Duke remained silent, which made the little Duchess very wary, and she asked if everything was all right. After several minutes of thought, the man finally replied that she would no longer be able to meet His Highness William. The girl looked at her father in surprise and asked if she had heard him correctly. Samantha tried to find out what the father and king of this state meant by this, to which the father said that it would be more correct to say until he could not. He was told that it would be better if no one came to him, so it would be easier to hide him from others. The girl worriedly asked if he had not been accepted as the second prince, to which the father, answering positively, explained that the existence of His Highness would be announced after he came of age. The man thought that they would only be able to see him when he turned 18. Samantha couldn't believe it. She thought it was because there had already been an attempt on his life, and he didn't receive a proper education. Then the father, seeing his daughter's depressed state, said that they promised to take good care of him and asked Samantha not to worry. He got down on one knee and took the girl by the shoulders, looking into her eyes and saying that the gentlemen from the royal family had their own reasons for this. The little girl agreed. But still she thought that Will was so small because of poor nutrition. Because he was already 12 years old, she could not even think that they would not meet for another 6 years. How the Duke pleased Samantha with wonderful news for her. They were allowed to exchange letters. The girl didn't even believe it, but nevertheless, her mood instantly became better. She was glad that they could at least communicate with him like this. Smiling cheerfully, she notified her father that then she would go right away to write a letter. The Duke nodded and smiled. Samantha placed a sheet of paper in front of her, picked up a brush and placed ink next to it. She signed who the letter was to and thought she didn't know where to start because she wanted to say so many things. She was sure that he was very lonely there. She probably should have said that he was dear to all of them, and they never stopped think about him. While writing down her thoughts, the girl also thought that she would like to see him. 6 years was quite a long time, but no matter how much time passed, he would still remain a dear person to their family, the girl wrote, when suddenly she hit her cheeks with both hands, including her brain, because she needed to cheer him up with her letter. The estate of the Marquise Follett family, Samantha and Adelaide came to Mrs. Vanessa and congratulated her on her birthday. The young lady thanked the girls for coming to her party. She was glad. Vanessa told the sisters to have fun. Samantha said that they simply had to, and also hoped that the young Marquise would be happy with this day. Today they were invited to Mrs. Vanessa's birthday. The girl came to a friend's party for the first time, so it took her 2 whole weeks to choose a gift. Mrs. They knew also greeted both sisters. Samantha was glad that they all came too. And although the girl still felt eyes on her, she was gradually beginning to communicate with the others, for which she was really glad, because they were starting to have a friendly conversation with her. Although communicating with people was a little exhausting for the girl, so she warned her friends that she would take a short walk in the fresh air. Adelaide even asked if she needed company, but the older sister replied that everything was fine, there was no need. Samantha went out onto the balcony of the house and was amazed by who she saw. Louis was also surprised by the presence of Miss Samantha here. The girl wondered why the prince was here, although the celebration was held in the house of the Marquis, so that explained that his presence here was not surprising. This is how she first met in Louis after William left. The young man asked if the girl also went out to get some fresh air. Samantha nodded and asked him the same thing. The young man answered positively and explained that his arrival here had caused a great commotion, which had tired him out. After which Louis called Samantha closer to him, and a most excellent view of the city at night opened up in front of the girl. The girl's face immediately blossomed and became cheerful. She was delighted with the view that opened before her. It was very beautiful. Then the young man, who all this time continued to admire the soft features of the girl's face, asked with a smile if she missed William. Samantha looked softly at Louis and said yes in a slightly fading voice, because they were always together with him. But really, who would have thought that the boy that the heroine herself found would turn out to be the younger brother of the Crown Prince? Samantha asked if this surprised Louis, because the sudden appearance of a younger brother is still a surprise. But, contrary to expectations, His Highness denied her guesses, because in the royal family, this is not uncommon. Samantha was already surprised. The girl's cheeks turned pink, and she thought that Louis was very smart for his age. If something like that happened to her, she would be very angry. Samantha, stuttering, asked if her good friend had seen Will, to which Louis said that they had only crossed paths with him once. His existence was hidden even within the castle walls, so he didn't think about meeting him again. The girl nodded in understanding. Just because Will was accepted into the royal family did not mean that his position would be the same as Louis's. When the Crown Prince promised the girl that he would definitely tell her if he found out anything about his brother, the girl immediately cheered up and thanked Louis. She also awkwardly added that Will was like a little brother to her. Louis, in turn, saw something completely different, unlike Samantha. It was clear to him that William had completely different feelings for her. When the girl noticed that Mr. Lewis's mood had changed, she called out to him, but the young man did not say anything except that everything was fine, and taking the girl by the hand, he suggested returning to the house. The celebration of Vanessa's birthday had long passed, and now our girls were already sitting peacefully in the gazebo and talking sweetly to each other. When Jenna approached the girls and announced that Mrs. Samantha had received a letter from His Highness William, the baby's cheeks immediately turned red. She joyfully accepted the letter and began to look at it. Adelaide was just as happy for her sister. There was a royal coat of arms on the letter. He really is the second prince. The young man wrote that he was doing well. He was doing a lot now. He really wanted to meet and thought about her all the time. He really liked Samantha, and he asked how she was doing. Samantha held the letter close to her and was about to cry from how sweet it was. She was happy. The girl could also track his efforts even by his handwriting, which became noticeably better. Tears formed at the corners of his eyes. Adelaide asked if her sister was happy, to which she received a positive answer. She said that Will was doing well and thought that she should write him an answer right away. The girl decided to try even harder in the future, so that in her next meeting with him she would stand with her head held high. The girl studied hard, ran, and exercised. And, of course, she didn't forget to spend time with her sister and send letters. which William just as happily reread and answered. Thus, 6 years passed. On the morning of this day, the matured Adelaide met with Jenna and, wishing her good morning, asked if she was going to see her sister. The no less joyful maid said that she was just about to call her, because she was really looking forward to this day, that she had already gotten ready. The Duke's youngest daughter laughed sweetly and said that today they would meet Will. So one could assume such a reaction, Jenna confirmed. Mrs. Samantha had been waiting for this all 6 years. Having said goodbye to Adelaide, the personal maid of the Duke's eldest daughter came to Mrs. Samantha's room and told her that the carriage was already ready. The matured Samantha stood up and smiled kindly at Jenna and said that she would come down now. 6 years had passed since Will left the house of Duke Eldrith and went to the royal castle. Judging by his letters, everything was fine. It seemed to her that he had become even smarter than her. His writing style had changed a lot during this time. According to Will, among his peers, he is the best at swords and magic, but over the years, Samantha has also learned a lot, even though she still had room for improvement. But her extra pounds were completely gone. Her relationship with Adelaide and her parents improved, so the days passed calmly. But the relationship between Lewis and Adelaide never got off the ground, which could not but disappoint our heroine. Of course, the main thing is that Adelaide was happy, but then it was clear that she would not see her favorite main couple from the novel Love of the Goddess. And Lewis has already stopped hiding his sympathy for Samantha from others. He even heard that there were rumors in society that they were engaged to him. With age, Lewis only became more beautiful, which could not but affect the heart of our little girl. Although it beat every time she saw him, the girl herself could not call it love, and apparently, Lewis understood this too. So he did not raise the topic of engagement anymore. The girl sighed in disappointment and wondered if she could ever truly fall in love. By the way, the goddess's power only strengthened during this time. Now she could calmly use it, but it was time for this power and Adelaide to awaken. But so far this has not happened. However, Samantha's soul was more warmed by the fact that she and Will would finally be able to meet, and her cheeks turned pink only at the memory of him. Last week he just turned 18. On this occasion, a gala evening will be held at the royal castle. But since William really wanted to see each other, they allowed them to meet earlier. Samantha hugged her burning cheeks and was sure that he had grown a lot, and she was wondering how much shorter she was now than him. The girl was thinking where she should start the conversation. She wanted to tell him so many things, but then she pulled herself together. There were still 3 days before their meeting and decided to take care of business for now. And so she finally went to the royal castle. Adelaide asked to say hello to Will. Samantha said that she would tell her that her sister was also looking forward to meeting him. The girl said goodbye to her younger sister and Jenna and got into the carriage, and then she realized that she was very nervous and her heart was beating wildly. Although she felt through the letters that his affection had not gone away, but Will had already grown up, she wondered if it would be normal to continue to treat him like a brother. But now he was a member of the royal family, so she shouldn't have allowed herself too much. The girl clutched her head and her face burned as she screamed, asking what she should do. When suddenly the door of the carriage opened and the coachman announced that they had arrived, Samantha realized that she had already arrived before she could blink an eye, and simply thanked the man. So she drove to the royal palace. It was blue, white, and decorated with gold. The girl had already calmed down a little. Be that as it may, she was very glad to see them. The maid led the girl into the room and told her to sit down on the sofa. Samantha thanked her. The maid reported that Mr. William was not yet free and asked if the lady could wait a little. The girl happily said that she could. Samantha sat down on the sofa and yawned from lack of sleep yesterday. The girl thought so much about their meeting that she could not sleep for a long time. After all, they hadn't seen each other for 6 whole years. How could she remain calm here? Samantha thought that she would like to see him sooner and tilted her head to the side and closed her eyes. How then someone called the girl by name, but her eyes could not focus after sleep and blurred the image. The girl opened her eyes and asked who was calling her. The dialogue was very sweet, as happens when waking up. The young man said that it was he, William, and apologized for keeping him waiting. The girl began to come to her senses and realized that she had fallen asleep while waiting for Will, and then opened her eyes wide and could not believe that she saw him. Samantha immediately hugged the guy in front of her by the shoulders and joyfully called him by name and said that she was glad to see him. The girl was happy that they had finally met. She didn't even know what to do. She couldn't do anything with her joy. Even by touch, she understood that his physique had changed. He had matured very much. The girl put her hands on his shoulders and said in a respectful tone that he had grown a lot. When she finally opened her eyes and saw what the man who smiled at her and was called William looked like, the girl's face flushed and she couldn't form a single clear word. She couldn't believe that this handsome guy in front of her was Will. The guy hugged the girl and said that he was very glad that the girl was also waiting for their mutual meeting. William looked away. He was very chic and said that he really wanted to see her. The young man's appearance really struck Samantha that she couldn't say anything, but the guy's face seemed to shine. William called out to Samantha, and the girl jerked in fear, making a characteristic sound. Her face looked like a tomato, and her body temperature rose. Tears formed at the corners of the guy's eyes and asked, worried if she imagined him differently and wondering if she liked him more. When the girl grabbed the guy by the hands and began to deny everything that was said, the young man asked if it was true. She lowered her head. The smile never left her face and said that, of course, Will had matured very much, and she was only surprised at what he had become. William was very surprised at such frankness of his old lover, and a faint blush formed on his face, and he asked if he could become the ideal prince she imagined. Samantha was surprised. She didn't quite understand what her sworn brother was talking about. But Will was now really a real prince. She said that he had become such that William looked great, and the young man immediately changed his face and became happy. The guy said that he was very happy and added that Samantha was also very beautiful and looked at her lovingly. The young man said that he imagined her every day, thought how she would look at 19 years old, but Samantha exceeded all his expectations. She was like a goddess descended from heaven. The girl thanked her in surprise for the compliment. She thought that Will was exaggerating everything, and meanwhile the guy was gently stroking her cheek, and the girl was thinking about who taught him such words. Then the young man, who was still close to the girl, asked if he could look at her face closer because it was so lovely. Samantha's face spoke for itself: surprise, shame, and lack of understanding of what was happening. She wanted to stop. It suddenly seemed to her, without knowing why, that Will seemed to her like a completely unfamiliar man. Suddenly, someone knocked on the room and William stopped abruptly, removing his hands from Samantha's face. The maid entered the room and apologized for disturbing her friends, saying that she had prepared tea. Samantha was glad. She believed that she was lucky. Thanks to the girl, she could have time to come to her senses. After the brow, calming her heartbeat, she sipped the tea that had just been brought, and the young man continued to watch her. When suddenly he called the girl by name, it seemed that he calmed down and his mood changed. Samantha turned her head at him and asked what he wanted, holding out the last letter. Just like in the old days, William hugged the girl by the hand and said that Samantha was really real. He asked if our heroine knew how much he missed her. The girl replied that she also missed her very much. At that moment, the friends looked like a married couple. When William said that he thought Samantha couldn't compare with him and smiled slyly. When suddenly Samantha asked if it was time for the guy to let go of her hand, her heart was beating very hard, which made her feel ashamed. But William was more assertive. He grabbed his hand even tighter and said that he wanted to sit like this forever. The girl smiled sweetly, urging the young man to let go, but she herself thought that this reminded her of old times. When William let go of Samantha's hand, looked into her eyes and said that he really liked our heroine. He looked very cute, like a dog, who looked lovingly at his owner and said that he really liked Samantha. But then, the girl stretched out her hands in front of her to keep her distance, even though she understood that there was no deep meaning here. But he said all this with such an expression on his face that she might not have understood it in the way she thought she could. After which she said, to continue the dialogue, that Adelaide asked her to tell her that she also wanted to meet with him. The young man rather unemotionally said that he understood. The girl also decided to ask how the guy's health was now, to which he replied that everything was fine because she had cured him back then. This is how it all turned out. This outcome of events pleased Samantha, which she told her friend about. The second prince asked what Samantha had been doing all these 6 years, and the poor girl replied that she was doing the same thing as before. Nothing had changed much. She was studying, training in magic, and losing weight. The only thing that changed was that she started attending social events. As a duchess, Samantha had to attend them, but she had already made friends with many, so she even began to like it. The young man was satisfied with this answer and asked if other young men approached Samantha. She was just so beautiful, William complimented again. To this question, the girl replied that frankly, this happens. She would even say that she is very popular. Samantha initially had beautiful facial features, but after losing extra pounds, she began to stand out even more, and male representatives were also very attracted to her title. However, our little girl never learned to control herself, so it was impossible to avoid company. But fortunately, Adelaide always came to her aid and scared away all the men who pestered her from her. And if Lewis had not been around, there would have been even more such suitors. William thought for a moment and said a little coldly and in surprise how many arrogant people there were. He asked if the girl had fallen in love with anyone, to which Samantha replied that no, she had never fallen in love. And then William smiled joyfully and said that he was glad to hear this. It calmed him down. The girl asked what Will was doing all this time. She heard and remembered a lot of the letters, but still. The second prince said that he was busy doing the same thing as Samantha. He worked a lot and was not lazy. However, Samantha thought that even if he said so, he probably had a harder time than she did. When the grown-up boy said that it would have been harder for him even without a clear goal, of course, the girl was surprised. Will confirmed his words. He had something that he really wanted to get. For this, he was ready to do anything, and he began to finger a strand of Samantha's hair. The girl wondered what he really wanted to get because having a clear goal is still good. And also, a little embarrassed, the young man admitted that her letters also gave him a lot of strength. He admitted that he had read each of them more than 100 times. Samantha was surprised and asked if he had read them that many times. But William confirmed that he was right. In all 6 years, he said, there was not a day when he did not think about her. She occupied his thoughts from morning to evening. Samantha was struck by how much Will valued her, of course. She was pleased, but it seemed that he was lonely in the castle. The girl said that she thought that when he was introduced, he would begin to attend social events. This was probably the case. The young man realized that he would have more things to do. And then Samantha, smiling brightly, said that she was sure that he would become very popular. William looked at the happy girl in front of him, smiling. Samantha said that, of course, beautiful ladies would also turn their attention to him, but then the young man interrupted her and called her by name. The second prince told the girl that the others were not important to him, that he only wanted to please her. The girl asked if she heard him correctly, to which William replied that he was not interested in dating. Samantha turned cold. The whole atmosphere around the two interlocutors seemed to be tense. Will really didn't want this, but because of his title it could not be avoided, because he was a prince, and asked if she understood this. They didn't understand each other at all, so Samantha thought that Will was probably still wary of people. After all, he constantly grew up on the run, and besides her and Adelaide, he had no friends. She thought that the more he was surrounded, the more his thinking would change. Like the girl here, lowering her reasoning, she paid attention to the time and told Will that it was time for her to return. But the second prince did not want to let Samantha go at all, did not want her to leave. As the girl stroked the young man's head, she told him that he reminded her of old times. William hugged the girl by the hand and seemed to be basking his head on her dress. Like an affectionate cat, both friends had a blush on their cheeks. Samantha thought that it looked like it would take her a while to get used to all of this. William raised his head to the girl's ear and called Samantha by his name, looking at her like a puppy, asking if she liked him. Will held the girl by the elbows while the girl processed the information in surprise, and he asked if she remembered that they made a promise that they would be together. Samantha remembered this and smiled sweetly and said that yes, she really liked him. Her feelings did not change. And then the second prince said that he was glad to hear this. He hugged the girl by the arm again, resting his head on her shoulder, and said that he liked her too. He liked her very much. Samantha thought it was cute. The girl thought that at first her heart was beating strongly out of habit, but now she saw that the same Will was in front of her. She was hoping that they could spend time together again like before, when suddenly Will said that his feelings were different from hers. Then the still unsuspecting Samantha turned to the guy and asked what he meant. In front of her, she saw a relaxed young man who was simply looking at her in love, smiling sweetly, waiting for an answer. Looking at the young man in front of her in surprise, our girl asked what Will meant, to which the second prince answered the question with a question and asked how she thought herself. The girl still did not understand what the prince wanted to hear from her, how their feelings with him differed. She still did not understand, but William quickly dropped the topic and said that that was all they would stop. The young adult prince, tenderly kissing the girl on the cheek, said that he would convey this to her gradually. Samantha was alarmed. She abruptly put her hand on the place of the kiss. Her face turned very red, and she asked why he did that. To which the second prince said that the girl often did this to him before bed, and asked if she remembered it. Papa Danka remembered that such a moment had happened, but now everything was very different from those times, and her heart began to beat strongly again. William, sparkling, asked if she didn't like it, to which the Duke's eldest daughter said that that wasn't the case. Then the second prince concluded that then he would do this more often. She gave the prince a surprised expression and her usual E at the end of a sentence, and her face became very red. The young man hugged his beloved girl and told her that he liked her very much. Samantha was amazed at how William knew how to keep his distance and how he knew how to stop in time without crossing boundaries. The girl thought that it was all due to the fact that he grew up away from people and decided that she should explain this to him. But then the girl told the young man to let him know that he could only behave this way with her. But contrary to Samantha's expectations, Will said that he knew this, and besides, he would never do this to others in his life. Samantha immediately remembered that she was already delayed, and getting up from the sofa, she said that it was time for her to go. Although they were allowed to meet, but not for long, otherwise problems could arise, William apologized that he could not see the girl off, to which she replied that everything was fine. Samantha said that they would meet in a week, so there was no need to be upset. Will said that he was still sad that Samantha was leaving. The girl said that she understood him, but now they could see each other quite often. Although they had to go through difficulties, now they can peacefully spend as much time as they want together. For the sake of Will's happiness, our little girl was ready to do anything. Suddenly, the atmosphere around the second prince darkened again, and he asked how peaceful it would be, to which Samantha asked what Will looked like and what he had just said, to which the young man changed his mind in the blink of an eye, and with a smile on his face, denied that anything had happened. In any case, William said he would be happy if only she was next to him, to which Samantha laughed sweetly. He said goodbye to the girl who left the room and said that they would see her again, and also added that he liked her very much, so they said goodbye. That's how Samantha left the walls of the royal castle. Her soul was warm. She was glad that she was able to see Will. Now she realized how dear he was to her. Although even the girl reasoned with a stutter, much of this meeting surprised her, and her brain boiled from an overabundance of information. Suddenly the girl heard someone calling her from the side and turned around. The girl saw the first crown prince in front of her and wished Mr. Lewis a good day. The prince inquired about Samantha's fate here and whether she had come on some business. In fact, the girl suddenly began to speak, when suddenly she looked around closed and said in Lewis's ear that she had come to see Will. From such unexpected information, the eyes of the first prince opened wide, but quickly returned to normal when the girl, flushed, continued to say that she was very glad that she was able to meet him after 6 whole years. At the prince's positive nod, the girl confirmed her own words and said that she was very surprised at how much he had grown. But the next moment, His Highness approached Samantha and asked why her face was so red. Samantha clasped her hands together and, showing her embarrassment not only by her facial expression, but also by joining her index fingers, said that it was because of everything. In response, Lewis simply smiled. Watching the lady, she really attracted him. Just then, he said, taking the girl by the hand, that he would take her to the gate, and the girl thanked him for this. Lewis asked our little girl to come to him next time, saying that he was sad that only he was looking for a meeting, Samantha promised, to which the first crown prince smiled at the girl and thanked her. The second crown prince watched this entire scene from the windows of his room. He looked at his older brother very arrogantly, saying that he was a thorn in his life. Returning home, Samantha sat at the table with her family and said that Will looked very cheerful and had also grown up a lot. That's how the father answered. He was glad to hear this and see his daughter happy. Adelaide happily said that she too would like to see William as soon as possible. Then Samantha said that they would go together. All members of their family were invited to the gala evening. Everyone already wanted to see him, and Samantha already too. Our heroine said that she was thinking that Will would then be able to come and visit them, and hoped that it would be sooner. Adelaide nodded in agreement. Samantha was sure that Jenna was definitely pleased to see him. Will is not for her less important family member. Meanwhile, within the walls of the royal castle, blood flowed from the man's mouth in a stream. His Highness the Second Prince, calmly sitting on the sofa, looked at him, clearly suffering from pain or wounds, looking indifferently at him. The man who was spitting blood said that he was a monster. To which the prince, kicking the man in the head, asked if this little man was talking to himself and, disappointed, even said that even the crowd could not kill him. There were already 3 corpses of men in suits lying in the room, and William thoughtfully said whether the fact that there had been more of them lately was related to the future event. Thanks to the patronage of Duke Eldrith, he was given at least some attention, although attempts on his life had already been made more than once. William thought that this was the work of the Queen, who did not like his existence. And the king clearly did not stand aside, but he managed to survive thanks to the huge amount of dark magical power that appeared in his body due to the curse. It was ironic for the second prince that it was this dark magical force that ultimately saved him. William would like to get rid of them all as quickly as possible, because he would never forgive them all for such treatment. But he also didn't want Samantha to see this side of him, because she was so pure and innocent to him. He wanted her to have no reason for fear and anxiety. He wanted her to love him like that, but it was all right. Will reassured himself. He would do anything to make Samantha happy. Jenna said, having finished with her duties, that everything was ready and made a compliment that she was very beautiful. Dressed in a beautiful, luxurious dress, Samantha thanked her maid for the compliment. Samantha looked at her face in the mirror and realized that she was really beautiful. Samantha from the novel had always been overweight. The poor woman thought that this was a complete waste. The girl did not have time to look back when the day of the gala evening arrived, at which Will would be presented. Her heart did not stop beating due to emotions. Will would finally be recognized by society as the second prince. In the novel, he tried to kill Louis and Adelaide, and therefore was not recognized as a prince until the very end of the story. But now what was happening was different from the plot of the novel. But still, be that as it may, Samantha was sure that everything would be fine and everything should change for the better. Samantha and Jenna came to Adelaide's room and saw a beautiful girl in front of them. The elder sister spoke and admired how beautiful she was. She was the most beautiful in the world in her opinion. No, in the entire universe. The younger sister thanked her sister, saying that all this was thanks to the dress she had chosen. Adelaide said enthusiastically that her sister was no less beautiful. Samantha hesitantly thanked her sister. Our girl noticed that Adelaide has become much more confident lately. The girl's parents came to their room and called them to finally set off. The sisters joyfully looked back at their parents and, of course, joyfully agreed with them. However, upon arrival at the royal palace, the father, a little disappointed, announced that they were a little late. The girl's mother said that it seemed that Will had already been introduced. The Duke's eldest daughter was ready to cry, who would have thought that today they would get stuck in a traffic jam. But then she wondered where Will was now. And then she realized where he was. Right in that direction there was a huge crowd of people, and among them she saw the prince. She understood that this was normal because he is now the second prince. Samantha, even from afar, was glad to see him like this, actively communicating with other people. Adelaide also noticed the second prince and asked in surprise if this man was Will. Samantha confirmed this and said that he had grown up to be a wonderful young man. When His Highness noticed his beloved friend, they locked eyes with her. And the prince's mood immediately became better, and even from his facial expressions it was clear how happy he was to see Samantha. Samantha and Adelaide bowed before the prince, greeting His Highness William and congratulating him on today's celebration. But the prince, not having the right to express his emotions, thanked him in front of the supposedly new person. As Samantha had expected, she was not allowed to address him informally in front of others. Their friendship could give rise to strange rumors, from which the girl decided that they would talk later, in person, and said goodbye to him, saying that they would see each other again. The young man did not want to let go of the girl or even lose her from his field of vision, which is why he almost called her, even raising his hand, but managed to pull himself away in time, remembering his status. Adelaide said that Will had really changed a lot, and Samantha responded by saying that that's what she was talking about. Then Samantha noticed that her father was having a conversation with Madam Queen, which really amazed her. The Queen greeted the Duke, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, The Duke replied that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. The Queen, hiding behind her fan, said that she would not like to remember this unthinkable incident, but thanked her for picking up the boy. The situation between the two of them had accumulated, and Samantha's father was a little irritated, but trying to save face, said that he would consider it an honor. Samantha, who was not far from these two, felt all the tension in the atmosphere, which made her even scared. It seemed to the girl that Madam Queen did not favor William, but still she was Louis's mother. They were similar in appearance, but their auras were extremely different. When the Queen noticed our hitch, she asked if it was the same Samantha. The woman with golden hair closed her fan and said that she'd often heard about her from Louis and praised how beautiful she had become. Samantha thanked the Queen for the compliment, and the woman told the girl to continue to maintain a good relationship with Louis in the future. The girl nodded in agreement, but in her thoughts she was thinking that it was not like she didn't like her, but still it seemed she needed to be more careful. Samantha was heading somewhere with her family when suddenly someone grabbed her by the elbow and pulled her towards him. His Highness the Second Prince pulled the girl out onto the balcony and, putting his arm around her shoulder, showed her with the other not to scream. Samantha stood up straight again and stuttered a little and said that the young man had scared her and asked what it was, to which William apologized and said that they simply couldn't talk otherwise. Then, the girl, gasping in surprise, asked if it was normal that the hero of the occasion would be here, but Will said that everything would be fine, because they didn't go out for long. He lowered his head and admitted that he was simply nervous and quickly got tired. Samantha then realized that he had always been lonely, and such different changes were difficult for him. She thought that it scared him. The girl patted the young man on the head and praised him for his efforts, saying that he was great, although she saw him from afar, he was still impeccable. William was glad to hear this. Our little girl thought that he seemed to be a completely different person. Suddenly, the young man sharply hugged his beloved girl, to which Samantha, surprised by this behavior, called out to her friend. To which His Highness the Prince, burying his head in the young girl's shoulder, said that if he stayed in this position for just a little while, then he could continue to try. At this beautiful and sweet moment, the Duke's eldest daughter thought that Will was still as gentle as ever. The girl was sure that there would still be difficulties along the way, but she, continuing to stand in an embrace with the guy, thought that she was ready for all the difficulties and would always support him. His Highness the First Crown Prince watched all this, looking askance at the girl he liked and the brother he disliked. Louis looked at them slightly arrogantly, but more with disgust and disappointment, which was visible in his gaze. And William looked at his brother playfully. This situation aroused in him feelings of excitement, joy, and superiority over the fact that he was winning in this unspoken struggle. This moment lasted a very long time, and Louis continued to watch sadly as the couple tenderly embraced on the next balcony. Although the celebration was not over yet, Eldrith's family had to go home earlier. Because his father had to get up early, Samantha thought that Will was still having a hard time, but was sure that he would cope. Immediately, Adelaide asked her older sister where she had been, citing the fact that she was worried. The elder only apologized to her sister. And then the girl thought that even though William promised that they wouldn't stand like this for long, in the end, he didn't want to let her go at all. Suddenly, our heroine ran into some girl and immediately apologized. The girl they had just encountered gasped and took the blame for the collision upon herself and asked if Samantha was hurt. The girl's face expressed surprise, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. The girl was amazed by the beauty that stood in front of her and compared her to a doll. Samantha was quick to respond and said that everything was fine, but she thanked Miss for her concern. After that, they parted ways. Samantha thought that there were so many beauties in this world, a real treat for the eyes, but Adelaide still came first for her. The girl she encountered went further, and turning to her maid, made a compliment about the beauty of the lady. It seemed, she assumed, that the girl was of high title. The maid, walking behind, said that Her Highness was much better than her. The girl threw her hair back and said that it was natural. No one could be more beautiful than her. She reasoned that someday she would get married and live in this country, and thought that she should have found out her name, because her friends would not have disturbed her. The servant said that there was no need to rush. The blonde laughed and said that she wanted to see Mr. William, her future husband, as soon as possible. Samantha sat in her room and wrote something on paper, and while writing down her thoughts, she smiled. Jenna looked out from behind the girl and asked her mistress if she had written a letter to His Highness William. Samantha said that it was so. She said that he had recently written to her that he could come and visit them next week. The maid was delighted and could not wait for it. After that celebration, Will had a lot of things to do, of course. They didn't tell anyone about his curse. They only said that he had been sick all this time, besides the story about the latest events. She puzzled over how to answer his numerous sheets and inscriptions. I want to meet, and I really like you. She, of course, was pleased, and she also wanted to see him, but it was too much. Jenna also reminded her mistress that Mr. Lewis was coming soon, and Samantha was wondering who would come with His Highness. And it all was that Lewis for the first time announced that he would not be alone, and then there was a knock on the door of the room, and Mrs. Samantha was told that His Highness the First Prince had arrived. After knocking on the door, Samantha entered the room where Lewis was located and greeted the prince. Then she saw that in the room, in addition to Lewis, who had already wished the girl a good day, there was also a girl she had encountered at a recent banquet. So the beauty sat down, bowing and greeting Samantha. She said that she was glad to meet her and asked for forgiveness for the suddenness. The girl introduced herself. She said that her name was Cornelia Dowdeswell. She was the second daughter of the Duke Dowdeswell family from a neighboring country. Samantha was surprised and thought that, of course, it was obvious from the girl that she was from noble blood, but she didn't think that much. A chill ran through her skin as she thought about why Lewis had brought her here, but she still bowed and introduced herself as Samantha Eldred. His Highness the Prince said that Cornelia had come to our country, the girl confirmed his words. After which the girl continued that she complained to Brother Lewis that she had no friends here, and then he decided to introduce her to his good friend. The first prince explained that of everyone he knew, Miss Samantha was the most wonderful. The girl's cheeks turned red and thanked him for the compliment. Then Cornelia asked if Samantha would mind becoming her friend. The girl happily answered, of course she could. The girl from the neighboring country smiled very brightly. She felt very good about it and said that she was very happy about it. Samantha was also pleased with what she saw. The girl was lovely and very beautiful. The girl from the neighboring country continued the dialogue and said that she and her brother Lewis had a good relationship since childhood, so she often heard from him about her, Miss Samantha. The girl was surprised. Lewis embarrassedly asked his friend not to say too much, but our heroine was amazed that His Highness the First Prince was talking about her. And then she asked Cornelia how she ended up in their country. Was it really because of her studies? However, the girl answered rather unexpectedly and quickly that she had come here as the bride of His Highness William. Samantha asked loudly whether she had heard. This was the first time our girl had heard that William had a fiancé and was very shocked. Lewis decided to correct his friend, seeing the girl's shocked state, and said that this was in the plans for now, but sooner or later it would happen. Samantha was a little embarrassed when she thought that Will was already of the right age and could tell her about it. Cornelia hugged her face and said that Mr. William was wonderful. She admired his cold expression and manners. Here, Samantha was no less surprised. She could not believe that her new friend was now talking about William. When Lewis said that he could not reveal all the circumstances, but explained to his friend that Miss Samantha and William were close, Cornelia was surprised. The first prince reiterated what he had said and said that they were like brother and sister to each other. Cornelia and Lewis asked Samantha if this was so. The girl, a little hesitantly, said that Will was truly like a younger brother to her and smiled sweetly. Cornelia was very happy about this fact and said it loudly without hiding her emotions. Taking a mug of tea in her hand, she added, maybe someday she will be able to call the girl her little sister. Lewis and Samantha were both surprised by this statement, which Cornelia noticed, which made her laugh sweetly, covering her mouth with her hand and saying that the two of them were very suitable for each other. Then Samantha became alarmed. It dawned on her that she would marry William, and she would be left to marry Lewis, and she began to worry. The new acquaintance added that even from the expression on Madam Queen's face and behavior, it was clear to her that she was already tired of waiting. After these words, there was an awkward silence. To tell the truth, Samantha also felt this pressure from her father and understood that because of her position, she could not refuse forever, but she could not help but do it. After the meeting, they went out into the yard to say goodbye. Cornelia said that she was very glad to meet our little girl, to which she agreed with her and added in parting that they would see each other. Lewis also did not stand aside and, coming closer, said that he was also glad to meet her, Miss Samantha. But then he started a conspiracy about the engagement, saying that he was afraid that he would soon not be able to wait any longer. The girl had no words to answer. He leaned even closer to her face and apologized, after which he added that the girl's feelings were important to him. But then he leaned over Samantha's ear and, covering it with his hand, whispered that he definitely preferred her. Samantha's face instantly turned red. After his words, the first prince, smiling contentedly, left, leaving the girl embarrassed and in complete oblivion about what to do next. But then the day came for William's arrival at the Duke of Eldrith's house. Jenna was delighted with the young man, and his parents were glad to see him. After they checked on everyone, the couple returned to Samantha's room, to which His Highness said that her room was still the same, and it brought back memories for him, and that he would like to live here again. The girl just laughed at him, and then, smiling, said that, by the way, she was surprised by the rumors about his engagement. William even seemed to turn pale, but became more cold, both himself and the atmosphere around him, and he asked what the girl was talking about. Then Samantha explained that Mr. Lewis and Mrs. Cornelia, with whom they had become friends, had recently come to visit her, and that's how she found out about their engagement. At this moment, even the second crown prince's gaze turned cold. There was rage and hatred in it, and he himself, as if with sarcasm, said that everything was working out very conveniently. The girl noticed that Will's mood had changed, and it was clear from his clenched teeth that he was angry. Then William, with hope and sadness in his voice, asked if she was against his fiancé. Samantha was surprised. Annoyed by the behavior of the crown prince, he asked the girl if he had told her anything else. Samantha asked who the conversation was about, and William answered, "The first prince." Our little girl blushed, remembering how Lewis had whispered in her ear that he definitely preferred her, and stuttering, she told William about it. His Highness the Prince simply froze. He was extremely shocked, his eyes widened, and mentally he already hated and wanted to deal with his older brother. From all the hatred that filled him, William suddenly stood up from the sofa and hovered over Samantha, who only managed to call out to the guy and ask what happened. Suddenly, in the next moment, she saw the face of the guy she had once saved, but it was different from the previous one. It looked like the face of a madman, absorbed in love, angry, but still wanting to appear gentle. And then the man in front of her, smiling and making a pitiful appearance. He said that he was really offended. His Highness the Second Prince asked Samantha what he thought, why he had to leave his lover, and suddenly return to the royal castle. Although the young man's face softened, Samantha was still scared, and with a trembling voice, she asked why he was asking. The girl suggested that maybe it was because he wanted to become a prince, when suddenly Will's face suddenly became the same as a moment earlier, wanting something and creepy. And then he said that there was only a way. His was not interested in social status or money. Samantha looked at her friend with pity and some fear and thought what kind of method this was and what was the reason then. Suddenly William pulled his hand in the girl's face. All this time she looked into his eyes. And then, stroking the cheek of his beloved, he said, lowering his head down, that all this was because he wanted her, Samantha, the misfit asked in surprise. Then William opened his beautiful golden eyes and looked at Samantha with tenderness and said that all this time he wanted to make her only his. The girl put her hand on his chest, as if wanting to push him away, but did not do this, but only looked at Will in surprise. Samantha thought in horror that even though Jenna and Adelaide had told her more than once that it took a long time for her to understand, but now even she understood everything. It was more accurate to say that they opened her eyes to this, putting everything in order. Our little girl finally realized that William loved her not just as a friend or a member of the family, but as a girl, and a chill ran down her spine. The young man who had been hiding it from her all this time looked at his beloved with a pitiful gaze and, smiling, asked if she understood now. But even though Samantha understood all this, there was a lump in her throat, and there was an extremely mixed feeling in her soul, and she had never thought about it. So she could not answer anything. But William himself already realized that the girl understood everything and did not need confirmation of his beliefs, but only turned his head away and said that, in general, he did not want to rush into this matter so much. But because of him, everything went to one place. William did not even call his brother by name, but even in his sight it was clear that even the mention of him was terribly annoying. At this moment, The girl, still shocked by everything that happened, was finally able to think and realize that Will was completely different from himself. She grabbed her trembling hand and pressed them to her chest, realizing that for the first time she was scared around him. The next moment the young man realized what he had done, he fearfully and worriedly approached his beloved and apologized for himself. He said that he did not want to scare her. He took Samantha by the hand and admitted that he wanted her to smile, that he was ready to do anything for her happiness, and subsequently added that he had really liked her since childhood. He looked at her kindly, lovingly, and said that Samantha was his only lady of his heart. These words touched the girl very much. She suddenly gasped, and her face flushed red. But the girl didn't know what to do in this situation, because she didn't even suspect his feelings before he was her younger brother. Recent moments flashed through the girl's head, where Will said that his feelings were different from hers, that he didn't care about others, that he only wanted to please her, that he had something that he wanted to get, and for which he was ready to do anything. Then Samantha realized that he was talking all this about her, and he also so badly wanted to return to the castle, to become a prince and correspond to her status. She called out to Will. The girl, blushing, lowered her head down in embarrassment and apologized to the young man for being so inattentive. The second crown. Prince's eyes widened. He did not expect such words from his beloved. And she, in turn, thought that Will had loved her all these 6 years. He had tried so hard for her that now it was clear why he was so angry at the conversation about an engagement to another girl. His Highness William was also no longer cheerful and told the girl to forgive him for not controlling his jealousy. The girl gasped in shock. Now it became clear to her that Louis was bothering him, when suddenly His Highness abruptly rose from his knees and, grabbing the girl by the forearm, looking into her eyes, asked if she liked that man. The girl was shocked. Meanwhile, William's eyes were very wild, and he asked in a creepy voice if she would marry him, if she would leave him. The next moment he softened and even looked like a pitiful puppy who had just been scolded by his owners, and admitted that he did not even want to think about it. He hugged his beloved girl, placing his head on her shoulder, and asked how he could live without her. Samantha felt sad and lousy at heart. She realized that Will was afraid to be left alone. Still, his own parents tried to kill him. He had to suffer from a curse throughout his childhood. It is not surprising that the situation in the castle did not improve. But Samantha understood well how hard it was to be alone. Even on the day when she brought him home, she changed not only the whole story, but also Will's life. She needed to bear responsibility for this, and she herself only wished Will happiness, wanted to be with him, even if his feelings were different. But this did not change the fact that he was very dear to her. So Samantha hugged the young man and said that everything is fine. She promised that she would never leave him. His Highness happily asked if it was true, asked if they would always be together. Samantha said yes, she wants this. But she couldn't be sure about the engagement to Mr. Louis, she said, looking away. After all, this was the fate of the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Eldrith family. 6 years ago, her father helped her and Will a lot, and in general their relationship became much better. But the girl also realized that she could not be pampered forever. His Highness the Second Prince fell silent. He was also thinking about how they could get out of this difficult task. Here, Samantha hesitantly reminded that he and Mrs. Cornelia should get together, to which William, looking seriously at the girl and interrupting her, replied that he was not going to marry her. Samantha said that she understood his feelings, but she also couldn't help it. She clenched the fabric of her dress and thought about what her father told her, that royals had no more freedom than aristocrats. After all, even Louis was allowed to look after her only because she is the daughter of a duke. Like this, in silence and their thoughts about the future and the past, they continued to sit silently. Suddenly William asked, everything would be fine if he had more power, right? Samantha, widening her eyes, asked in surprise what he meant. To which the second crown prince, tilting his head to the side and smiling broadly, said that then no one would object. It looked creepy, and the girl just didn't understand what his words meant when there was a knock on the door. Jenna announced to His Highness William that he had an appointment. The guy simply nodded. He took his beloved by the hand, and she stared at him with incomprehension and surprise. After which the young man, a little sharply but still gently, lifted her from her seat and said in a serious tone so that she knew that he was serious, and that he would do whatever it took to be there for her, Samantha. He said that he wanted to become the only man for her. From these words, the girl's eyes widened. and then he again uttered the cherished words, "I like you," and tenderly kissed his beloved girl on the ear. Embarrassed by such gentle actions on the part of the man who loved her, she blushed deeply and covered the place of the kiss with her palm. Then His Highness, holding out his hand in front of him, called her to come with him. Samantha didn't even have the words to answer anything, not only words but also thoughts. So she, simply embarrassed and happy, put her hand on his. The second crown prince returned to the palace at night. He was still immersed in his thoughts after meeting with Samantha and opened the door to the room. However, instead of his usual empty room, the young prince suddenly saw in front of him a blue-eyed man with platinum hair, who, without tensely holding a glass of wine in his hands, said that he was already waiting for William. His Highness the Second Prince nevertheless entered his own room and, sitting on the sofa and placing his elbows on his knees, asked what he needed. The platinum-haired young man sat down opposite William on the sofa, crossing his legs and wondering if the prince was too cold with his friend in his person. William remained tactfully silent, raising the glass of wine to his mouth. And this young man in front of him was Richard, the Marquis, whom William met at a recent evening. They had similar goals, so they decided to team up to achieve them together. After all, the whole point is that his influence was not yet enough, so now there was no time to find fault with trifles. The young man gasped and asked, because it seemed to him that William was in a good mood, and asked because he had recently seen Samantha. His Highness the Prince simply confirmed his guesses, to which his new acquaintance laughed and praised him, saying that he was very smart. This amazed him. Then William remembered Samantha's worries about her possible engagement to his brother, and indignantly, propping his head with his hand, said that this guy was standing in his way. Richard asked if his new friend spoke about Mr. First Prince and wondered how many times he was going to restrain himself, because he had been hanging around his lady for so many years, and even with such a smug face, reminding him that he was definitely obsessed. William laughed slyly, irritably, and a little madly at his friend's words. The second prince was grateful to him for keeping everyone away from Samantha while he sat in the shadows, but now he didn't need him. Richard thoughtfully asked if everything would be okay, and said that the Queen was now dealing with the issue of the first prince's marriage, to which Will replied that he already had a plan for this. The young man was intrigued and chuckled questioningly, raising one eyebrow up and grinning kindly. After this, he put his elbows on his knees and concluded that for the sake of their own prosperous future, it is worth destroying this country as soon as possible. William confirmed the conclusion said by his interlocutor. At the same time, Samantha spent her free time with her sister, but did not participate in the conversation, but only stood nearby while her sister drank tea and looked thoughtfully out the window. Adelaide noticed this indifferent state of her older sister and decided to pay attention to herself. The girl asked if it seemed to her, or if she was constantly in the clouds after the last meeting with William. Samantha turned around sharply and apologized to her sister, because they had not been able to sit so calmly for a long time. After Will's confession, her already growing anxiety reached its limit. Now the girl was constantly thinking about his feelings and about her future. Her sister took her hand and told her not to worry about it, because she just wanted to help her. Samantha's eyes immediately lit up. She was again imbued with Adelaide's kindness and angelic character, and thought that she adored her. Our little girl thought that she had been thinking about this for so long, but still couldn't find the answer, and decided that consulting with Adelaide would not be the worst option. When the younger sister suggested that maybe Will had confessed his feelings to her, Samantha froze in horror. When she suddenly jumped up and flushed, she repeated the phrase Adelaide had said earlier exactly, and asked how she even knew about it. How did the girl, tilting her head to the side, quite calmly say that you would have to be blind not to notice his facial expression lately? Adelaide said that she was sure that her father and mother also noticed this. The girl felt extremely ashamed and embarrassed. Now she understood that now she was ashamed of this, that she had not realized this before. After all, 6 years ago, she was mentally 20 years old, and Will was 12. It would be strange if she thought in this way. Now he had already matured quite a lot, so the age difference was not felt. The girl said that he wanted her to see him as a man, but Mr. Lewis was already rushing her into an engagement, and she did not know what to do. Gasping, Adelaide covered her mouth with her hand and reminded that Mr. Lewis was very attached to her. Samantha became worried. Previously, the girl thought that the first prince would cool down over time, but in the end, nothing has changed. In 6 years, she would be lying if she said that she was not pleased with this fact, even though Louis admired her, but only as a person. However, she did not yet have romantic feelings for him. She thought that it would be somehow inappropriate to refuse him, because no one had officially proposed to her yet. And our little girl couldn't say that this was something that could be decided by her will and clutched the fabric of her skirt. Suddenly, Adelaide, smiling sweetly, carefully asked her sister what she wanted, to which Samantha replied that she dreamed of a love marriage, but it would be better if she accepted an offer that would be more beneficial for the family. The girl again turned her head to her younger sister and explained that now she did not want to leave Will. Samantha had no doubt that Will was serious then about the fact that he could not live without her. She felt that now she could not leave him alone. Of course, she understood that this would not always be the case, but that was until William's condition improved after all. He had a good childhood, and not much had changed in those 6 years. Now he had few friends and acquaintances, so he needed her more than anyone else. She didn't mean to say that she doubted his feelings, but there was still a possibility that he was confusing affection with falling in love. Probably, if his social circle expands, it will be easier for him to sort out his feelings. More importantly, she didn't know what would happen to Will if the engagement to Louis happened so soon. In addition, it seemed that he still hated Louis. Of course, William is a good and kind boy and would not target Louis's life as he did in the novel. Samantha understood that it was selfish to say this and simply hoped for the best, but she asked God to give her at least a little more time when Adelaide reminded her that she had long since begun to like Will and told her to remember how much she valued him. Samantha succumbed to the memories. Her soul and heart became incredibly warm and joyful, and she confirmed her sister's words. But they couldn't directly tell their father and Mr. Louis that William had confessed his feelings to her, the younger one concluded. The eldest, with a burden on her soul and doubts, said that it was so. It would be good if he remained her little brother, Samantha reasoned to herself, but she could not continue to postpone the engagement just because they confessed their feelings to her. Adelaide also reminded her sister not to forget about Will's future bride, Mrs. Cornelia. She was sure that it would be difficult for her sister to continue to be near him. Anxiety again took possession of our little girl. She grabbed her head and wondered if she was really at a dead end. However, she just wanted to be close to Will, but now the situation was different from what it was 6 years ago. Just then, Adelaide gathered her strength and decided she is also thinking about this and will try to find some way out. The older sister was very happy for her sister's enthusiasm and hugged and thanked Adelaide for her help. Samantha went to the window again and thought that there must still be some way out. Be that as it may, now she should have been next to Will. That's what she wanted, but when there was an unexpected tea party where all 4 of them gathered, Cornelia asked her future husband if he wanted a snack, but Will thanked him and refused. The visiting duchess from a neighboring country laughed and said that today Will was colder than usual. Meanwhile, the young man was really darker than the night. It was clear how unpleasant this whole company was for him. Suddenly, on another sofa opposite, His Highness Louis asked Samantha if she was cold. Our little girl was not cold, but awkward and uncomfortable. But the first prince was not going to give up. His face shone when he took the girl by the hand and said that her hands were cold. The girl thought that her heart was just about to stop, and due to stress and tension, the sympathetic nervous system was constricting her blood vessels, which is why they became cold. Louis took off his jacket and, throwing it over the girl's shoulders, said that if she wanted, she could take it. It was just as awkward and strange, but more disturbing for the soul. But still, the girl thanked the first prince. Cornelia, on the sofa opposite, laughed at what she saw and said that Brother Louis and Mrs. Samantha were so cute, William was annoyed. And while Cornelia was talking admiringly about how she couldn't stop looking at them and that they really suited each other, William, out of anger and hopelessness, dropped the mug he was holding in his hands to the floor. The young man groaned dismissively and said that the mug had slipped out. Cornelia, still trying to please and be good in front of everyone, groaned and called Mr. William a bungler. Louis at this time seemed to be glowing with joy, and Samantha sat next to him restlessly and as if in complete horror. Our little girl was ready to cry from this whole situation and did not understand how she could deal with all this. Suddenly, William reached for the broken pieces of the dishes, but raised his hand without taking anything, and blood flowed from his palm in a stream, and a little surprised, but still reacted calmly. Cornelia, horrified by the mess she saw on the hand of the second crown prince, gasped and froze. However, our little girl did not sit still and quickly ran up to her friend, seeing the blood, and asked if he was in pain. Samantha, looking at the wound on the back of her hand, was frightened and thought about what to do. The wound turned out to be deeper than she expected, but she couldn't use the power of the goddess in front of everyone. Therefore, the girl lifted the young man from his seat and, holding him by the wrist, loudly apologized and said that she would take Will to the doctor. William, in turn, did not complain about the pain, did not pretend to be sick, but on the contrary smiled slyly. He was glad to finally leave this atmosphere with his beloved. Cornelia said out loud that she hoped that everything would be fine with Mr. William. Louis saw his brother and his lover off with an irritated look. As soon as the couple retired to a separate room and sat down on the sofa, Samantha immediately healed Will's wound with her power and, breathing out a sigh of relief, said that everything was fine now. The guy thanked her. The girl took out a bandage from the first aid kit and, thinking that she needed to bandage the wound, otherwise others would have questions due to the sudden healing, she bandaged her hand. Suddenly, she thought devastatedly that she was terribly uncomfortable sitting with them and her face darkened. And it all started with Mrs. Cornelia inviting her to a tea party, and then for some reason, Will and Louis joined them. Finishing bandaging her hand, Samantha asked Will how he ended up there. She was a little surprised that he came here with Louis, to which the guy replied that that girl said that she would also be here, but she forgot to mention him, William said irritably, to which our mistress replied that she understood. She thought that it seemed like he really didn't know. Apparently, Mrs. Cornelia didn't even think that this needed to be clarified. Finally, she finished bandaging his hand and, looking sadly at her friend's hand, said that the wound was deep and asked if it hurt him. After all, in order to cut yourself like that, you had to grab the fragment with quite a bit of force. But the young man managed to prevent unnecessary worries and said that everything was fine. Looking down, he admitted that what happened before was felt much more painful. The girl's eyes widened, and, raising her head, she asked what he was talking about. William said irritably that he had touched her. That was the reason for all his bad mood, and I was already thinking about somehow justifying his actions. But William did not want to listen to anything. He took Samantha by the hand and put her hand to his lips, calling this action cleansing. The girl's cheeks instantly turned red, and her eyes widened in surprise and awkwardness, which made her gasp. While William held the hand of our mistress on his lips, the girl was thinking about where he could have learned this, and that this did not help Will understand his feelings, and these actions only encouraged his addiction. Besides, do not forget about Mrs. Cornelia. She returned her hand and asked Will if he could stop doing this. The eyes of the second crown prince instantly became sad, and he asked why he should stop. Maybe he had become disgusted with her. But the girl, loudly exclaiming, began to deny it, saying that it was all for his own good. Will asked what this meant, to which the girl explained, squeezing her hands, that they should keep their distance. William, with the face of a madman, asked what she meant. Did she really want to say that they had an ordinary relationship with her? He said that she would be enough for him, only she was special to him. The girl was concerned about such fluctuations in Will's behavior and told him to calm down, although in fact, she did not understand at all what to do, because it was clear that he was losing his composure. When suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room in which they were located, and without going in, they asked how His Highness William was feeling. It was announced outside the door that His Highness Louis was worried about his health, to which William told his beloved that he did not think that was so. But nothing could be done, which Will informed Samantha about, and taking her hand, asked if they were returning. The girl agreed. They joined their hands in a lock, and when they began to walk to the door, William, turning to Samantha, thanked her for curing him. Smiling sweetly in response, the girl said that there was no need for thanks. And now the couple had already returned to the room where Cornelia and Louis were waiting for them. The girl congratulated them on their return and asked if everything was all right now. Then William, with a smile on his face, said that now everything was in order. It was clear how his mood had improved. Samantha, in turn, apologized to the first prince for keeping them waiting, to which Louis replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and said that after all, she shouldn't have helped herself, because they had an excellent doctor. The girl, caught almost red-handed, lowered her head and said that she understood him. Only she understood that an ordinary doctor would simply disinfect the wound and apply a bandage, and the girl did not want Will to suffer from pain. Just as Cornelia said that she couldn't wait for the next month to come, she already officially wanted her engagement to Mr. William to be officially announced. William, in turn, asked in a loud tone what she was talking about and said that he had not heard anything about it. Cornelia answered hesitantly that this was strange, because the Queen herself told her about this. Will only remained silent, looking away. But his mood soured exactly when a girl from a neighboring country joyfully asked if Samantha would come to congratulate them. Samantha exchanged glances with the second crown prince. Both of them were not happy with this information, but even still had no idea how to improve their situation. In her thoughts, Samantha mentioned the devil, realizing that she could not refuse, but she also could not agree and was confused about what she should do. When the opportunity suddenly arose to delay responding to the invitation, Louis announced that they would soon arrive for Samantha and asked if it was time for her to go. Mentally, the girl was already ready to cry and thanked Louis, because he was literally her savior in this situation. Likewise, Cornelia did not miss the opportunity to strike up a dialogue with Samantha and asked if they could leave them alone with the mistress. A girl with blonde hair abruptly hugged our victim by the hand and, smiling, said that she had an important conversation with her. She finished her speech and asked if they would go together then, and Samantha wondered what kind of important conversation was planned. However, she was alarmed by her friend's irritated and tired look. It was clear that he was not happy that Cornelia would be alone with Samantha. When suddenly the blonde added fuel to the fire and said that there were escorts, so there was no need to see them off, Louis said that was good. Unexpectedly, he approached his beloved lady and, placing his hand on her cheek, said to take care of himself and that he would contact her again soon. A blush formed on Samantha's face and she thanked the prince. Suddenly, the second prince also decided to call out to her and either wish her well or warn her. But the girl with violet hair only said that they would see each other again. And then His Highness William did not take any further action, but only looked at his beloved with a pitiful glance. The girls walked hand in hand along the territory of the royal castle, when suddenly, covering her mouth with her hand, Cornelia asked Samantha if Mr. William liked her. Staring at the girl with a sly look, she said that it was easy to understand from one look. And it seems like she said that she had nothing against these feelings, because they arose even before her appearance. But she suddenly announced that from now on she would support him, so Samantha would not have to worry about her younger brother and would calmly part with him. Our little girl flinched from such an unexpected statement, which shocked her, and she couldn't even somehow object to this girl. Suddenly, taking the Duke's eldest daughter by the hands, Cornelia said that she liked her too, and at the end she focused on the name, after which she asked to continue to maintain good relations. After such an extraordinary statement, the cunning and nimble noblewoman said goodbye to our heroine and got into her carriage. Samantha could only watch her departing vehicle and wonder why there was this pain in her chest. The second prince, who was in the palace, continued to watch the girls through the window for some time, after which he sharply turned away and walked away. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the first crown prince appeared from somewhere and grabbed the young man's hand, which was wounded at today's tea party. His Highness quickly unwound the bandage that had previously been tied over the wound and threw it on the floor, looking at his brother's palm without any surprise. Even in the eyes of this man, His Highness William quickly withdrew his hand and hurried away. All this time the blonde smiled, glad that his guesses were correct. William, meanwhile, quickly walked away from his brother, and says that time was already running out. And Louis still continued to stand in the same place, remembering how his beloved behaved with his brother earlier. And while thinking about all this, he suddenly out loud called the girl very innocent and asked himself how it was possible to be such a cutie, because no matter how hard she tried, she could not deceive him. The next day, Duke Eldred called his eldest daughter to him and said that His Majesty had sent a letter of invitation to the royal castle the following weekend. And in this letter he asked that only he and her come. This information horrified our entrapment. The father continued talking and explained that he was sure that the conversation would be about her engagement to His Highness Louis. Immediately the girl realized that after all she couldn't run forever, but still she didn't want to. The Duke immediately stated that his daughter's feelings would always be important to her and emphasized at the end by addressing the girl by name. Although the girl saw hope in her father, she understood that he was saying this even though the reputation of their family could worsen. The Duke rose from his seat and told his daughter that there was still time to think. Samantha agreed with him and thanked him for his support. But, be that as it may, her soul felt lousy, and she thought that even if her father said so now, but that did not mean that she had the right to refuse. She also heard that His Majesty is cold to those who cross his will. William, Louis, Cornelia, and even she are no exception. It seemed to Samantha that there seemed to be no outcome for them in which everyone would be happy, and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, a maid passing by carelessly dropped the tray and poured boiling water on her hand. The girl stood up sharply and asked if she was okay. But the maid had no right to burden her mistress with problems, so she quickly removed her hand to the side and, putting a smile on her face, said that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Samantha wanted to help her, but pulled her hand away in time, and she felt sad that with the help of power she could have healed her right away. In truth, it had long seemed to her that hiding her power was not entirely the right decision, because she could have saved many lives. Suddenly, there were those who suffered the same as Will, and she realized that if she married Louis, she would no longer have to hide her strength. And the fact that she deceived the Archbishop can be gotten rid of by saying that her magic suddenly intensified, and she sadly said that it was time for her to make a decision. Adelaide had been watching her sister for some time, being in the doorway and very much sympathized with her, but she could not help. But still, the younger sister was able to find a solution to cheer up her sister, and they went for a walk. They came to one establishment, where Samantha was already admiringly praising the dessert, to which Adelaide replied that she was sure that she would like it. And therefore, rejoicing in her sister's good mood, Adelaide continued to tell Samantha about the type of tea. The girl was happy about this. She was even more glad that the lovely Adelaide had invited her to cheer her up, and she remembered the dialogue when her sister asked, "Why don't they go to the city together?" The younger sister also suggested that they go to a store together later, saying that it was very cute. Samantha agreed. How the girls, walking through the busy city, heard admiring discussions of other lovely ladies, and Samantha looked back to see the objects of admiration. And the whole point was that not far from them, two young and handsome men were walking, among whom was William. Suddenly, the stern gaze of golden eyes rushed straight at the crowd of girls discussing them. But in an instant he changed, becoming very desirable, sparkling and joyful. Now His Highness William really looked like a cat, and he called his beloved. Afterwards, he did not hesitate and instantly rushed to the girl, wrapping her in a tight hug. At first, Samantha was even surprised to see her friend in the city, but now she was glad, realizing that Will was getting better again. Exclaiming, the young man was the first to start a dialogue, saying that who would have thought that they would meet in this place, and said that he was glad to see her. Samantha laughed in response and said that she was too. The girl was glad that Will could now calmly walk around the city, and then she began to wonder what business he was here for. Suddenly, a young man with platinum-colored hair came out from behind Louis and told William not to leave him alone when he saw Samantha. A surprised laugh came out of the guy's mouth, and his friend surprised him, and he said that Will, who was still hugging his beloved, was serious, as if he were another person, Samantha thought. She was wondering who this handsome man was. At the same moment, William pulled away from Samantha and stood up straight, remembering that he was in a public place, and also wanted to introduce him to a friend. Suddenly, the blue-eyed young man was faster and said, taking the girl by the hand, that he was glad to meet her, and introduced himself as Richard Sterling. Gently holding the girl's tender and tiny hand, he lowered his head to her wrist to kiss her hand. But he was prevented from doing this by several circumstances. Firstly, William, who blocked the girl with his hand, and secondly, Adelaide, who pulled her sister back in time. Seeing all this misunderstanding, the young man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and said that Miss Samantha is very popular. The girl said that perhaps this is so. Our little girl also decided to keep up and introduced herself as Samantha Eldred and introduced her younger sister Adelaide, who was not looking at Richard very happily. Platinum-haired, putting his hand on his chest, said that the purple-haired miss was much more beautiful than they say, and said that it was an honor for him to meet her. William was indignant at his friend. Samantha apologized to Richard, but still asked the question of what her relationship with Will was, to which the blue-eyed man said that he was his good friend, at which time the second prince shoved his friend in the chest, trying to get out of his embrace. Samantha was amazed and very surprised by this. A blush formed on her face. She couldn't believe that Will had a friend. She didn't even know what to do because she was too happy. Our heroine admiringly asked to continue to be friends with Will, saying that he was a very kind and good boy. William embarrassedly asked her to stop. But Samantha was so happy that in response to his request, she only laughed. Richard called their relationship delightful. When William quietly mumbled under his breath, he said that everything, however, turned out very well. Samantha looked with surprised eyes at her friend, whose mood had changed again. How then he again became very sweet and looked like a cat. He asked his beloved if she wouldn't mind taking a walk together, saying when they would have such an opportunity again. Samantha's gaze immediately lit up, and she called him by name, then immediately looked at her sister and asked Adelaide if she minded. The girl, of course, she didn't mind. Richard's friend said that it was approaching noon, and he knew a good place nearby and invited everyone to have lunch there. Samantha happily agreed, her cheeks turning pink. William stood behind the girl, putting his arm around her waist and admiring her sweet, smiling face, and also unconsciously copied her movements. The company came to a pleasant establishment, and the girl, looking at and listening to Richard's stories, thought about Mr. Sterling and thought that he was a good person. Smiling happily, her smile stretched from ear to ear, and she hoped that over time Will would make even more friends. Samantha asked for her guesses and suggested that Mr. Richard must be very popular with girls, to which he smilingly replied that everything was something like that. However, when she asked Miss Samantha to notice that Miss Adelaide was his favorite, the girl looked away in disgust and remained silent. Noticing this behavior of her sister, Samantha thought that it seemed that her sister did not like such guys at all. How William called out to his beloved, and when the girl turned to him, she almost jumped back in surprise. The guy joyfully held out a piece of dessert on a fork to her mouth, treating her. Samantha was very embarrassed by such actions. Her face turned red. She didn't think it was worth encouraging such behavior, and she still needed to tell him about her and Louis's engagement. But I don't want to spoil such a joyful and sweet atmosphere, and the girl again thought that Will was very cute. But the next moment, Samantha accepted the treat from the guy's hands, which surprised him at first. But then the young man smiled joyfully. His cheeks turned red, and he said that he adored her. At the same moment, while chewing dessert, Samantha was thinking that she couldn't be so sweet. Richard sighed sweetly, and propping his head with his hand, he said that now there was a sweet atmosphere in the air. Adelaide agreed with the young man next to her and laughed. The company left the establishment when William immediately called Adelaide to go with him, citing the fact that he had a small matter with her. The youngest daughter of Duke Eldrith turned questioningly to His Highness, and asking if he meant her, agreed. Samantha was glad to see this, yet it was the first time she had seen William invite Adelaide somewhere. As he left and took his beloved sister with him, he looked seriously at Richard, making sure that everything was going according to plan. The platinum-haired young man was confident in himself and only exhaling in relief, he sweetly walked on with Samantha. When he turned to the girl and asked, "Why don't they take a walk around the area?" our heroine happily agreed. And so they decided to go back. Samantha agreed and said that she was glad to spend time together when they returned to the starting place and saw a huge crowd of people. Looking ahead, Richard concluded with a frown that it looked like there had been an accident. Samantha's eyes widened sharply. Suddenly she felt anxious and thought that she had a bad feeling. Then the girl began to peer forward to find out the cause of the accident, when she suddenly saw Will, covered in blood, lying on the stone floor. Suddenly, from what she saw, the girl's heart sank. Her face expressed animal horror and fear. She asked herself why it was Will. Samantha the next moment ran forward, making her way among the crowd of people and holding the cape on herself, when she suddenly stopped and her eyes widened even more. In front of her, she saw an unusual picture. Not only was her loved one lying on the ground in blood, but also her little sister was using magic, spreading a bright pink light. She adjusted the voluminous scarf on her forearms and looked down in horror, and could not believe that the power of the goddess had awakened in Adelaide. William saw the state in which both sisters were and was very pleased with his actions, which is why a sly, malicious grin appeared on his face. Samantha immediately called out to the young man who was lying on the floor and sat down next to him. The young man looked pitiful and tired, and looking pitifully at the girl, he called her by name. Samantha looked no better. Her face also expressed fear and pity. She asked why and what had happened. The girl noticed that the wounds had already healed. There could be no doubt about it. This was the power of the goddess. Adelaide treated His Highness William, but it was clear how hard it was for her, how tired she was, and tears were already coming out of her eyes. Samantha raised her head and looked worriedly at her younger sister. The last wound on the prince's hand finally healed, and the next moment Adelaide lost consciousness and began to fall. Our heroine loudly called out to her sister, who was losing consciousness. Suddenly, literally the next moment, Adelaide was picked up by Richard, who arrived in time and groaned when the girl fell on him. After that, the platinum-haired guy looked at the girl who was hugging her shoulder and concluded, reassuring his new friend, that her sister had simply lost consciousness. This reassured our heroine. She thought that it was probably due to the fact that this was the first time she had used her power, and in such quantity. Immediately, the second crown prince rose from the floor, covering the place where the wound had previously been with his hand, and the girl asked if he was okay. William said yes. After this, the young man tried to get to his feet, but it was still difficult for him to stay on his feet, so the girl jumped up sharply and hugged William to support him. Holding his head, the prince said that he seemed to have lost too much blood, and Samantha said that he needed to rest. Then Richard also entered the conversation. He, taking Adelaide in his arms, said that first they would send William to the castle, and then he would escort the two of them to the estate. The man looked around and concluded that there were too many extra eyes gathered here. People around said that the guy had a very deep wound, and the girl healed him. They could not believe that this was the power of the goddess. Samantha looked in horror at those people who were discussing her dear people, and she became scared. All this time she hugged William's hand, and then the guy asked if they would go. The girl sadly agreed, and the whole company left. 2 days have passed since then. Our couple met, and Will apologized for making the girl worry about him, but Samantha happily said that there was nothing wrong with it. It was not his fault. She was told that on that day Will suffered due to a crew accident. The wounds he received, which served as the reason for awakening the power of the goddess Adelaide, were completely healed, so that nothing threatened his life now. But at the same time, the thoughts that everything could have turned out worse, causing tears. Tears actually formed at the corners of her eyes. But she felt scared, and she abruptly buried herself in the young man's chest. Hugging him, William hugged his beloved girlfriend back, reassuring her. But he, in turn, would be incredibly happy that the girl was worried about him and was dependent on his presence in her life. Suddenly, he said that he couldn't even think that the power of the goddess would also awaken in Adelaide. Although, he continued, Samantha had been talking about this for a long time. The girl had already calmed down. But she was surprised that he remembered it. But 6 years ago, she said that in the future, her beautiful Adelaide would definitely awaken the power of the goddess. Then Will asked how she knew this, to which our little heroine, smiling sweetly, replied that she was simply sure of it. Then little William simply chuckled, but as it turned out, he remembered even this information. After her memories, Samantha definitely calmed down, and smiling happily said that in any case, she was glad that everything was fine with them. Adelaide, whom Mr. Richard helped bring to the estate, woke up the next day and woke up in surprise and asked who would have thought that the power of the goddess would awaken in her. The younger sister, reasoning, said that she wanted to save Will so much that she did not notice how light began to pour from her hands. She examined her hand and, smiling tiredly, said that then everything was like a fog. Our little girl began to think to herself, because the power of the goddess also awakened in her when she wanted to save someone, and apparently, the desire to help something activates the power of the goddess. Adelaide immediately asked what her father was doing now, and Samantha explained that he had gone to the royal castle. It seemed to her that His Majesty had invited him. The whole point was that Adelaide had used her power in front of people, so now everyone was talking about it. It looked like the king had summoned him as soon as he found out about what happened. Now Samantha was thinking that Adelaide's life would now change a lot, and this made her worry. Adelaide noticed this condition in her sister, and therefore said that she was glad that she turned out to be similar to her. This greatly encouraged our main character, and she was very grateful to her sister for this support. After all, she was the main character of the novel. so she thought that everything would be fine, and she said that it was mutual. William continued the dialogue, pulling his beloved out of her memories. He said that on the way here, he met Adelaide. Samantha said she knew this because today her sister was called to the royal castle, and she hoped that everything would go fine and nothing would happen. To which William replied that he thought that she would now become a new candidate for his brother's bride. Samantha asked her friend in surprise whether she had heard him correctly. William answered that now she also has the power of a goddess, the same as she, Samantha, so it was obvious. His Highness the Second Prince also said that it was logical that she would also be considered. This information shocked the girl because she had not thought about it. She didn't know what to do, because now there was no mutual love between this couple, and she and her father never went to the castle. Now, realizing all this information, our heroine became restless and even scared. But William hastened to reassure her and said that everything would be fine, but he thought that he would not agree to this. Samantha asked if he was talking about Mr. Lewis, and His Highness nodded, but he insisted that it would not come to an engagement. The girl looked at her friend appraisingly and worriedly and thought about where he got such confidence from. William, as usual, smiled slyly and muttered under his breath that he would just buy him time, and he joyfully said out loud that he hoped it wouldn't come to an engagement. Samantha asked in surprise what he meant. Suddenly, the young man came closer to the girl's face, and our heroine looked at him questioningly. And then, His Highness the Second Crown Prince, blushing and smiling, said that then no one would bother them anymore. Looking at the creepy face of her William, the girl thought that she was tied with shackles and deeply drawn into this whole adventure. Our little girl, looking at the guy in surprise, wondered if the queen could really change her mind so easily, and realized that sometimes she didn't understand William at all. At the same moment, the young man's face changed, and looking at the girl with pitiful eyes, he asked why Samantha was not happy. But the girl sharply denied it, saying that that was not the case. She only said that she was simply surprised. But after all, she herself wanted to be next to Will, and closing her eyes, she thought that she would be very happy if everything worked out for them. But now that she started to think about it, she realized that now that she remembered Cornelia's words when they were alone, she began to feel terrible. While the girl was worried about all this, the guy next to her felt quite fine and was very happy to watch her. When suddenly he took Samantha's hand in his, he fastened them into a lock and, hugging her, said that he really liked her. He also said that he would like to spend all his free time with her, Samantha, and then he would not need anything else. The girl's eyes immediately shone, her cheeks turned red, and her soul immediately felt warm from his words. Hugging together, the girl thought that he was still very cute, but, she thought, why was she so uneasy in her soul? After a day spent with his beloved, the second prince returned to the castle, where he met with Richard, and literally at the beginning of the dialogue, he said that today she was very charming. His friend exhaled tiredly. Thoughtfully supporting his head with his hand, he reasoned out loud why she was so beautiful. Richard, putting the mug and saucer on the table, was about to start talking about it. But his friend interrupted him again, without even allowing him to insert a single word. He again said that he already wanted to see her. How did Richard finally decide to make his presence known in this room, and asked if William thought he was going too far, because he really could have died that day. But His Highness denied it. He did not even consider the fact that he could die because he was attentive. Then Richard menacingly said that he was not sure that Miss Adelaide would become very interested in him, to which William replied that in that case, Samantha would have healed him. The young man exhaled in disappointment, realizing that arguing with his interlocutor was simply useless. But still, he asked what he would do if Samantha found out that he had caused the accident. He asked what he thought she would think of him then. William did not find any answer to this. He only seriously and a little menacingly began to glare at the young man. As Richard said, this was part of his plan, after reading countless books from the royal personal library related to the power of the goddess, and realized that she was mainly awakened by a strong desire to help someone. So he wondered if being near death in front of Adelaide would awaken the power within her, when Richard asked if that meant he was simply trusting the words Samantha had told him as a child. To which His Highness the Second Prince replied in all seriousness that this girl was special. Until now, Samantha had accidentally predicted the future more than once, so he decided to trust her, although he did not expect that everything would go so smoothly. If the power of the goddess had manifested itself in Adelaide, the royal family would definitely have tried to capture her, all so that Samantha would not become his bride. But the young man was also clearly aware that his brother would definitely resist this decision. But in any case, the main thing now was to postpone their engagement. Immediately, His Highness the Crown Prince succumbed to his memories of his lady love, as she called him a good boy. So William told his friend that Samantha would never know about it. He also added that it was simply pointless to even imagine such a thing, but the young man still wanted to catch him and extended his hand forward and told him to admit that he was in pain. But even then, Will replied that this was not new to him. After all, as a child he had to experience much more pain, and raising his head proudly, William said that he would do anything to get Samantha. Richard, listening to this sincere confession, opened his mouth and asked if this was true love. How could William not answer? And changing the subject, asked what was there about the Queen. The platinum-haired friend said that things were generally going well and said that he would soon get what he wanted. Supporting his chin, our prince said thoughtfully that all that remained was to sort out the engagement with that girl. Richard remarked that he was very careful with Lady Cornelia, and His Highness replied that she was one of those people who get what they want by any means. This even made him happy, and with a malicious smile on his face, he thought that in this they were similar to her. As a friend of his friend declared that in this situation he was not his help, the answer was silence. But he said loudly, and his cheeks turned red, that he really liked Miss Adelaide. The young prince grabbed his head, shielding himself from the bright glow emanating from his friend, and told him to do what he wanted. That same night, His Highness Prince Louis was sitting alone in the room, drinking wine, when suddenly a hand touched his shoulder, and a voice was heard addressing him as a brother. She said that, judging by his appearance, things were not going well, Louis said, which is true. He told his friend about what had happened, and the girl was surprised that Mrs. Adelaide had powdered the power of the goddess. Louis also said that, judging by rumors, this happened because of Mr. William's severe injuries, and then Cornelia asked if everything had turned out in a surprising way. To this statement, the first prince could not find the right words to find an answer, and in his head there was a feeling that he had reached a dead end. He did not think that this accident happened by accident. Moreover, his mother, the Queen, once said that she heard that this monster again single-handedly killed all the killers. She could no longer see him and asked when he would die. And the very appearance of two people with the power of a goddess raised questions, when suddenly it dawned on the prince. After all, even in childhood, when they discussed the possibility of the appearance of two people with the power of gods, for some reason she breathed a sigh of relief. But the young man still doubted his conjectures, and holding his head with his hand, he thought, he was still thinking about this. After all, only God could know this. He needed to understand how valuable her power as a goddess is. Its owners have long been considered the protectors of the country. But on the other hand, if this power was in the hands of others, it could become a problem, and he was sure that his parents would do everything to ensure that Adelaide became a member of the royal family. Now it became difficult to dissuade them, but he still needed Samantha. He only knew. And he had no special reasons, and no reasonable grounds either, but he just wanted her to smile only at him. How could Cornelia, realizing that her friend had been lost in thought for a long time, said that she was sure that he would solve everything? But this did not deny that Mr. William was a terrible person, and it seemed to her that soon she too would be taken out of the way, the girl said dramatically. But Louis definitely assured Cornelia that this would not have happened. William kills people without the slightest hesitation, and even his affection for Samantha is frightening. And Louis realized that he needed to separate them as soon as possible, because he was too dangerous. But, hugging herself, Cornelia began to speak and stated that she liked such a Mr. William. Then the prince asked what was so good about him. Then the girl answered madly that it was the first time she had seen such a wonderful person. Samantha asked, that is, Mr. Louis did not intend to marry her. Adelaide confirmed this and said that now the royal family was trying to set him up with her. But His Highness Mr. Louis did not agree to this arrangement. Like that, William, sitting next to her and hugging Samantha, indignantly told her to stop talking about him. Then our heroine asked Will if it was normal that he came to visit them like that. And William happily said that there was no problem, and he had already done everything he should have done. To tell the truth, our heroine was embarrassed by Mrs. Cornelia, and she would still like to draw a line between each other. But because of that accident, she didn't have the strength to push him away. Even thinking about this, Samantha felt ashamed and embarrassed, which made her face noticeably redden. Then she asked if William's situation would get worse, to which Adelaide said that he didn't care about it. The older sister asked why he went so far, and the younger sister was about to answer. Suddenly, William interrupted her and said that everything was fine. They didn't have to worry about him. He understood everything. And then Adelaide continued and said that apparently he wanted to marry her, Samantha. For some reason, this shocked the girl. She realized that Lewis loved her so much, and suddenly she felt embarrassed and even ashamed. William immediately said that it would be better if she didn't know about it, continuing to be in the dark. Then Adelaide cautiously and conscientiously apologized, to which Uwe joyfully replied that everything was fine and asked her not to take it to heart. And then Samantha began to look happy again and reminded that the royal family was soon organizing a hunting tournament and asked if they remembered this. This event is held annually. She and Adelaide also take part in it. While the men hunt, the girls drink tea behind the curtain, and then each participant presents his catch to the lady of his choice. And the one who gets the best booty becomes the queen of the year. Last year, Samantha received this title thanks to Lewis. Only in the novel at this time, Will tried to kill him, and then Adelaide healed Lewis with the help of her goddess power. But now this won't happen, Samantha hoped. And with this question, she and her sister arrived at the tournament. This year, more people participated in the tournament than in the past, especially girls. The sister agreed and said that it was most likely was caused due to the appearance of the second prince. However, the bulk of the glances were directed at Adelaide, our heroine noticed. A few days ago, the bishop just recognized the power of the goddess at the ceremony, and apparently, now everyone will be engaged in her training, so that later they can use it for the good of the country. The younger sister happily said that she wanted to help people with this power. As expected from the main character, Samantha thought to herself she was charming. Suddenly, our heroine heard a familiar and unpleasant female voice calling her by name. And turning around, the girl saw Mrs. Cornelia running sweetly towards them. Running up to her friend, a girl from another country joyfully announced that she was really looking forward to their meeting with her, which surprised Samantha. But she felt guilty about the situation with Will. Cornelia also drew attention to Adelaide and said that she had heard that the power of the goddess had awakened in her. The girl calmly confirmed this. Then the girl from another country joyfully congratulated Samantha's younger sister on this. When suddenly she hugged our heroine's hand again and said that the hunting tournament expected to be fun, Samantha said that it was very much so. Then, having tucked her hair behind her ear, Cornelia began to speculate aloud whether Mr. William would present her with the lute. Samantha even looked at her friend with some sadness, as if realizing that she would not get anything. Suddenly, loud cries of admiration from the lovely ladies began to be heard throughout the forest, rejoicing at the arrival of His Highness William and His Highness Louis. All the girls in the area called the two brothers wonderful, and in fact they were simply excellent. Nevertheless, Will gained his popularity when suddenly Mrs. Cornelia quickly pounced on him, hugging his arm and saying that she was really looking forward to meeting him. Doubts crept into Samantha's head. She became scared at the thought that they would actually get married and sadly thought that these two really looked good together. She remained silent on this matter, but again thought about what this nagging feeling in her chest was. Then Adelaide saw her sister's poor condition and called out to her. Suddenly, His Highness Louis suddenly approached the group of girls and also called out to Miss Samantha. He happily ignored Adelaide and taking the girl by the hand said that this year he would make every effort to make her queen. Samantha looked at the first prince in surprise and addressed him by name in surprise, to which the crown prince explained that his feelings for her are real, that they will not change, even with the passage of time. After he expressed everything he wanted, he left saying that they would see each other later. Samantha thought that she was very sorry that she could not reciprocate his feelings, but still, he was a good person. All this was observed by the second crown prince, His Highness William, who had been pestered by Cornelia all this time and looked a little angrily towards his brother. Samantha was sitting in a portable gazebo and drinking tea when suddenly Jenna ran up to her. Our heroine asked her what happened, to which she answered in such a whisper, covering her mouth with her hand, that His Highness William asked to call her over. Samantha's eyes instantly lit up, and her soul felt warm as soon as she heard Will's name. The girl went out into the forest, where she found William, who, seeing the girl, took off his hood and said that there was still a little time before the start, and suggested they take a walk together. The young man said that he would like to hide from the attention of others and clasped his hands, palms together, and asked her. But the girl didn't even mind, so she raised her eyebrows and gently agreed. Samantha, while they were walking together, said that they had not walked through the forest together for a long time. Will confirmed this. He even said, smiling, that it was she who found him in the forest and saved him. When the girl enthusiastically reminded him that accidents happen every year at the tournament and asked the young man to be careful, William said that thinking about her gave him strength. Samantha smiled brightly. She had heard that he was excellent at magic and fencing, and she was interested to see how he hunted. In addition, His Highness continued to say, "If he gets hurt, he will heal him," the prince asked. Samantha said that of course this will be so. Now there was Adelaide, whose strength had awakened, so no one would be surprised that his wound would suddenly heal, our heroine thought with a smile. Suddenly, the young man realized that Samantha's mood had changed, and he asked what was wrong, and the girl replied that she was thinking about whether it would be right to continue to hide her power as a goddess. The next moment, William attacked the girl, grabbing her by the shoulders and glaring at her madly, saying that now it was necessary. Samantha asked what this meant. William's eyes were very crazy, and he said that he asks her not to announce this power now. He loosened his grip and calmed down after Samantha said she understood him. The next moment, William's face became sweet and even cheerful, and a blush appeared on his cheeks, and he thanked his beloved. He hugged our heroine and finally explained that this was necessary so that they could be together with her. Samantha's eyes lit up and widened when she heard these words from her friend. But the next moment, she began to push away His Highness the Crown Prince. Her cheeks turned red, and she asked Will to wait. But William again took the girl into his arms and said that he did not want to let her go. Our heroine's face became very red. She was thinking about what it was, but the whole point was that her heart was beating so fast. William muttered again under his breath that this was not good at all. He became more and more greedy. Samantha asked what he meant, and His Highness the Second Prince said that he felt like he was missing more of what he had now. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders again, he came very close to her face and said, looking straight into her eyes, that he wanted to be with her all the time. William said that he wanted to touch her and moved his hand from her shoulder to her hair and face, which was already filling with bright color. William moved even closer. His lips practically touched the girl's lips. His hand held her close, opening his mouth slightly, and he gently said that he wanted her more and more. Samantha gasped in embarrassment and closed her eyes, but the next moment William moved away from her and embarrassedly said that he was just joking. He told Samantha to wait a little longer and, extending his hand to her, said that everything would begin soon and suggested that they go back. Samantha brought her hat to her chest and, taking the young man by the hand and walking behind him, she thought that something strange was happening to her, as if her heart was about to burst. All this time, her face was burning. But even this whole scene was peacefully watched by a lady who had come from a neighboring country. She gasped theatrically, and raising her head said out loud that she had explained everything to her very clearly and joyfully announced that it was not good to take other people's things, and said that she needed to be punished. Standing next to her, Adelaide told her sister that the competition was finally beginning, but Samantha was simply indifferent to this and simply agreed, looking off into space. The younger sister, placing her hand on her chest, told her sister that her whole face was red and asked if the temperature had really risen. Samantha grabbed her burning cheeks with her hands, and, her face expressing embarrassment and horror, she quickly babbled that this was not so. Our heroine admittedly said that, to be honest, something strange had been happening to her heart lately, and Adelaide asked if something had happened. Pressing her hands to her chest and with a pitiful expression on her face, she said that Will constantly hugs her. My sister asked if, at every meeting, the girl said something like this, but for some reason, she couldn't take it calmly. Then it dawned on our little girl, and she asked if she accidentally felt pain in her chest when she saw Will together with Mrs. Cornelia. Then Samantha suddenly blushed deeply again and, embarrassed, shouting and stuttering, asked how she knew this. Adelaide's eyes shone sharply brightly, and her cheeks turned pink, and she was about to tell her sister what it was, when Cornelia suddenly interrupted her, calling both sisters. She immediately approached them and sweetly asked if they would like to have tea together. The blonde said that she invited several more people, but it was awkward for her to sit alone with them, Seeing the plaintive look of the girl, our Popadanka agreed nervously. She thought that she didn't know anyone here. It must have been hard for her. Samantha asked her sister what she wanted to tell her, to which the girl suggested that it would be better to talk about it later in private, citing the fact that it was very important. But our heroine did not understand what was so wrong about it. And so all the ladies gathered at the round table to drink tea and discussed who would become queen this year. Someone said that they would not be surprised that it would be Mrs. Samantha, and besides, Mr. Lewis had no equal in the hunt. Just as Mrs. Cornelia enthusiastically said that Mr. William was very strong, one girl said that this was also true, to which Will's possible bride said that she thought that Mistress Samantha knew better about it than them. But our heroine said that she did not think so. And then her soul again felt sad and hurt. She was even jealous that Mrs. Cornelia knew about this better than she thought, that they probably spent a lot of time together. Then some girl in a greenish dress approached our heroine and asked Mrs. Samantha to go away with her for a few minutes. She leaned over our heroine's ear and covered her mouth with her hand and said that they needed to talk about His Highness William. Samantha felt creepy. Experiences filled her head again. She wondered what was wrong with Will, since even here it was impossible to say about it. Samantha rose from her seat and, apologizing to the company of noble ladies, said that she would leave for a while. While Samantha was leaving their gathering place, Cornelia rose from her seat and said that it seemed like Mrs. Samantha was being hunted. The next moment, our little girl opened her eyes. The sun illuminated her head, and in front of her she saw green grass. The girl rose from the ground, holding her head and trying to come to her senses. When she suddenly opened her eyes and discovered that she was in the forest, and goosebumps ran through her body. Our heroine looked around and wondered why she was here, when she suddenly remembered. But the whole point was that she was called to talk about William, and then someone grabbed her and gagged her. The girl thought that the conversation could turn to Will's past, so she asked the guards not to accompany her. But who did it and why, the girl was now interested in. She raised her head again and realized that it was in this forest that the participants were hunting, but be that as it may, she needed to go back. The girl got up from the ground and began to think about what she should do. She didn't even know where to go, and the atmosphere here was quite creepy. When suddenly our heroine heard a loud rustling of leaves behind her and was very horrified. She jerked in fear. Coldness and goosebumps ran through her body, and her eyes widened in horror when she turned around. Behind her, she saw a crowd of men in black robes. Her soul immediately felt calmer. She was glad that she had met the tournament participants. She came out from behind the bushes to the people who were not so far away and loudly apologized and said that she was lost in the forest. Suddenly, one of the men to whom she came out pulled a bowstring and shot an arrow that flashed right near the girl's head, frightening her terribly. The girl's eyes instantly widened in horror, and at that time the arrow left a long scratch on her cheek and cut off strands of violet hair, and Samantha asked why they were doing this. But then she saw a face peeking out from behind the robe of the archer whose arrow had wounded her, and realized that he was hostile. He was smiling, and it was definitely not by chance that he shot at her. Samantha realized that she would not find help here, but on the contrary, death would overtake her, and decided that she needed to quickly run away. Running in the opposite direction in heels from men in boots, she thought what was going on here and who all these people were. There was nothing like this in the novel. When suddenly the girl tripped and fell flat on the ground. How the next moment the men caught up with her, and they weren't even running. And an arrow flew into the ground right next to her head. Samantha rose in her arms and looked at the arrow in horror and wondered if he had missed on purpose. Her whole face, hands, and clothes were covered in dirt. When the men behind her began to discuss their hunt, saying that the arrow had come close, the other said that it was necessary to loosen it a little more. Samantha looked at the man in horror and at the same moment realized that they were enjoying the pursuit, as if they were hunting her. The next moment, the girl rushed forward, hoping that the men would lose sight of her, lost her shoes along the way, and hid behind a tree, covering her mouth with her hands. While she was safe, our heroine healed her wound on her cheek and thought that someone was trying to kill her. How scared she was. Her heart was beating wildly. Samantha hugged herself with her arms and thought that she could use some magic. But it was not suitable for battle, of course. She would heal her wounds. But then her strength would quickly dry up. She wanted to cry more and more. Suddenly she looked back in horror, hearing loud discussions of the men who were approaching her hiding place. Samantha rushed forward. Tears of fear and resentment formed in her eyes. In any case, she could only run further and look for help. For a long time, she hid from the hunters, ran in one shoe, and finally the girl fell to the ground from fatigue, breathing heavily. Dark, red circles from tears had already formed under her eyes. She was gasping in horror, thinking that she couldn't do it anymore. Her legs no longer obeyed her, and it was already hard to breathe. Finally catching up with the girl, the stocky men grinned joyfully and talked about how they needed to kill her as quickly as possible. Another said that she was beautiful, that he even felt sorry for her. A third man said that he thought they could have a little fun. There was animal horror in Samantha's eyes. She was driven into a corner like prey, and the men kept saying that if they didn't complete the task, they would be killed. So it was better to deal with her. He was supported. When one of the killers said that they could have fun with her, and after they killed her, these words in no way calmed the girl down. She became terribly scared. A cold ran through her body. One of the men pulled a bowstring and aimed an arrow at our suffering heroine, but she couldn't even scream. Fear had frozen her body so much that she couldn't utter a word, but only shut herself off and mumbled. She thought that she would die here. In a past life, somewhere deep down in her soul, our heroine didn't even mind dying because no one would mourn for her anyway. But this life was completely different. She loved her younger sister Adelaide. There were people who cherished her, such as his Crown Prince Louis, as well as loving parents. There were those whom Samantha herself treasured very much. These were also her sister and her parents, but in particular it was William. Now she didn't want to die. Bitter tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She pressed her hands to her chest and tearfully begged Will to save her. The girl closed her eyes and brought her eyebrows to the middle. Expecting reprisals against herself, she heard a heartbreaking cry. Tears formed in her eyes, and she opened her eyes slightly. Suddenly, she realized that she was still alive and raised her eyes up. She saw a familiar silhouette in front of her. William came to her aid. The girl looked in horror at the guy, whose face was just as creepy, not believing that she was alive, and what she saw in front of her was not an illusion, and called him by name. The young man pitifully brought his eyebrows to the middle and sharply turned his head towards the girl, looking at her with crazy eyes. He was horrified and shocked by the state of his beloved, sat down on one knee in front of her, stretched his half-bent arms forward, not knowing what to do. He extended his warm hand to the girl's face, who was still in a state of horror and stupor. Samantha thought that the hand was warm, which meant that the real Will was in front of her, that he had come to save her, and at that moment, she was finally able to give free rein to her emotions. Realizing that she was safe, bitter tears flowed from her eyes. William was worried that his beloved had been subjected to this and apologized for coming so late. He was sorry that she had to go through such a thing. The girl continued to whine and cry, and the young man, trying to calm Samantha, gently hugged her and said that now everything would be okay. Suddenly, from the side, there was a rough male scream from the attacker who had been wounded by Will. He asked what he had done. This scream really frightened our heroine. William suddenly asked sharply whether she had been wounded, to which Samantha, still not taking her eyes off the men, turned her head away from them and said that she was almost healing all wounds. She didn't finish what she wanted, but restlessly asked what they should do and said that they needed to run faster, to which William calmly replied that this was not necessary. Smiling, Will said that he would quickly deal with everyone and asked the girl to continue him here for a while, putting his arm around the girl's shoulder. His Highness the Second Crown Prince rose from the ground to his feet and looked at the assassins with a menacing look and asked them what they had done to her. The man in the robe, wounded in the arm, also rose from his knee and, seeing him off, put a smile on his face and, exhaling inquiringly, said that they were just having fun, hunting. William looked menacingly at these disgusting men in front of him with a feeling of complete disgust. Then the man whom the guy wounded continued to say that they were just going to kill her so that they could have a little fun later, and accused the prince of interfering with them. Then the young man's gaze suddenly became crazier than before, and from the timbre of his voice one could understand that he was very, very angry, and His Highness exhaled questioningly, emphasizing the last vowel. Samantha's gaze and facial expressions again shrank and tensed. She became scared just from the way her friend looked. William in turn put his left hand forward and, with eyes full of rage, said that now death awaited them. The men screamed in agony as they were devoured by the prince's dark magic, and the girl watched in horror and wondered if it was Will's magic. Samantha looked at William in fear and thought that she felt coldness and hatred from him. The man who was being devoured by dark magic crawled towards them, saying that he was in pain. And William said that for those who dared to treat Samantha like a toy, they were in too good a condition. He told them not to think that they could die so easily. First, he would play enough and then kill. At the end of his monologue, he asked whether he should kill one person first or all of them at once, and angry at the man who was shouting, he said that he lunged very noisily and waved his sword. Warm blood from the body of the assassin who had just been cut and killed by the second prince splashed onto Samantha's face. Her eyes widened in horror. From what she saw, and in particular, from the fact that she realized that Will, a crazy man who was now standing covered in blood, had just killed a man. The other two men tiredly, in fear and despair, tried to scream and beg for mercy, but William just smiled madly and exhaled joyfully and loudly, parodying laughter. When he suddenly again used his dark magic on the man, twisting his hand in the opposite direction and breaking his fingers, which caused a heart-rending scream. William happily asked what they were going to do to Samantha would have been much worse, and answered his own question by saying that it must have been much more painful. He said in the same crazy tone that it was too early to die because they should be punished for encroaching on Samantha's life. But the girl asked herself whether this was really the same Will she knew. She looked at his back in horror, cowered in horror, and with fear she thought that he kills people without the slightest hesitation. There was also a feeling that it gave him pleasure. Now he was more like the second prince from the novel, Samantha realized. And realizing this fact, the girl suddenly loudly called out to the guy and told him to stop. For one moment the young man froze, and the next moment he apologized to the girl with a joyful smile on his face. The girl looked at His Highness the second prince in horror. Everything was not normal at all, even despite Will's kindness. The blood on his face and the awareness of what this man was capable of were quite frightening. His Highness turned to the girl and, standing facing her, completely at ease, said that it seemed to him that because of his rage he had lost his head a little. He wiped the blood from the cheek of the lady of his heart, but there was still fear in Samantha's soul. What frightened her most was not the fact that he killed people, but the way he was indifferent to it and tried to impose on her that he did not do nothing shameful. The young man created a pitiful look on his face and said that it was wrong to leave the girl in such a state. When suddenly William smiled joyfully again and asked if she could wait until he killed everyone else, a chill ran through the girl's body, and she realized what frightened her so much about him. Samantha wanted to stop him, but the lump stuck in her throat didn't allow her to do so. All she could do was just grab him by the clothes. The girl grabbed the second prince by the leg, and the young man called her by name. At the same moment, she was able to squeeze out the necessary words and asked not to kill them. William asked why he couldn't do this, since they were going to do the same to her. He again got down on one knee in front of Samantha, and with a crazy look, looking straight into her eyes, asked why he should spare them. Our heroine looked at Will in horror and asked herself if he really didn't understand this. The girl immediately replied that this was wrong, but Will understood her completely differently, and with a more relaxed look said that for sure he needed to leave one alive so that he could lead them to the customer. This joy, relaxation, and tranquility frightened our baby, especially when he spoke casually about it, and that then he would take the other one with him. Samantha pressed her hand to her chest and squeezed the fabric on it, after which she asked if human life was really worth nothing to him. To which William replied, smiling, that they were of no use anyway. Samantha looked at the second prince in horror and, fearing him, asked if this was the first time he had killed. William looked at the girl with a sad, serious, and calm look and remained silent. Samantha was upset and surprised. She was shackled with fear and horror, even because she could not warn the prince from such a future. As it turned out, she knew nothing at all about Will. For some reason it seemed to her that events would unfold in a way different from the novel. She was mistaken if she thought that Will would become a different person. It didn't even occur to her that he might not forget all the suffering that he had to endure. She swore that despite everything they would be together. But despite all this, she could not understand what was always there. Tears formed and flowed in her eyes, and realizing her mistakes, she apologized to Will. The young man looked at his beloved in horror and concern and asked why she was even apologizing. He began to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and worriedly asked what was hurting her, asking if she was crying because of him, and if so, apologize. Samantha tearfully looked at the guy, who looked worriedly to the side. After all, the Will whom she knew, whom she likes so much and really exists. But now there was no time to shed tears. The girl accepted everything and wiped her eyes from tears. Samantha rose from the ground, and this unexpected fact could not be ignored, and he called out to the girl. Together with the guy, they walked forward to the corpses of the hired killers, and when the girl saw the bloody body of a man, she gasped in horror and covered her mouth with her hand, holding back the urge to vomit. But suddenly, Samantha, despite all the horror that she saw in front of her, pulled herself together. And having pulled herself together, she sat down in front of the man's bloody hand and began to heal him. The second crown prince came out from behind and menacingly, irritably asked the girl what she was doing. He asked, trying to find out if Samantha even understood what these people were trying to do to her, but the girl dryly replied that she knew. He looked away and, frowning and upset, asked why she was doing this. Finally, not a single wound remained on the assassin's body, and Samantha, having finished treating him, exhaled heavily. After that, she abruptly rose from her seat and turned to the prince standing next to her. She took him by the hands and lowered her head and said that she was very scared, and her action did not mean that she forgives them, but these people should not be judged by them, but by the government of the country. She raised her head, looking straight into the face of the second prince, and said that he, Will, did not oblige them to kill them. The prince's eyes and face were not devoid of reason, and he lowered his eyes down with understanding and some sadness, but did not answer. The next moment, Samantha spread her arms and embraced her beloved friend in her arms and thanked William for saving her. Tears formed in her eyes again, and she admitted that when she saw that he had come to her aid, she immediately calmed down. Of course, this was so. And then the prince could not contain his feelings and hugged his beloved tightly. So they stood in an embrace for some more time, and Samantha, having calmed down, asked if he would help hand over the mercenaries to the military police. William said that of course he would help, and burying her face in the shoulder of her dear and beloved man, she praised him, calling him a good boy. In fact, she was still scared. She could barely restrain herself from crying right now. However, she could not allow Will to repeat his fate from the novel, and she decided that she would do everything to make him happy. And now, 2 weeks have passed since the day of the tournament. After what happened, they immediately handed over those men to the police. Since she cured them, the investigation began immediately. However, a restriction spell was placed on them, because of which the criminals cannot say who their customer was. In addition, since the crime was committed against the Duchess, the hunting tournament was cancelled. Coming out of the forest, our heroine joyfully met her terribly frightened sister and hurried calm her down. And immediately after that, the first Prince Louis approached them and immediately noticed his brother against the background of the upset girls. And Samantha's parents were so scared that they forbade her to leave the house until the main culprit was found. So Samantha spent the whole time sitting on a soft chair and looking out the window, still trying to come to her senses. But she was also wondering whose hands it was. She had never had to deal with something like this before. Of course, she was very worried about it, but still, all her thoughts were occupied with worrying about Will in their first meeting. He definitely had not yet had to kill. And if you think about it, it most likely started with the move to the castle. Of course, for others, the royal family pretended to accept Will, but who knows what they did to him in the castle, and what danger they exposed him there. When suddenly a maid entered the girl's room and bowed and told her mistress that a guest had arrived, the girl was surprised. And her surprise was due to the fact that her father forbade anyone to come to her, but still allowed a person to come to her. After a while, the second crown prince entered the room, but he did not look as usual. He was tired, and the bruises under his eyes stood out even more. Samantha quickly ran up to her friend and worriedly asked if something had happened. The young man sadly lowered his head down, looking at his beloved, and sadly asked if she was afraid of him now. Samantha asked what he meant. She looked questioningly at William and asked why he had such thoughts. The young man replied that after the tournament she didn't even look at him. But he did not receive a single letter from her, although she used to write to him every week, and she did not answer his letters. Samantha looked at the young man in horror, realizing that in the last week all her thoughts had been occupied with what had happened, and she had received so many letters with questions about her condition that she physically could not look at them all. The girl, with her head down, apologized to Will, saying that she didn't do it on purpose and explained that she just wanted to be alone a little to put her thoughts in order. The young man hopefully asked the girl if she was telling the truth, and the girl, closing her eyes, sadly confirmed it. How did His Highness, taking his beloved by the hand, tell her to speak, looking into his eyes? Samantha, of course, was very surprised, but when she opened her eyes, she saw how depressed the young man looked when he came to her. The girl instantly felt sorry for her beloved friend, and in her thoughts, she compared him to an abandoned kitten. So Samantha reached forward and placed her hand on the cheek of the upset face. And looking straight into the young man's eyes, she said that she was telling the truth and asked him to forgive her. William narrowed his eyes, and pitifully raising the corners of his eyebrows upward, he smiled, and his face turned red, and he, putting his hand on top of the girl's hand, said that he was glad to hear this from her, because he would die if she stopped liking her. Samantha looked at Will in surprise, not expecting him to say such words. William's eyes also widened in surprise. He did not expect that it would amaze the girl so much. Removing Samantha's hand from his face, he asked if it meant she was against killing people. The girl confirmed her position. The young man said that in future he would be careful, so he said that there is no need to hate him, because murders are necessary, and asked to understand that there are situations when there is no other way. Looking up again, she said that judging by her logic, he should have continued to suffer in order to eventually die. This shocked the girl, but also confirmed her suspicions that this was happening in the royal castle. She wondered if it was because she had forbidden him to kill anyone. After all, for him, murder was the only way to stay alive. Samantha looked pitifully at Will and said that she didn't mean anything like that she would never hate him, and asked him not to worry, and also asked him not to risk himself. William said that he understood our heroine and hugged her tightly and thanked her. After that, the couple went out into the courtyard of Duke Eldred's house, and, walking side by side, Samantha suddenly asked Will to listen to her. He was happy that he could finally spend this time with his lady of his heart, and asked with a smile what they wanted to talk to him about. Samantha asked if he had had to face any danger since moving to the castle. The young man was surprised by the answer, and already from the first notes, having guessed what it would be about, he became gloomy, but continued to remain silent. Then Samantha began to think about his reaction, because, as she suspected, he did not deny it. Accepting this fact suddenly made her feel very sad, which William noticed. But, nevertheless, he did not somehow encourage the girl or something like that, but, on the contrary, asked what she would do if this was the case. At the girl's questioning look, he continued talking, asking her if he answered this question, what would change in her attitude towards him. Samantha looked away and tried to find an answer in her thoughts. She thought that Will had not spoken to her on this topic until now. Still, she was sure there was a reason why he didn't want to tell her, and he probably wouldn't have liked it if she tried to find out anything herself. But one way or another, her goal was to become a support for Will. Therefore, she said that of course she did not have the power with which she could protect him from everything. But despite this, she would like to help him, and for this, she was ready to do anything. William asked if Samantha was telling him the truth, to which the girl firmly confirmed that all the words she said were true. But William's mood was still the same, and he was not the least bit relieved when he said that he understood her. And then he said that she was right. Since he left their estate, the Queen's people had repeatedly tried to kill him. This greatly surprised the girl. But William continued. He talked about how he was threatened, poisoned, and even servants who seemed to treat him kindly turned out to be traitors. And suddenly, looking away, he said he didn't want to make her worry, so he didn't talk about it. The young man admitted that only her presence made him happy, and he didn't care much about other people, and in conclusion, blushing, he said that these feelings would be with him until his death. That's why he wanted her to continue to remain on his side. The guy's words struck and touched our heroine. Therefore, she immediately began to chatter that, of course, as it had been until now, they would be together. When suddenly Will said that everything was not so. He explained to Samantha, holding her by the shoulders, that he would like something more, and asked if she understood him. But the girl asked what he was talking about, and then he gently squeezing the fabric of the dress on the shoulder of our sweet heroine, looking tenderly straight into her eyes and smiling kindly, asked how about an engagement. It seemed that the girl still did not catch up with what the second crown prince was telling her or did not understand whether it was a joke. But seeing that the girl did not get it, William continued, saying that this was a chance to get a title in which he could openly stand next to her, acting as her groom. Samantha doubtfully asked what to do with Mrs. Cornelia, to which Will replied that they were not engaged to her yet. She was just an outsider whom the queen found, and this had nothing to do with him. Suddenly he asked Samantha if she really didn't want him to enter into the marriage he wanted, and the girl immediately began to deny it, because she didn't want this either. Still, she was afraid that Will's situation could get even worse, and she didn't want him to continue living in danger. But William continued, saying that besides, in connection with the recent event, it would be better to stay away from her. Then Samantha asked what he was talking about, and the whole point was that he suspected this girl of an attempt on her life. The girl's eyes widened instantly. She couldn't believe that Cornelia was the one who hired the people to kill her, and couldn't even imagine why she needed it. But William hastened to dispel all the girl's anxious thoughts, and taking a strand of her hair in his hand, smiling, said that now she might not believe him, but later he would find evidence. Samantha's cheeks turned red from such a sweet gesture, but she still could not believe that Mrs. Cornelia was really guilty. There was a conversation about how she has been in a close relationship with Louis for many years, and for this good girl to do this, but William again continued to say that the feelings that she has for him are not like falling in love. So we don't talk about it, need to worry. He repeated again that there is no one to whom he could open his heart, except for her. Samantha, he cannot trust others. With them he feels unprotected. These words bothered our kind-hearted heroine. Continuing, he asked that if he could avoid getting engaged to that girl, would she accept his proposal. Samantha's eyes widened and her eyebrows raised pitifully. She looked at William in some horror. William's face instantly became very pitiful and sad, and just as saddened, but still without losing hope, he asked if her words were really untrue. But the next moment he apologized, saying that he did not want to put pressure on her, that he knew that their feelings for each other were different. And so, after the words had been spoken, William turned away from Samantha, and again a sly smile formed on his face, and he said that he had to go. Samantha already wanted to stop the young man, but she thought about whether she could even hold him back if she was not sure of her feelings. William's request was inconsistent with the relationship they had so far, and he definitely wanted her to be his lifelong partner. Her desire to be close to Will is not false, however. She was not ready for this. And if she rejected him now, she could lose him forever. And she did not want that. She didn't think that she would be able to reciprocate his feelings. For now she was in confusion, but the person dearest to her was he and the girl. Closing her eyes, said, "Okay." At the same moment, William turned to the girl. Their hair was blowing in a cool breeze, and the young man seriously asked what she meant. Then Samantha, firmly confident in her convictions, proudly announced with her hand on her chest that she would marry him, Will. And also she said that she would definitely get her father's consent to all this. William raised his head proudly, as if he didn't trust what Samantha was saying, and asked if it was true. But the girl had already made a decision for herself and was not going to refuse the words she had spoken. William looked the girl suspiciously from head to toe with his bright, gold-shimmering eyes. And after a short pause, he said, "Since the girl says so, let her kiss him." Samantha was very surprised. William, blushing, said that he wanted to make sure of the seriousness of her intentions and carefully took the girl by the chin. Samantha's face immediately turned red. She clasped her hands together out of nerves and anxiety, and in a trembling voice repeated the action Will was talking about. Suddenly, the young and handsome prince took her hand and with a smile on his face said that, of course, he did not intend to stop at the engagement. He said that he would like to marry her and be with her all his life, so he must understand whether she is ready for this. Samantha's face acquired a noticeable blush, and at the same moment she became thoughtful. She understood what Will wanted to say by this, however. This would be her first kiss, after all. This usually happens between lovers, but no matter how embarrassing it was for her, surprisingly, she didn't mind. Samantha pursed her plump lips in concern and swallowed the lump that had formed in her throat. Because she had already agreed to the engagement, there was no time to retreat. Her face became more and more pink, but in the end, she proudly raised her head up and said, "She will do it." The moment Samantha said this, the eyes of the young man, who had previously been so confident in himself, widened in shock. William couldn't squeeze out a smile or anything, just something like her, and said that he didn't expect this. And the next moment, Samantha, embarrassed and stuttering, asked where she should start, reminding the young man that this would be her first kiss. William grabbed his head with his right hand, while Samantha was still confused and didn't know what to do. A noticeable blush also appeared on the guy's cheeks, and he, sighing joyfully, apologized and said that he was just trying to hold on. The girl looked at him questioningly. Then His Highness the Second Prince said that he would close his eyes to make it easier for her. The girl hesitantly asked if he was telling the truth. But the next moment, William closed his eyes and Samantha's eyes widened in surprise, and her face flushed red again. She couldn't stop admiring the guy's facial features. But then she pulled herself together, remembering that if she didn't hurry, he might think that she didn't want to do this. The next moment, Samantha quickly rushed closer to William's face, still confident that she could do it. But she still couldn't gather her thoughts and cope with all the anxiety, and her head was simply boiling with emotions. But in the next moment, the girl looked at William's face again, collected but embarrassed. Her heart was beating quickly. Suddenly, she finally gathered all her thoughts and, rising on the toes of her shoes, approaching William's face, gently and carefully touched his lips. But immediately after the young man reached out to meet her, the embarrassed girl instantly pulled away from the young man and covered her mouth with her hands, thinking that Will had kissed her, and her heart was about to burst out. When suddenly, His Highness the Prince opened his gorgeous golden eyes and looked at Samantha. He approached her again, continuing to look into her excellent violet eyes. He missed this gentle touch. Samantha smiled joyfully and wanted to say that she had fulfilled her promise. But William did not let her finish. He gently but sharply grabbed her head and greedily, sharply approached her lips, opening her mouth. The next moment, he kissed her softly, tenderly, and carefully. Both of their hearts were beating wildly, enjoying the moment. But everything does not last forever, so the kiss ended and the young man carefully pulled away from the lips of his beloved. Immediately after this, Samantha quickly and embarrassedly pulled away from William, covering her face with her hands and asking what he was doing, to which the exhausted but happy guy, without holding back his smile, replied that he could not resist and apologized. He hugged Samantha's head again and thanked the girl and said that he was very glad that he liked her madly. The girl, still embarrassed, did not allow the prince to get too close, pushing him a little into the chest. William, whose cheeks were all pink, happily, with a smile on his face and sparkling eyes, he offered to continue to cherish their relationship from this day forward. The girl, seeing William's beautiful features and sweet expression on his face, suddenly turned away abruptly and embarrassedly, and Will asked in surprise what was wrong with her. Samantha, all enthusiastic and tremulous, apologized and explained that she simply could not stop her heart. It was beating so quickly. As Will joyfully asked if it was really because of him, Samantha immediately covered her eyes with her hands out of embarrassment, mentally asking her to finally let her calm down. But William continued to smile, and our dear heroine was still glad that Will was happy. She thought that it would be great if she could become a support for him at least for a short time, and she was glad even just to be around, because she felt happy with him. She again clutched her burning cheeks and pursed her lips, thinking that it seemed that for some time she would not be able to look into his eyes. William sweetly watched the reaction of his beloved girl and could not get enough of the fact that they had finally become closer. As the day began to draw to a close, Will had long returned from the Eldrith house, and that evening he found himself in the dungeon, where Richard noticed that today his friend was in a truly good mood. William did not deny this, but smiling and again using his dark magic on the prisoner, he said that it was so. His friend suggested that something good happened between him and his lady love. "If you don't tell everything," Richard blackmailed him. He promised that he would tell Mrs. Samantha how bad he was, to which Will said that in that case, he would kill him. But still, William decided to tell some of what happened between them and said that she agreed to the engagement. Yawning tiredly, Richard was practically not surprised but asked, "It seems that there was some intimidation." William, as usual, did not answer this question, to which his friend, folding his arms on his chest, said that this was quite expected. However, our second prince did not think that her answer could be considered sincere after all. He only took advantage of Samantha's kindness. When Richard asked why his dark friend decided to take extreme measures, although he values her so much, William said that he was afraid that Samantha would hate him and leave, and that didn't suit him. That day was the first time she looked at him like that, because of which he once again felt strange. She could not understand him. It was as if he was a stranger to her, and it was scary. Our hero could not calm down his fear. The thought that she would hate him frightened him more than death, and if he could not be there, then he did not need such a life. It was necessary to grab Samantha before she was completely disappointed in him, so he evoked the sympathy of her. Such a kind soul to keep her even if she did not think about stopping him. Well, Richard began to speak with a smile, and said that William has always been crazy, but even he has an innocent side for Samantha. After all, it would be bad if she found out about what he was doing now. William remained silent to this friend's statement. Richard exhaled tiredly, yawned, and said, "Be that as it may," he offered to quickly knock information out of this criminal. Will agreed. Little is known about the magic of limitation, but it is not omnipotent. The moment of truth comes just before death, which he noticed while torturing one of the past killers, which is why he has to torture a person slowly and wait for the right moment, which lasts only a moment. William squinted and assessed the situation with his bright, golden eyes, and realized that the time was already approaching. How he immediately asked the dying man who ordered Samantha's murder. Poor. A man who had suffered all this day. Saliva flowed from his mouth, and his eyes went up and talked about a girl from a neighboring state. Black hair, gray eyes. William realized that the criminal was talking about Mrs. Cornelia's maid and called her a vile devil. The man, with his last breath, asked for mercy, but William killed him in cold blood. Then Richard asked whether an admission of guilt would be enough, to which His Highness replied that the statement of such a person is not sufficient evidence, and it is impossible to punish the Duchess. But it was enough for him to get proof, he said distraughtly, because he would kill the one who encroached on his Samantha at any cost. A week had passed since the announcement of her engagement to William. It had been decided to tell her father about it when talk of an engagement to Mrs. Cornelia had stopped, so she did nothing. But still something changed. Here, smiling, Will said that he thought a lot about Samantha every day, from morning to night, and immediately after, he took her chin and kissed her ear. Samantha looked at the young man in surprise as soon as he pulled away from her, and her cheeks flushed red. Our dear heroine noticed that his demeanor had definitely changed. She no longer saw the child in him. Now she was attracted to him. Suddenly, William again hugged the girl by the back of her head, and holding her shoulder with his other hand, reached for her lips. Samantha's ears also turned red. The girl couldn't think of anything better to start pushing the crown prince away with her hands in the chest and stuttering, telling him to wait. The young man smiled. But as soon as he was pushed away, he put on a very cute little face and, frowning and pouting his lips, asked why she didn't want this. Samantha said that that's not the point. They're just not even engaged yet, and that's not good. She embarrassedly said that she believed that the order of actions was also important, she thought. Frankly, these were just excuses out of embarrassment. In addition, she is embarrassed because she really doesn't mind. After all, this was the first time for her. William looked away sadly and said that he understood her. Samantha exhaled with relief, putting her thoughts in order, and thanked God. How could the insatiable, greedy young man again look pitifully at the embarrassed and surprised girl and ask just once? He looked like a small, plaintive puppy, and asked if she agreed if you agreed. The young man said, "He promised to be a good boy." Samantha twitched with embarrassment. Goosebumps ran through her body and her face flushed, and she agreed. If it was just this once, she was completely powerless in front of Will. His Highness the Second Prince, again smiling, reached out to the embarrassed and pursed-lipped girl. He placed his hand on her cheek and pressed her chin with his thumb, opening his mouth and pressing his soft lips against her plump lips, kissing her tenderly. Both their hearts were beating very fast. The young man carefully pulled away and their gazes crossed. And again, closing his eyes, he gently kissed the girl. Samantha began to squeeze the fabric on his chest and did not close her eyes. And so finally the young man pulled away again. He took the girl by the shoulders, who looked at him displeasedly from under her forehead and stuttered, pouting her lips, reminded that he spoke only once. But Will, who was pushed in the chest, said that they were still a work in progress. And so, having said this, he again greedily grabbed the lips of his beloved. Pulling away, the girl embarrassedly and indignantly began to shout that William was a liar, because this happened more than once, to which the happy young man joyfully said that he didn't think so. Our cutie's head began to boil and she pouted her lips. However, our second prince really liked to infuriate the girl with his antics, embarrass her, and then watch her cute reaction. And the next moment he opened his arms to the sides and took Samantha into a tight hug, and the girl immediately calmed down and said that he was very happy. The previously surprised girl hugged him back, and a sweet smile stretched across her face. In any case, she couldn't help but be happy for him. And the next moment he said that he wanted their engagement to be announced as soon as possible, and then they could do a lot more. Samantha was about to answer something, but the next moment she turned away and thought about his words, a lot of things. She probably thought about the wrong things and became even more embarrassed. After tender gatherings in Samantha's bedroom, the couple went out into the courtyard, and then the girl told William that she wanted to walk not only around the territory of the house. The criminal had not yet been caught, so she was forced to sit at home. She was, of course, afraid, but she already wanted to. All this time she was holding the prince's hand, when suddenly the second heir muttered irritably that the murder was not enough to calm her down. It was necessary to find out whether she was definitely involved in this. In addition, the lady began to speak, but noticing that the young man did not accidentally call her by name, William smiled sweetly and, groaning and apologizing, asked what she was talking about. Samantha looked down sadly and, placing her hand on her stomach, said that she had gained as much as 5 kilograms. The girl was very sad about this, although it's not particularly visible in this dress, but she still gets fat easily. The girl complained sadly that she wanted to run and ride horses. The young man was surprised. And the next moment he tilted his head to the side and said a little embarrassedly that there was no need for this because he would like anyone. He hugged her waist and, looking straight into her eyes, said that Samantha, whom he had met, was the most beautiful in the world. Memories of how both William and Louis spoke these words in childhood flashed before the girl's eyes, and she thought that she should have informed the first prince about her decision. And the young man continued. He said that no matter what figure she had, even without arms and legs, he would still always like her. Samantha was not delighted with such words, to put it mildly, but although a little rudely, the girl realized that he meant that he liked what was inside her. William also said that he hated the idea that she could become even more beautiful, because then there would be a lot of men around her. The girl embarrassedly said that, oh well, why worry? And Samantha thought that it was very similar to Will. When Ul asked what she thought about a short trip, there are excellent places outside the capital. He was sure that the Duke would allow it if she was accompanied by enough guards, William said happily. Samantha, with hope in her eyes, said that it would be wonderful, because if you remember, they didn't go anywhere. Will, with pink cheeks, smiling joyfully, said that he would persuade the Duke and asked what she would say to this, but the girl did not believe that her father would allow it. But here she was, dressed in a beautiful dress with her hair tied up in a bun, smiling joyfully, because everything worked out. Duke Eldred, when the couple came to him, said that Samantha really could use some rest and asked the second prince to take care of her. The young man nobly put his hand to his heart and, blushing sweetly and smiling, said that he would try never to leave her side. The girl could not even think that he would agree so easily. But, be that as it may, Samantha walked forward, smiling sweetly. Her cheeks were pink, and she thought that her father trusted Will. Their trip was supposed to take place in a week. She couldn't wait for it anymore. And besides, Will and Adelaide called. The girl continued to walk smiling, humming to herself. And also, William said that he wouldn't tell anyone but them where they were going, which made the girl wonder what kind of place it was, when suddenly she saw her sister nearby. She quickly walked up to Adelaide and congratulated her on her return. The younger one said that she was already home. And then our heroine remembered that today she was invited to the castle about the power of the goddess, when suddenly a silhouette came out from behind the girl. And it turned out to be the first crown prince of the kingdom, Louis, who, smiling sweetly, wished Samantha a good day. The girl's eyes widened and her eyebrows rose to her forehead in surprise. She felt a little uneasy, but still she greeted the prince. Louis looked at the girl with loving eyes and smiled sweetly at her. Adelaide said in a whisper that His Highness the King and Queen asked to speak privately, so she invited him, because in the castle they were under the gaze of others. Both sisters were upset and worried about this fact and looked down. The heroine thought that this meant that His Majesty the King and Queen wanted marriage. Samantha gathered her will into a fist and decided that it was time to tell him everything, and, turning to Louis, asked if they could talk in private, to which the prince happily agreed. And so they moved into a bright gilded room and sat in silence for a long time. Louis calmly drank the tea the girl offered, enjoying it. At this time, our heroine was still collecting her thoughts, when suddenly the prince was the first to break the silence and said that they had not met since the day of the hunting tournament and asked how she was feeling. Thinking that it was not easy for her, the girl replied that everything was fine and thanked her for her concern. But the next moment, crossing his legs and creating a lock of his fingers on his knee, he asked Samantha what she wanted to talk to him about. The girl felt uneasy. It was somehow unusual to talk about this, and she started with a simple thing. Samantha thanked Louis for honoring her with his attention. The prince tensed. She said that he was always kind to her, and she was grateful to him for that. He was just a wonderful person, both as a person and as a friend. She really liked Louis. But despite this, Samantha continued, lowering her head, she could not reciprocate his feelings, and she was sincerely sorry. But the first prince was not taken aback, and immediately asked the girl to please raise her head, because he already knew about it. And smiling in the face of our heroine, he tilted his head to the side and asked if he could find out the reason. However, our silly girl didn't want to lie to someone who was always honest with her. She thought that everything would be okay if she told him. Still, he is kind, unlike His Majesty the King and Queen. And raising her head up, she said with a bit of sadness in her soul that she wanted to be close to Will, because they promised to always be with each other. Once again, an oppressive silence hung in the room. But after a while, Louis smiled irritably and folded his arms across his chest and asked if she thought she would be happy with him. Our heroine instantly became scared, and her eyes widened. She had never seen His Highness in such a state before. But the next moment he relaxed his face and said that, of course, he liked how kind she was, but this already looked like self-sacrifice, and said that she was simply confusing the concepts of love and affection. Samantha was sharply indignant that he would even say such a thing. The young man lowered his head down without taking the smile off his face and asked if it meant that William was the only man for her, if she didn't say that she dreamed of marrying for love. But Samantha looked at the prince's condition with pity, raising the corners of her eyebrows up, a drop of sweat dripping from her face. She didn't know how to react, because she liked Will. And while the girl was thinking and watching her interlocutor, he began, covering his mouth with his hand from uncontrollable laughter. He looked at the girl with pity and told her to understand that she would be unhappy with him, but she was wondering what he had said since she agreed. The young man was sincerely sorry that his beloved did not understand this at all. His face expressed concern, sadness, and pity, and he said that he was simply using her kindness. But even these words did not open Samantha's eyes to the truth, but only scared her, and she asked what he meant. To which Louis, responding more calmly, asked her to understand that he was no longer the little boy she had picked up. Samantha's eyes widened in surprise on the one hand. She was aware of this but could not accept it. But William is an inhumane, cruel, and dangerous type, the prince said seriously. It was better for her and her family to stay away from him. Suddenly, our heroine felt terribly creepy from these words, and fearful she frowned and thought that Louis knew about Will. His Highness, looking towards the door, asked if she didn't remember what he was like on the day of the tournament, a cold-blooded killer and manipulator. But Samantha did not want to admit all this and argued that he did it only to save her. The next moment, she lowered her head in worry. She thought that Will had become like this against his own will, but she couldn't blame Louis's parents without solid evidence. The girl pursed her lips and realized that of course he didn't know this. When suddenly Louis asked what she would do if Will raised his hand against her family, the girl raised her head in panic and, opening her eyes in horror, asked what he was talking about, spoke. A chill ran through her body. The prince raised his head so as to look at the girl from above and, squinting his eyes, asked if she was sure that this would not happen. But Samantha continued to think positively. Even despite her fear, of course, Will from the novel tried to kill Adelaide. But her Will is different from the prince from the novel. She again bowed her head in thought and looked restlessly at the floor. Could she trust him? No, it was not like that. Didn't she promise that she wouldn't allow this to happen? That's why she decided to be there. Will was much more important to her than her own happiness. Therefore she, proudly raising her chin up and placing her hand on her heart, firmly said that she would stay with him no matter what. Will was dear to her. The prince was disappointed with this answer, and he reported this by saying that, unfortunately, William had deceived her. He relaxed his shoulders, and although his eyes betrayed his sadness, he smiled and said that even if that was the case, everything was fine. He would close his eyes to it. Samantha noticed that he didn't listen to her at all, which made her feel incredibly offended, and she pursed her lips worriedly. Like a friend, the next moment, Louis rose from his seat and approached Samantha, knelt down in front of her and took the girl by the hand. In such a frank position, he again announced that he liked her. The girl only felt sorry for him. She looked at him pitifully. The young man said nobly, continuing to look at her hand, that he always thought about her, and asked her to understand that he was concerned about her well-being. But Samantha already saw that Louis was really worried about her, but she could not respond in kind. The girl was afraid, no matter how many times she said that everything would be okay, it would not convince him, when suddenly there was a knock on the door and Samantha pulled her hand away. She quickly rose from her place on the chair and, pressing her hands to her chest, apologized and said that she would leave for a while. The girl had just approached the door and was practically grabbing the handle to open the door when suddenly, Louis caught up with her from behind and, hugging the girl by the shoulders with one hand and closing the door with the other, he sternly but carefully asked her to wait. Samantha, who was very frightened and surprised by such a gesture from the first prince, sharply turned to him with questions. The young man's hand moved to his forearm, pressing the girl to his waist. But Louis did not intend to let the girl go so easily and leaned on her a little, hugging her tightly with one hand. The girl suddenly gasped in fear and surprise. Being terrified, she asked, not with embarrassment, but more with disgust, to let her go, when suddenly a familiar voice came from behind the door asking if she was here. Samantha's eyes opened in horror. She was almost numb with fear. She frankly did not understand what Will was doing here. William knocked on the door again, continuing to call the girl. Samantha was horrified by the realization that right outside the door was her loved one, and right with her was the one whom he sincerely hated, and could not even imagine what would happen if he saw them together. Then Louis leaned towards the girl's ear, who was very worried about her situation, and quietly but seriously asked to drive him away. But the girl reasoned out of despair that if she resisted, the noise would alert Will, and realized that she had no idea what to do. How Samantha apologized, saying that she just fell asleep, that she would turn around and come, so she asked to wait a little. Louis, who was still hugging the girl, instantly put on a sly and satisfied smile on his face. William said that everything was fine, he would wait, and said if anything happened, to call right away. Samantha thanked him. After that, the girl heard footsteps moving away from the door, and Louis hugged her tighter. But still, he let go of his hand from the girl's waist, taking her to the side. Samantha turned sharply and indignantly at him, frowning her face with some threat and anger in her voice. She politely asked him not to do that again. Louis raised his chin higher and narrowed his eyes, looking down at her, and said that one day the day would come when she would have to break up with him. The first prince asked if she found it strange, such as the recent accident. He asked how such a capable magician could get hurt so badly. His Highness said in all seriousness that if he had died then, he would not be here now. Samantha asked excitedly that she thought he knew Will had committed murders. At the same moment, Louis's eyes widened wide in horror at the words he heard. The girl, looking away, said that she found out about this recently, but it would be impossible to turn a blind eye to it. The prince asked if there was a conversation about Miss Adelaide awakening the power of a goddess in the future. Samantha frowned again on her face in confusion about what he was talking about. But Louis interpreted the girl's silence in his own way, and looking away, said that everything, as he thought in the library of the royal family, which William often visited, there was a book that said that a strong desire to save something can awaken the power of the goddess. Then the crown prince said that he thought he staged the accident to awaken the power in Adelaide and make her a potential bride. Samantha was surprised. She couldn't believe these speculations, because Will himself had suffered greatly. She thought that Louis was just making things up. Having received no answer, He went to the door and said that he had to go and asked her to please think about his words. He again narrowed his eyes slyly and put on a sly smile, saying that there was no need to see him off. He would come here again soon. After waiting until the young man left, she fell to her knees exhaustedly. Everything only got worse. Louis didn't even try to understand her, but she still had to go to Will. She held her cheeks and said that she needed to hold on. And so, having come to her senses, she joyfully and with a smile on her face opened the door to the room and apologized for taking so long. In the room, he and her sister were sitting opposite each other. Then, William worriedly asked if everything was okay. It seemed that she had turned pale. Samantha came closer and sweetly said that everything was fine and apologized for the recent incident. Will said that he had something to do nearby, so he decided to stop by. After listening to the guy, the girl calmly sat down next to Adelaide, who immediately called her sister. She moved closer to the girl's ear and, covering her mouth with her hand, whispered that she thought that Will should not know about her meeting with Louis, so she asked the servants not to tell him about it and to try to make sure that they did not accidentally collide. Tears of joy formed in the corners of Samantha's eyes and thanked sister, of course. The fact that she had to hide it made her feel remorseful, but nothing could be done. William noticed that his beloved did not sit with him and was quietly discussing something with her sister, and this alarmed him. Therefore, the young man asked the girl why she sat there. Samantha was surprised that she did not even notice it. So she got up and immediately moved to sit closer to him. She usually sits next to Will, but now it became awkward. But she did not confuse the guy further and quickly turned her head to him, apologized, and said that this did not have any hidden meaning. William was glad that this was the case, and therefore put his arm around the girl's waist, pulling her closer to him. When Adelaide enthusiastically said that she was already looking forward to their trip, our heroine, joyfully and beaming, said that she agreed with her. Only this was their first trip as a couple, the sister said doubtfully, and asked if she could definitely go with them. Samantha was a little surprised by what her sister said, which couple she was talking about. Adelaide confusedly asked if that wasn't true. She had simply been told that the engagement agreement was made based on their mutual love, so she thought so. Samantha's face turned very red. She was outraged by what Will had even said to her. William turned his head and asked his lover if they weren't a couple. Samantha's face burned, and she said in an uncertain voice that it was just so unexpected. William, frowning and pouting, asked what that meant and whether it was normal for her to kiss a man without being in a relationship with him. Samantha jerked sharply and abruptly covered his mouth with both hands and embarrassedly told him not to talk about such things in front of Adelaide. The girl, hearing all this, quickly covered her eyes and with both hands out of embarrassment, and said that everything was fine. She didn't hear anything. Continuing to shut the guy up, she thought that even in such a situation, Adelaide tried to smooth the situation over. When suddenly William, not wanting to endure the inability to speak, bit Samantha on the little finger. The girl abruptly pulled her hand away from the second prince's face in surprise, when suddenly he approached Samantha's face and insistently asked whether they were a couple or not. The girl still didn't know how to answer. Her head was racing. She thought that everything was very complicated, but if they announced their engagement, consider it almost together. And in the end, with an embarrassed exhalation, she confirmed that they were a couple. William was glad. He again approached the girl a little and asked if this meant that now they could kiss. Samantha did not know what to answer. The next moment, he hugged her tightly and said that he couldn't wait for their trip, because there they could be together all the time. He joyfully extended the second letter. The girl thought that perhaps she had understood everything wrong again. She lovingly hugged her lover back, thinking that Will was behaving as usual, and as for Louis, he was just making things up. So the evening of this day came, in the royal castle. Cornelia, covered in blood and holding a dagger in her hands, sighed boredly. When there was a knock on the door, it was Louis, and he turned to his girlfriend and said that he had a conversation. Cornelia happily said that she would come over now, just now. She would finish her business and come to her brother. She got up from the sofa and, taking off her bloody glove, threw it to the corpse and told the maid to clean up here. The servant, standing near the window, humbly said that she would carry out her order. Cornelia walked out into the castle corridor in a bloody dress and, propping her head with her hand, said that she was very bored, and Mr. William did not care about her at all. The only thing that had amused her lately was the hunt for Samantha. Well, she said, Because of this, the engagement to her fiancé was postponed, and she still needed a close person. Cornelia looked with a mad look at the moon, whose bright light illuminated her madness, beauty, and horror that brought blood throughout her body. She said that there is no point in killings alone. So the day came when they went on a trip, and so Richard happily said that it was just the perfect day for a trip. Adelaide rolled her eyes. Samantha hesitantly agreed with the guy, saying that she was in great anticipation, when William, sitting next to her, asked if her throat was dry and handed her a flask. So the day of their journey with Will has come. It turned out that Mr. Richard will also go with them, and they will be on his estate. It is located relatively close to the capital, so the journey will take several days. The girl thought that this was why Will decided to invite Adelaide. It seemed to her that Mr. Richard liked her. The next moment, the platinum-haired young man embarrassedly asked his pink-haired friend that the news that he would go with them was probably unpleasant for her. But immediately, Adelaide calmly replied that this was not so, but it would be better if they told her about it right away. And so Richard was no longer sad, but joyfully and a little blushing, said that then he should invite them openly. The girl turned to the young man and said that she had completely forgotten to thank him, because he was the one who drove her home when she fainted, and embarrassedly asked him to let her thank him somehow. Although Richard was delighted at this offer, he still smiled and said that for him it was the least he could do, and he shouldn't bother himself. He closed his eyes and smilingly suggested that it would be better when they arrived at the appointed place. She would take a walk with him. After some time, the blue-eyed young man, looking out the window, said through Adelaide that the Marquis's fief was already visible. Samantha looked out the window and admired the views with enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled, and continuing to admire, she even put her hand on the glass, while Will admired his beloved. And that's why he said that he was glad to see her smile and asked if she liked the look. The girl joyfully and sparklingly said yes. Both in her previous life and in this one, she had never traveled, so this opportunity made her very happy. They got out of the carriage and Richard said to feel at home and allowed her to use all the rooms. Samantha approached the owner of the estate and said that she thought they should say hello to his parents. In response to this, Richard, smiling brightly, said that the girls don't have to worry about it because he doesn't have them. The eyes of our sweet heroine suddenly opened wide and rounded. She felt uneasy. But Richard, without a drop of sadness, continued to talk colorfully about the fact that this is why they can make noise all night. Both sisters looked at each other, realizing that they were thinking and feeling the same thing. And so the company moved to the estate, and Richard kindly asked his guests to wait a little while. He needed to make some preparations. William saw his beloved's condition and asked if it was because of Richard's words. The girl nodded sadly. Mr. Richard was always so cheerful, he never showed any signs of worry. So William asked the maids at his friend's house to leave them alone until Richard arrived. After the maids obediently left, our prince took a sip of the offered tea. And finally, having collected his thoughts, he told his sisters that his parents had been killed by the king. The girls were shocked by this information, and there was a long pause in the room. After some time of silence, William continued that they made it out to be an accident. But when Richard found out that this was the work of the king, he was threatened and forced to remain silent. Samantha said that this was His Majesty's crime, but Will said that he did not want to create reasons for her concern, so he could not say anything more. The girl gasped in horror, thinking that what he said could not be called implausible, because they tried to kill Will himself. William said that he, of course, did not want to spoil their mood now, but he also said this so that they would be careful with the royal family. Samantha, smiling calmly and peacefully, replied that they understand that. Will also asked the sisters not to tell anyone what he told them. The girl looked at her upset sister. She thought that they would put Mr. Richard in an awkward position if they sat with drooping faces. She had to control herself. When the Marquis joyfully entered the room, he joyfully thanked for the wait, said that the preparations were completed, so he offered to go to tour of the mansion. A group of friends joyfully ran up to the young man and, smiling, asked him to leave. And finally, this day was over. The girls gathered together in Samantha's bedroom and discussed that today was fun. They liked everything so much. Suddenly, Adelaide's face changed in an instant and silently began to look at the floor. Samantha noticed this and asked her sister if she was thinking about Mr. Richard. Her sister said yes, she imagines that he has to be alone all the time. It becomes very sad. Our heroine thought that, of course, she guessed that he became a marquis for a reason at such a young age, But still, the very reason for inheriting the title was upsetting. She thought that it was very difficult for him. Samantha immediately said joyfully that Mr. Richard was an amazing person. He never gave them any reason to worry. Adelaide smiled softly. The realization of this made her soul warm, and she said that her sister was right. Our heroine suggested that they continue not to make him feel awkward. They should have a lot of fun tomorrow. Adelaide agreed. She could no longer wait for a tour of the city. When the sisters' conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door and a voice that followed it, asking if Samantha was still asleep, the girl realized that it was Will, and said that she was awake, offering to come in. The door to the room opened, and William, smiling, entered the room and once noticed that Adelaide was here. He apologized and asked if he had disturbed them. When our heroine's younger sister suddenly rose from her seat and said no, and she was already getting ready to go to bed, she quickly ran outside the room and sweetly wished them good night. Samantha, embarrassed, tried to stop her sister, stretching her hand forward. She couldn't even think that they would be alone at night, and Will calmly watched the girl go. Immediately after, he came up and sat down next to Samantha on the bed and asked if she wanted to sleep herself. The girl, worried, said that everything was fine, but thoughts did not leave her head. The young man leaned his elbows on the girl, leaning his head against hers, and said that it was good. She couldn't even imagine how glad he was to spend the whole day with her. Samantha's gaze opened, her eyes shone, and with a sweet smile on her face, she said that she did too. They talked a little more, when suddenly the girl drew attention to the window and said that tomorrow they would have to get up early and suggested they go to bed. But William was not happy with this. He did not want to leave yet and said this with a plaintive look. Samantha just laughed at this behavior and compared him to a child. At times, he reminded her of herself from childhood. As here the persistent prince invited the girl to sleep together, Samantha was at a loss for words. How the next moment her face turned very red when she realized what he had even said. And completely surprised and embarrassed, she said that they could not sleep together. William again looked pitiful and asked why, because they had slept before. The girl was so embarrassed that with a trembling voice, she asked if he was still asking about this. Our heroine's head was boiling because now the circumstances were different. Will, having calmed down, said that when they returned back to the capital, they would no longer be able to spend time together in this way, and holding the girl by the shoulders, he reminded that in the castle, he constantly felt lonely. The next moment, the girl felt ashamed when she imagined little Will sitting alone in his room. Therefore, the girl abruptly changed her mind and, patting the boy on the head, said she wouldn't mind sleeping together. The next moment, the young man embraced his beloved in a tight embrace, and, thanking Samantha, said that he adored her. He smiled slyly and told Samantha in her ear that she was very kind. William said that he would turn off the light. The girl thanked him, and immediately after she climbed under the blanket and embarrassedly turned away from the prince. But our baby was not timid either, and, covering himself with a blanket, hugged the girl from behind and wished Samantha sweet dreams. The girl was worried that he was going to lie down in this position. He even suggested that she sleep like this every day, which made her even more embarrassed. Her face turned red, and the heroine thought that the whole week had crossed all boundaries. Having waited until Samantha fell asleep, he quietly left the room when he suddenly saw his friend. The young man looked questioningly at his comrade with an arched eyebrow and said the word "look," as if wanting to listen, after which he asked what they were doing at a party. William exhaled in irritation and frowned and said that he would not even answer this. Richard asked if he was returning to the castle. Will confirmed. The blue-eyed friend asked if the prince knew that teleportation magic consumes a large amount of mana, but William said that this was not a problem and promised to return in the morning. The young man, who was being watched, smiled sweetly and waved goodbye and told the prince to take care of himself. William came into the room where the glass ball was located and, directing his magic into it, said the place of departure, the royal castle. He was transported to the royal castle, and from the sensations, His Highness realized that he had expended a lot of strength, assuming that this was due to the distance. Teleport grimoires are very valuable, so they are difficult to find, and few people use them due to the huge amount of mana they consume. Since he is now the second prince, he has more worries, mainly routine work that he doesn't really want to do. He also has to participate in expeditions to kill monsters, although this is not the job for a prince. But his status can be useful, And when there is no interest, freedom comes easily. He looked at his watch and realized that today he could even take an hour's nap. William looked at the teddy bear that was sitting on his desk with a smile. He stroked the bear and said that if it's for the sake of a future with Samantha, he's ready to do anything. In the morning, the company gathered for breakfast at the table. Richard asked with a smile how everyone slept. Samantha said that it was good and thanked him for his concern. As the young man continued to say that it seemed that she and William were in a closer relationship than he thought, even sleeping together, Adelaide twitched in embarrassment and blushed all over. Samantha blushed no less and loudly began to refute Richard's guesses, saying that they simply lay down on the same bed. Besides, when she woke up, Will was no longer there, she said dissatisfiedly, but the prince said with a smile that he just decided to take a little walk. When their friend suggested going to a neighborhood nearby, the girls agreed. Having arrived at the place, Samantha's eyes were focused on the architecture, and she said that the streets were very beautiful. Richard was glad to hear this and suggested that they split up and go about their own business. The next moment he hugged Miss Adelaide, pulled her towards him, and smilingly said that he would like to go on a date with her. The girl turned to the guy in surprise and dissatisfaction and asked for a minute, when suddenly the blue-eyed young man leaned over the little girl's ear and asked in a whisper if she thought they should help this couple. Adelaide nodded in agreement and said that it was still true. The sister told Samantha that she would go look around with Mr. Richard and told them to enjoy the time together. Our heroine said well. Still, she was glad to see that Adelaide and Mr. Richard found common interests and smiled sweetly after them. Our main characters came to the store, and Samantha, looking at the earrings, found very beautiful ones and told Will that she thought they would suit him, and the young man offered to buy them. Samantha agreed but asked to be allowed to pay, saying that it would be a gift. The young man smiled back at his lady, and blushing a little, he thanked the girl and said that he would cherish them all his life. After the purchase, William tried on the earrings, and Samantha happily reported that just as she thought, they looked great. After spending time together, the couples finally gathered into one large company, and moving forward, each discussed something of their own. Samantha asked Adelaide how she spent time with Richard. Her sister embarrassedly said that she learned that the gentleman was very popular with his people. Suddenly, distracting the girls from the dialogue, William, stretching his hand forward, asked Samantha if they would hold hands. Samantha gasped joyfully and surprised by the attention, and still accepted her lover's hand. Together, they began to walk hand in hand, smiling sweetly at each other. They were sincerely happy. The loving couple ran ahead, leaving behind a new, emerging couple in the person of Adele and Rich. On the same night, His Highness the Prince was again heading away from the teleport and thought that Samantha might suspect something, so he needed to return early today. As if in a circle, purposefully walking forward and not slowing down, he reached the corridor, from the corner of which a familiar silhouette emerged. This man turned out to be the first prince hated by William, who asked if he had not left with Samantha, to which our cruel prince replied, smiling slyly, that this did not concern him. Louis walked past William and seriously told him not to think that he could always take advantage of her kindness. Our prince remained silent, when suddenly Louis, mockingly but wanting to prove his vision, said that she was simply confused in her feelings, and there was no place for trust in their relationship. The prince's eyes widened. He mocked his brother and asked if he knew that they had met with her. The young man froze. She sent him out to stay with him, the first prince said with a smile. William, in disbelief, horror, anger, and irritation, and indeed the whole spectrum of emotions, exhaled loudly and questioningly, looking at him with a frown. William remembered recent events and realized that Samantha had lied to him then, and frowned in surprise. He asked the first prince if he had been with Samantha that day. Louis said upsetly that yes. He raised his chin up and, narrowing his eyes, mockingly said that behind the door he held her tightly to him, called her cute when she was embarrassed. The flow of adequacy after hearing the words broke in an instant, and William flew off the rails, and his eyes became extremely crazy. With the full rage of a wild beast in his eyes, he raised his head up and terribly, with an oppressive aura, said that he would kill him. Our hero extended his hand forward and began to form a cloud of some kind of energy from his dark purple magic. Louis stood up in half a circle and, stretching his hand forward with a smile on his face, used a reciprocal, magical, golden protective circle. The first prince broke the dark magic of the second prince with his light magic and confidently said to try it if he could. William continued to use his powers furiously, glaring wildly at the young man and baring his teeth. Suddenly, the next moment, our hero remembered his beloved lady, how she smiled joyfully and asked him not to do anything stupid. He trembled his lips and said again that he wanted to kill him. But the next moment he lowered his down and stopped supplying magic to his hand. This would only play into his hands. Louis also stopped using the magic circle. His eyes widened. He exhaled in surprise and said that this was unexpected. But our mad dog did not continue to glare at the man in front of him and said that sooner or later he would definitely kill him. At this statement, Louis smiled contentedly, lowered his chin and continued to look at his brother from under his forehead. The next moment, the maids ran up to the princes, heard the noise and worriedly asked what had happened, and William hurried away. It was still night outside, but suddenly our heroine's eyes reluctantly opened slightly, out of a strange feeling. Looking a little to the side, she saw Will in front of her. There was still silence for some time, when suddenly a warm tear fell on Samantha's cheek. Her eyes opened wide. Now she clearly saw the face of her lover, who was crying very bitterly and asking her why in a trembling, plaintive voice. Our heroine rose sharply and raised her hand to the young man's face and asked what happened. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes, and he said very pitifully that Samantha was too cruel. He looked very pitiful. His appearance really evoked pity and tears, and crying bitterly, he asked why she lied to him. Samantha asked in surprise what he meant, but such a statement sent shivers down her spine. It was the first time she had seen Will like this. William asked if she was with him that day, but our heroine sincerely did not understand what he was talking about. He closed his eyes, and a fresh hot tear flowed out of them. His face had been red for a long time. He said that she drove him away in order to be with him. A chill ran down Samantha's spine. She lowered her eyes and thought that he was really talking about that day. But one thing was not clear. Who told him this? In the evening, everything was fine. Tears were dripping from his chin. He sadly asked why she did this to him. Our heroine stuttered and apologized. He did not let the girl leave him and asked if she really wanted to be alone with him. Samantha denied. William looked into her eyes with bright golden eyes filled with tears and asked if the words that they would always be together were a lie. Our heroine shouted sharply so that he could hear her and said that this was not true, that everything was wrong. Suddenly, Will grabbed the girl by the wrists and pressed her to the bed and asked why she did that. Tears also began to form in the girl's eyes. She understood that she needed to apologize to him for this. Looking at the man who was looming over her, she apologized to him and said that she did not want them to quarrel. William sadly said that she still chose him. If he was dear to her, she would not have done this. She asked to listen to her, and that he was hugging her. Will also really asked. The girl's eyes widened. Samantha was silent. She thought that she wouldn't even tell Adelaide this. Only Louis knew this. Did he really tell him this? The girl turned her head to the side. Will's expression was terribly shocked. He didn't want to believe it, and sadly lowered his head down. Samantha wasn't particularly happy either and called the guy. But the young man didn't even want to listen to her. He didn't want to believe it. He kept saying loudly, no, no, no. He looked at the girl with a mad and pitiful look and said that she was marrying him, asked why she had betrayed him, asked to answer. If she had not then decided to talk to Louis, the girl herself thought. But on the other hand, what else could she do? Devastated, William asked if maybe she also kissed him. Samantha answered loudly, nothing like that. It was only with him. The second prince's expression changed again. A smile appeared on his face and he said that he didn't know. He grabbed his head with one hand and, almost shuddering with rage, said that he hated him, that it was very difficult for him, as if he was going crazy. Samantha raised her hand to her chest and made a fist. She thought about what she should do, how best to act. William approached Samantha's face and looked pitifully at the girl and told her to kiss him. In his eyes one could read fatigue, pity, and a seal, and he asked to be consoled. Samantha looked at her lover in confusion and horror and did not understand whether this was appropriate now. But if she pushes Will away, who knows what will happen next? And she put her hand on the young man's cheek. And the next moment she connected their lips in a gentle, calm kiss. Will's eyes widened. He didn't expect his lover to do it so easily. But the next moment he picked up the kiss. His cheeks turned red, and he calmed down and closed his eyes. After the kiss, the couple hugged. William still sadly asked if she liked him. The girl said yes. He asked to talk about it, and Samantha said that she really liked him. She no longer understood what was right and what was wrong, but she wanted him to be happy. She looked into his sad eyes and thought why she valued him so much. After that, the girl hugged the guy tightly to her again, and he asked her not to let other men touch her anymore. Samantha apologized. William said that he also liked Samantha, asked her not to leave her because he loved her, and laid the girl on the bed and kissed her. Adelaide and Richard sat opposite each other. The girl said that it was already approaching dinner, and her sister and Will still did not leave the room. It bothered her. As Richard said here, to be honest, yesterday, closer to night, he heard their voices from the next room. It seemed that they were arguing about something. He didn't think that they should worry. For a new couple, quarrels are normal. When suddenly the door to the room opened, William came in. Then Richard joyfully said, "Remember the devil," but did not continue. He turned his head back and said that they were terrible sleepyheads, and asked where Samantha was. Will said that she was in the room. However, the second prince did not stay with this couple, and again, leaving the room, said that they would be together for some time and asked not to interfere. Richard exhaled with satisfaction and saw his friend off with a smile. Adelaide looked after Will with embarrassment and concern. Blue-Eyed said that breakfast was already prepared and offered to eat. The girl agreed. She asked if everything was okay, to which Richard asked, "Okay." Here means cooing in privacy in the room. How that young man raised his finger up, blushing and smiling, said that they were alone again. But in such a case, he just had an idea for a date, and asked what she thought about it. Our dear Adelaide raised the tips of her eyebrows up, her eyes sparkled, her cheeks turned red, and she sighed peacefully. At this time, Samantha seemed bored, sitting on the sofa, lost in her thoughts. She wondered why Louis decided to tell Will about that day, and how they could even meet if he was now in the castle. Her heart truly broke from William's tears that night. She pressed her fist to her chest. She couldn't make that mistake again. Even thinking about it scared her. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and William walked in. Coming closer, he sat down next to Samantha on the sofa and folded his hands in front of him. Suddenly, he worriedly asked the girl if everything was okay. Samantha happily said that, of course. But William continued to look at his beloved with a sad look. Sadly, he asked if he was pushing her away now. The girl was very surprised and sharply replied that there was nothing like that. Samantha said that she was really sorry. She promised to tell him everything from now on, and holding his hand, she said that she was more worried about his attitude. The young man's eyes instantly widened and his eyebrows rose in surprise. He said that now he sees that he is dear to her. When he asked why he was dear to her, Samantha couldn't help but be surprised. She thought that at first she simply felt sorry for him. She saw in him herself from a past life, suffering due to illness and loneliness. She was worried that he was gradually opening up to her. She was in awe of his feelings, and his jealousy seemed sweet. Will always treated her with warmth. She thought this was due to the fact that she herself wanted to be in first place for someone, and the one who loved her the most was William. And then Samantha began to say that it was because... Her face turned red, her eyes sparkled, and with a smile on her face, she said that it was because he loved her more than anyone. William's eyes instantly sparkled and widened at the revelation of his beloved. He narrowed his eyes sweetly, his face turned red, and raised the ends of his eyebrows upward and pitifully. But with a smile on his face, he said that he would never give in to anyone. William took Samantha's hands and said that before and now, and from now on, he would only like her. So he hoped for reciprocity. The girl agreed. But she was afraid that it was not only Will who was dependent here, who immediately said that he was very sorry for yesterday's situation. It was just that Louis's words hurt him very much. Samantha realized that it was him after all. She pursed her lips. She would need to deal with Louis after the trip. She didn't want to hurt Will anymore. After the couple sat together for a while, they returned to the rest of the company, and Adelaide joyfully threw herself at her sister and hugged her, happy to see her. They had lunch together, and for the rest of the day the friends spent time together, talking a lot and admiring the starry sky at night. On the night of the last day of the trip, the guys gathered in the room, and Richard, leaning on the wall, sighed sadly, said that tomorrow he would have to return, and regretted how quickly time flew by. Like William here, he took a sip of wine from a glass, and his friend said that during this time he was able to get closer to Miss Adelaide. Winking, he said that his Samantha was really very kind, and if he were in her place, he would have hated him long ago. William, removing the glass from his lips, said that this was still not enough. He wanted to be a priority for her in any situation. The more pity he can make her, the less chance she will leave him. He said that maybe next week he could even kill someone in front of her eyes. Richard said that he was really going crazy. After returning to the capital, she and Samantha will rarely see each other again. Given the incident with Cornelia, it will not be easy for her to leave the mansion, William said menacingly, looking at the remaining wine in the glass. At first they need to deal with this girl, then with the royal family, the king and queen, and after that, Will said seriously, he would kill him too. Richard looked questioningly at his friend and asked him if he could really deal with him that easily. William pressed his finger to his chin and remained thoughtfully silent, looking at his friend. A simple murder would not calm Samantha. Some way was needed in which it would become known that Cornelia was the criminal. Why did they even need to hunt for her, William thought. If it hadn't been for such a mess, she would definitely have been killed. And Cornelia is the type of person who enjoys killing. Perhaps the corpses in the castle are her doing. William exhaled irritably, and frowning and smiling, he said that he had an idea. Adelaide gave her sister a bracelet, and happily said that it suited her very much. Samantha looked at the gift in surprise, thanked her sister, and said that she would take care of it. She put her hand to her chest, and said that she felt a little embarrassed because she had nothing for her. Adelaide said that there was nothing wrong with that. It was strange to exchange gifts from traveling together. Samantha continued to look at the gift, saying that it was beautiful, and that envy of her good taste awoke in her. Adelaide said that there was no need to say that. They chose him along with Mr. Richard, when suddenly the younger sister realized what she had just said and embarrassedly covered her mouth with her hands. They returned home 2 days ago, on the day when she and William retired the day before. Adelaide and Richard went to the city. Then they bought this bracelet as a gift for her. When Samantha said that these earrings suited Adelaide very well, the girl became embarrassed. She put her hand to her chest and shyly and tenderly began to say that Mr. Richard gave them to her. Our heroine couldn't even believe that Adelaide was wearing a gift from a man this was the first time. Samantha, smiling, said that it seemed that she had become friends with Mr. Richard. The girl remained silent. Suddenly our heroine noticed that her sister was not answering, but just looked at the floor. The younger sister said that Mr. Richard said that it was the first time he liked someone. Samantha was surprised. The baby embarrassedly said that at first it was an ordinary love, but with each meeting he fell more and more in love with her. He said that he was serious about her and was thinking about marriage. Samantha asked Adelaide loudly if she had understood her sister correctly. She thought that she could not even think that things had already gone so far. Our dear heroine, blushing, thought that she should give her some advice, but she knows no more than she does in matters of love. She asked if her sister believed Mr. Richard. The girl replied that she was not yet sure of his feelings. If Adelaide is worried, it means that she feels something for him. If she were indifferent to him, it would not matter. Samantha said that they still didn't know each other very well, but she believed that Mr. Richard could be called an honest man. At first, she was frightened by his persistence, but if he were a frivolous person, they would have already heard rumors about him. In social circles, Mr. Richard had never been called a flighty person, so she believed that Adelaide was his first love. The blue-eyed baby smiled sweetly. She believed her sister's words and said that it was probably true. She said that Mr. Richard is an unusual person. Sometimes he looks like a child, and sometimes like a completely different person, so grown up. Samantha thought that this contrast could be charming. Our heroine happily admired her sister in love and was happy for her, and the little girl continued to talk about their walk. She has never seen Adelaide like this, who knows? Maybe he is also her first love. Initially in the novel, The Love of the Goddess, Mr. Richard was not there, and our heroine thought that she was afraid that they were moving towards a completely different future. The baby thanked her sister for the conversation. Now she could look forward positively. Our heroine said that she didn't even help. In truth, Adele continued, he invited her to eat next week, and she would like to accept the invitation. Samantha happily supported her sister. At first, she was worried that she would interfere with Adelaide and Lewis's relationship. She was afraid that because of her actions, they would not have a happy future, but she really wanted her sister to be happy and hug her. Suddenly, a personal maid appeared at the open gate and said that her mistress had received a letter. Samantha asked who the letter was from, and Jenna replied, from Mrs. Vanessa Follett. The red-haired girl met her friend and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. 3 years had already passed since then, our heroine agreed. Samantha, looking at her old friend, said that she was glad to see her in good health. Mrs. Vanessa was leaving for a neighboring country to study. They exchanged letters, but the last time they saw each other was 3 years ago. The criminal has not yet been caught, but given the status of Mrs. Vanessa and their friendship, her father allowed her to invite her to visit. Samantha continued to smile sweetly and rejoice at the meeting. She thought that she was beautiful before, but now she became even more beautiful. Vanessa said that she thought that a lot had happened during this time. Our heroine, with her head down, admitted that this was not the right word. The green-eyed beauty put her finger to her chin and asked if she had a boyfriend during this time. Samantha looked at her friend in surprise, and her cheeks turned red. But she was not silent for long, and said that she would not yet call it that. But she had promised a man whom she valued very much that she would be engaged to him. Vanessa was happy, and clasping her hands, smiling, asked to please tell her about this in all details. The girl told everything, and her friend asked, because Samantha confirmed the rumors that the engagement of His Highness William and Mrs. Cornelia was planned, and thought that even Vanessa knew about it. When suddenly the mood of the red-haired friend changed, she sharply looked around, and leaning towards her friend's ear, she asked her to please be more careful if the matter concerns Mrs. Cornelia. Vanessa explained that in the neighboring state, she had heard enough rumors about her. Samantha remembered that Mrs. Cornelia was from a neighboring state and asked what they were saying about her. And then Vanessa said that everyone who got close to her, after that there was a small pause. They were found dead. Samantha's eyes widened, and a chill ran down her spine. William was sitting in some strange wooden shack at a table in front of a lamp. Suddenly he heard the creak of the door and approaching steps and tensed, realizing that the guest had arrived. Meanwhile, Mrs. Cornelia entered the shack in a chic dress, carefully walking towards the prince. She cheerfully said that she did not think that the day would come when he would invite her to a meeting. Amazing things happen, and she was happy about it. Standing behind, she asked what he wanted to do with her in such a deep forest. Lady Cornelia hugged the second prince from behind and said that she could not stop the fluttering of her heart. The girl inquired about the fact that he didn't even break out of her embrace, to which William responded with a question, asking if she tried to kill Samantha in that forest. Cornelia held her head with her hand and asked how he could even talk about other ladies when they were alone. The girl from the neighboring country laughed and said that Mrs. Samantha was especially lovely that day. It was just a pity that they were interrupted. William looked irritably at the contract killer from under his forehead and pursed his lips angrily. Cornelia leaned towards His Highness and, taking his head in her hands, turned it towards herself and, laughing, said that he was very formidable and asked if he called her just for this. The previously irritated and seemingly embittered prince instantly smiled and said that this was true. He instantly took out a dagger from somewhere and quickly pressed it to the throat of the girl who was hugging him and smilingly said that he called her in order to remove her. But Cornelia, although surprised at the moment, was more pleased with this attitude, and a blush even appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Vanessa and Samantha continued their discussion. The red-haired one said that it was not about 1 or 2 cases, and each had a difficult character. The second asked in what sense this meant, to which her friend, narrowing her eyes and worriedly, reported that people were so tortured that it looked more like a madman's game. This information greatly amazed our dear heroine. She felt terrified and even began to feel nauseous. Vanessa continued saying that, of course, these are just rumors, but they should not be blindly rejected. She also heard about the situation at the tournament. Samantha was very frightened. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, remembered Will's words, and thought that he was still right, but no evidence was found against her. It always seemed strange to her that the queen, who wanted Will dead, decided to set him up with the daughter of a duke from a neighboring country, which would play into his hands. This meant that there was something wrong with Mrs. Cornelia. She seemed to like William, but now she had a bad feeling. Samantha arrived at the royal castle, but the maid apologized. Now it would not be possible to meet His Highness William. She said that she understood. She understood that showing up at the royal castle without an invitation was unceremonious, but she could not calm down her excitement and even left home without permission. The girl walked along the corridor of the palace and, looking out the window, wondered what William was doing now. Suddenly, Samantha, standing calmly by the window, was called by a familiar voice from behind. Our heroine turned around and saw that the first prince was standing right a step away from her. Her eyes instantly widened, and her eyebrows rose upward in horror and surprise. His Highness Mr. Lewis turned his head to the side and smiled sweetly and asked what fate she had here. They haven't seen Lewis since that day, although she wanted to talk to him, so it can be said that everything turned out well, and she said that she came to meet Will. Lewis continued to remain in the same position and asked that nothing seemed to work out. Samantha asked why he told Will about that day. The prince asked what about, but the girl asked when she drove Will away. He told him that they were hugging. Lewis gasped with a laugh and turned his head away and said, "Now he understands what the dialogue was about." When Samantha raised the tips of her eyebrows up and opened her eyes wide, joining her hands in a lock on her stomach, she asked in a trembling voice why he did it. Lewis finally opened his eyes and, without retreating from his position at all, asked if he shouldn't have said that. Samantha was horrified. Did Lewis really tell Will on purpose? She realized that he wanted to quarrel between them. Lewis, from the novel, was a noble man. Everyone envied his devotion and innocence. What influenced him so much, the girl wondered whether it was connected with Will's changes or with the fact that he liked her and not the main character. Lewis plaintively asked the girl not to make such an expression, saying that he just wanted to keep her safe. Samantha was scared that Lewis seriously believed that Will was a threat to him, which is why they could not come to an understanding. Suddenly, our heroine turned around sharply when she heard an equally sharp cry for help in front of her. She saw a maid quickly rushing towards them and wondering what could have happened. His Highness the First Prince also tensed and asked the maid what happened. The girl looked at the prince with a mad look and shouted that trouble had happened to His Highness William. At this point, Samantha became alarmed. She was very frightened and, with a frown on her face, asked what was wrong with Will. As a result, the maid could not really tell anything, but she showed the way, and when the guys entered the room, they saw something terrible. William was lying on the floor. A dagger was stuck in his chest. A pool of blood had already formed under his body, and Mrs. Cornelia was sitting on him with a crazy look, holding the dagger, looking at them. Both the first prince and our little girl looked in horror at the scene that opened before them. William, with a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth and his pupils already lost in the background of his eyes, called Samantha in a trembling voice. Cornelia took the dagger out of William's chest and, laughing, said quite happily that it seemed they were caught. And it all came to this: Cornelia, who arrived at a meeting with William, and who was presented with a knife to her throat. She took the blade and joyfully said that she did not mind dying at his hands, but in this situation, he would lose everything. She said that she was sure that his dear Mistress Samantha would not approve of this. Was he really such a smart man? He thought that she would go to such a place alone. To which William responded with a smile and asked when he said he was going to kill her. The girl did not understand what His Highness was talking about and looked at him questioningly. The young man looked crazy. He used magic on the weapon in his hand, and with a crazy look said that he was talking about taking it away from him and Samantha. He calmly handed the dagger into Cornelia's hand. She looked with fear at her hands that did not obey her. In a trembling voice, she asked what was wrong with her hands. William stood up from the chair he had been sitting on all this time, a crazy smile on his face. He chuckled to himself. With the help of his magic, he pushed himself with Cornelia's hands and they fell to the floor together. The girl found herself sitting on the prince's stomach, when suddenly, controlling the girl's hands with the help of magic, he raised them up, connecting both hands on the handle. Cornelia was completely discouraged by her condition and such a setup. She didn't want to do this at all, but all she could do was watch and speak in horror, so she said that this couldn't be happening. But William only looked at her with his golden, tired, and cunning eyes, and there was a contented smile on his face. Suddenly, in the next moment, he hit himself on the chest with the help of magic. The girl's eyes were very wide open, and a drop of blood splashed onto her cheek. William tried to endure all the pain that he was experiencing. He didn't even have words while he was holding back so as not to scream. But there was a smile on his face. The next moment, he waved his hand and directed magic into a magic ball that stood nearby and set about the destination, the royal castle. In an instant, a white magic circle with a bluish glow formed under them. Mrs. Cornelia was simply discouraged that she was now also observing the magic of teleportation. It became scary. The next moment, they found themselves in the royal castle. Blood was already flowing profusely from William's body. Cornelia looked around and said in horror that it was still a castle. Her heart began to beat faster. Suddenly, a heart-rending scream of horror was heard from behind the doorway. It was the maid screaming. The next moment she ran away, calling someone for help. Cornelia was shocked and scared. Her heart was pounding. Here William also raised his voice. He said that her end had come. She would be accused of attempting to murder a member of the royal family. Will said this with a smug smile and said that he also had several clues regarding her previous murders. Even as the daughter of a duke, at best she would face life imprisonment and at worst the death penalty. After listening to all the threats and, in principle, what awaited her in the future, the girl could not find any words. She collected her thoughts. Suddenly, out of despair and not accepting what was happening to her, she abruptly threw her head back and laughed loudly, madly. William looked at her with no longer golden eyes. They were filled with blood and acquired an orange tint. Cornelia looked pitifully at William, leaned towards him, and with a smile on her face, said loudly that she really liked him, Mr. William. She was very happy with her situation now, and madly said that she very easily fell into his trap. She was so afraid for her life that she did not even think about such a situation. It excited her. She asked, tilting her head, and all this in order to remove her from the place of the candidate for the place of their bride, but he would not choose such roundabout paths just for this. Will said that Samantha would not be able to calm down until the culprit was found. In addition, William's cheeks turned red and his eyes became loving, and he said that she was the only one who truly loved him. These words became the starting point in Cornelia's insane state. Such words greatly shocked the girl. She calmed down a little and raised the tips of her eyebrows and said with satisfaction that he was really crazy. Will asked who he was hearing this from. The next moment, both people fell silent. Each seemed to be gathering his thoughts. Just as Cornelia said that usually people rejoice at the happiness of their loved one, she felt pleasure from the suffering on his face. She asked if he thought that fear is the strongest feeling, being on the verge of life and death. The faces of all people are directed only at you. Most of all, she liked it when all a person's feelings are directed at her. That's why she committed so many murders. William frowned on his face. He wasn't even pleased to listen to this, no matter how crazy he was. He didn't come to that, and he said that she was a crazy bitch. The girl laughed and asked that he was somewhat similar to her. He did not hesitate to take other people's lives, so she thought that he definitely wanted to kill her. She felt sad. Well, soon the maid will call the guards and they will grab her, the girl continued to humbly say, while her body was bound by the magic of the young man. Apparently, she would not be able to escape again. Suddenly, Cornelia looked towards the door, behind which the rapid steps of several people were heard. Suddenly, William also turned his head towards the door and his eyes instantly widened. In front of him, he saw Samantha and his brother looking at them in horror. A smile appeared on Cornelia's face, and she, leaning towards the shocked William, said that it seemed that her appearance was not part of his plans. Cornelia took the dagger out of William's chest and, laughing, said quite happily that it seemed they were caught. In addition, she turned to William. "You made another omission?" she asked. Death was not part of his plans. William was scared. Suddenly, Cornelia, looking crazy, began to use her magic on Will, shackling his body. William's eyes widened wide, and his pupils became very small from shock and fear. He realized that his body was not moving. He could not even use magic. The girl, raising the dagger up with a smile, said that if the enemy took her by surprise, she was given a chance to take away his freedom. But her brother Louis would not save him, the girl recalled. At that moment, luck turned against him. William, looking up in front of him in fear, realized that he could cope with something like this, but the magic of teleportation over such a long distance for two people spent a lot of magical power, and he also lost a lot of blood. She raised the bloody dagger up and, blushing, smiling, said goodbye to Mr. William and asked him to remember. She loved him. Samantha's eyes widened. She had no idea that she was actually watching all this and froze in fear. But as soon as she saw that Cornelia began to move her hand with the dagger towards William, she sharply jerked forward, in fear, and called for her lover. She extended her hand in front of her, with which she wanted to push the girl away from the guy, when suddenly a bright pink light began to pour from her hand. This light illuminated almost the entire room, and Cornelia naturally saw it and was very surprised. Samantha subconsciously understood what to do and pointed her hand towards the girl. She began to shield herself from the bright light that was blinding her. But the magic of the goddess Samantha was capable of not only healing, and therefore she pushed the girl away with the help of magic with such force that she flew towards the windows and the dagger in the other direction. Tears formed in Samantha's eyes. Misunderstanding and fear were visible in her face. Only now she realized what she had just done. Louis, who was calmly chilling behind, was surprised for a moment. His eyes widened and he asked loudly, "Is this really the power of the saint?" But our sweet heroine did not have time to find out what had just happened. She quickly ran up to William and sat down restlessly next to him. Tears flowed from her eyes. She was very upset and scared. Now she was still so devastated that she didn't even know what to do. William looked at her from the bloody floor and smiled sadly, glad that he saw his beloved, that she was now nearby. Like a friend, the guards of the royal castle ran into the room and the man gave the order to seize Mrs. Cornelia. The girls closed their hands with the help of magic. Seeing that everything had turned out this way, Samantha again turned her attention to William, who was lying next to her knees, and said worriedly that she would now cure him. But William carefully took her hand and said that this was unnecessary. Samantha, looking at her lover in horror, asked why. Will said that problems might arise if others found out about her power, and besides, they needed evidence against her. But Samantha was persistent. She was very worried about Will. She said that his life was more important and multicolored magic flowed from her hands. But the next moment, William blocked the magic from Samantha's hands and stood up, clicking from the pain in his chest, when the girl loudly asked why. Will's eyes were exhausted. There were large bruises under his eyes from losing a lot of blood and fatigue. He said tiredly that he wanted to be with her, so he asked her, breathing heavily. But Samantha didn't want to put up with it. Tears formed in her eyes, but she understood that he was serious, and with her actions she would only make things worse. But still she didn't understand why it was so unfair and painful, and Louis continued to watch them all this time, yet he abruptly turned away and left. After a while, the whole company gathered in one room. Adelaide was glad that he was safe. Samantha thanked her sister for her help. Adelaide tiredly said that she didn't need thanks. They asked Adelaide to cure him so as not to spread the situation, but Cornelia was captured and taken into custody. She tried to kill Will, Samantha thought sadly. But she was grateful to God that he was fine now, but she was still sad that she wasn't the one who saved him. Adelaide, who was still standing nearby, saw how terribly sad her sister was. She also felt uneasy. Suddenly, Richard approached the sweet, sad ladies and said that he would look after William and advise them to rest for now. Samantha wanted to object, but Richard said that if she got worse, he would be angry. He leaned over Adelaide's ear and asked them about it. After the words were spoken, he placed his head on the top of his lover's head. Adelaide's cheeks turned red, but still she nodded sadly. She invited her sister to go home. Samantha agreed, but still lingered over William for a short time and called him by name. She ran her hand over his cheek, his face exhausted and tired. There were huge bruises under his eyes. And she, sadly looking at him, thought why he needed all this. The girls said goodbye at the threshold of the room, and Richard waved goodbye to his sisters. The girls got into the carriage, and Samantha immediately began to look out the window and think, if she hadn't had time then, what would have happened to her then? She didn't think she could survive it. At such moments, she realized how dear William was to her, looking sadly at the floor. She was only able to save him with this power. If she didn't have to hide it, she would have trained at the temple too. It seemed to her that she was able to control it, but in reality she still had a lot to learn. She needed strength to protect the people dear to her. But if others find out about this, then she will have to marry Louis, she thought. What should she do? What should she do to use the power of the saint and at the same time be with Will? Exactly that's what she needed. As soon as Richard said goodbye to the pleasant ladies, the smile did not leave his face, when suddenly Will asked if they had left yet. The blue-eyed young man turned around and said indignantly that he was always hurting himself and asked if he was a masochist. Will told his friend to shut up. He got out of bed and sat down, holding his head, and told Richard that he wanted to kill that bitch with his own hands. The platinum-haired young man leaned forward with his hands on his hips and said that he should have been more careful, but William ignored these words and asked how Samantha got into the castle. Richard replied that she heard bad rumors about Cornelia, so she came to meet him, who knew that she would find them together. Will was silent, but in an instant a smile appeared on his face. Even if everything did not go according to plan, but they achieved their goal. Cornelia will be given a death sentence. Even Samantha saw everything. And yet his only friend began to argue. Why exactly the forest? Will answered. She would definitely be on alert there. And he was afraid that Samantha would try to take revenge on her. And besides, if he had made even one squeak, the plan would have failed. Richard said that he understood, but asked that he not risk it again. He turned to his friend, and William finally gave Richard his attention and looked at him. Blue-eyed asked to understand because he is worried, and it's not easy for Samantha now either, Richard finally said. William lowered his head and his gaze downwards and said sadly that he understood this. Now they can be together. Our hero thought of getting rid of the rest within 2 years, and besides, he wanted to make Samantha happy someday. The next day, Samantha came to visit William and sat down on a chair directly opposite the bed, taking Will's hands. And smiling sweetly with blushing cheeks and sparkling eyes, she proposed getting married. William's eyes widened in shock, and she asked what the girl had just said. After everything that happened in the castle, Samantha came to talk with her father. He said that he had already heard that she left the house without permission. He was very worried. The girl asked to forgive her. After talking with Mrs. Vanessa, she went to the royal palace. A bad feeling did not leave her. The father, looking away, said that he could not believe that Mrs. Cornelia turned out to be the criminal, but was glad that she was caught. Now she could calmly move along the street. Samantha was upset, but still thanked her father for the experience. Duke Eldred also said that it was good that Prince William remained unharmed. Our heroine agreed. The Duke said that he would try to do his best, but did not think that anything would come of it. After all, the king has a better opinion of him, and this is far from a secret. Samantha clutched the fabric of the skirt of her dress and thought that Will didn't have many allies. She lowered her head and pursed her lips, gathering her thoughts. When suddenly she turned to her father and said that she had a request, the Duke asked what it was. Samantha was already serious about this dialogue and asked if he could approve of her and Will's marriage. That's how our sweet heroine came to His Highness the Second Prince with flowers in her arms. The young man was very happy when he saw his beloved in the doorway of his room. Samantha asked if he was better putting flowers on the table. Will said that yes. Adelaide helped a lot, and also apologized for making him worry. The girl was very happy about this, so she hugged the young man tightly. William asked what Samantha was doing, and the girl, smiling, said that she was very glad that he was safe. William was also pleased that the girl of his heart was so worried about him, and a blush appeared on his face. He thanked his lover for helping him and again apologized for stopping her. Samantha said that everything was fine, because he did it for their sake. Prince Will hugged the girl tightly to him and said that he was scared, hurt and scared, and he thought that they would really kill him. This dialogue made Samantha feel lousy and sick at heart, but still she found the strength to say that everything is fine now. She sat down on the chair opposite William's bed and stroked the guy sitting in front of her on the cheek. They both were sweetly admiring each other when suddenly Will began to luxuriate in the hand of his beloved. Samantha sweetly watched the young man and thought that he was very cute. After all, he was important to her. Suddenly, taking the young man by the hands, she called William and asked him to listen. She said that they needed to talk seriously. William, looking at Samantha with interest, asked to talk seriously, the girl confirmed. And smiling sweetly, with blushing cheeks and sparkling eyes, she proposed getting married. William's eyes widened in shock, and she asked what the girl had just said. He lowered his head down and asked, upset, why they should get married. Samantha answered happily, with a smile on her face, that they could always be together. After the talks about the engagement of Mrs. Cornelia and Will stopped, she was going to ask her father about their marriage. Will had learned that Mrs. Cornelia was a criminal. Now she understood the meaning of all his words, but canceling the engagement was a piece of cake. But divorce between members of the royal family was unacceptable. This procedure would not be easy. If they got married, then Will's problems would be solved, and she would no longer need to hide her powers. She would have to get married anyway, so it didn't matter when it happened, she thought. Continuing to hold the guy's hands, she said that she did not want to hide her strength, because thanks to her. The girl raised her head up and firmly said that this way, she will be able to protect people dear to her heart. She has the power of a goddess, so people should change their attitude. However, William did not respond to his beloved's proposal, but continued to remain silent. Samantha continued, saying that her father had already given his consent. Even the king and queen would not stop them. If they signed the documents now, she herself could take them to the temple. And then we can hold the ceremony, Samantha continued to tell happily, but noticed that Will was not giving any feedback. But William, contrary to expectations, with a strange, pitiful expression on his face and slumped shoulders, refused. He said that he didn't want to marry her now. A chill ran down Samantha's spine. She asked Will again. In a moment, she lowered her head down and became cold, her hands clenched into fists. She asked herself why. He said that he wanted to live together all his life. Then, after knocking, Richard opened the door and went into the couple's room. He said that he bought what his friend asked for. He noticed that not only his friend was in the room, but also his girlfriend, and asked if he was in the way. But Samantha replied that no, everything was fine. She got up from the chair and quickly turned away, apologized for saying something stupid. Will already realized that he had made a mistake and began to deny. He said that everything was wrong. She turned to His Highness the Prince and, forcing a smile, said that she would visit him later. After that, she literally flew out of the room at one moment. Richard immediately noticed that there was something wrong. He approached his friend, who was already holding his head with both hands, and asked if something had happened. Overcoming himself, he admitted that Samantha had proposed marriage to him, but he refused. His friend was extremely surprised. He asked why. William's hand trembled, and in a trembling voice he admitted that he was afraid. He said that he could not help his thirst. He wanted to have all of her. He thought that he could part with her without hesitation when the time came. But he didn't want her to look like that. Richard looked questioningly at his stupid friend. And then, laughing, he said that, as it turned out, there was still something human left in him. This angered Wyla, and Richard said that he was joking. But he also said that he really loved her. William exhaled questioningly and said that from the very beginning. Suddenly, Richard explained that he was selfish. When he said that he would make her happy, he was only thinking about taking Samantha for himself. He asked, and now that she chose him, he suddenly tucked his tail between his legs. Suddenly, William felt ashamed of this and lowered his head down. Richard, smiling, said that attentiveness to other people is an indicator of growth. There was still something cute about him and patted his friend on the head. Will told him to back off and shut up. He sadly looked forward into the void and said that everything was not supposed to be like this. Richard looked at his sad, stupid, and crazy friend in surprise, continuing to hold his hand on his head. And then he raised the tips of his eyebrows up. His cheeks turned pink, and looking and smiling sweetly, he said that apparently the time had come for his older brother to make his move. Samantha lay on her bed and replayed recent events in her head. She couldn't even think that Will would refuse her. Why did he do that? He said that he loved her. She was ashamed. She asked herself why she didn't even think about a possible refusal and why she was so upset. It seemed to her that Will still loved her. She had no doubt about it. She saw that even now he was not indifferent, but she was afraid that this love would go away. She buried her face in the pillow when suddenly the door to her room opened and Richard joyfully greeted his sister, for which he received a slap on the back from Adelaide. Samantha got out of bed and was very surprised to see Adelaide and Mr. Richard in front of her. They moved into the hall, and the blue-eyed young man said that he had a small conversation. Smiling, he said that in fact he had found a good girl for William. Samantha looked at him in surprise and seemed to even believe him. She was so broken. Adelaide turned sharply to the blue-eyed young man and said that that was not what they were talking about. But Richard put his finger to the girl's lips in a calm voice and whispered to her to be silent for a while. It was clear that he had his own idea to solve this problem, but Adelaide was even a little angry. But still, she gave the young man freedom of action, and he continued, smiling, that she was a wonderful girl with a good character and a good status. He said that they live in a world where relationships are highly valued. Thanks to her, William will be looked down upon less. He said that they understood their relationship with him and did not mind if they continued to communicate as a family. Samantha's gaze fell to the floor. Richard said that he thought this was a good condition and asked if she was okay. He convinced William that this was all for her sake. Adelaide had already seen how bad her sister was. Samantha really was already gloomier than the night and sadder than a week-long downpour. She wanted to object, but turned her head away. Then Richard, as if not understanding what was happening to the girl, asked her if something was bothering her. But this actor continued smiling. He said that William would have reliable support and they could be a family as before. Samantha no longer knew how to answer. The words got stuck in her throat, but she didn't want to put up with it either. She was wondering whether she should worry. These are very good conditions for William and for her too, when suddenly the girl imagined Will with someone else and a sharp pain pierced her heart again. She finally realized that she had loved Will since childhood, but now her love is different. Looking down at the floor in embarrassment, she finally said that she no longer wanted to be that family for Will. But Richard was not satisfied with the simple answer and persistently asked why. And then our sweet main character finally admitted out loud that all this was because she loved him. She didn't know when it started. Maybe it had always been like this, and she said that was why she didn't want him to marry another girl. How about Adelaide, who could no longer endure and watch her sister's suffering, and called out to her to confess everything? But Richard also saw this, and the poet, seizing the moment, joyfully said that it was simply wonderful. He joyfully announced that now she could forget everything he said because it was a lie. Both sisters exhaled indignantly and looked at him gloomily. But Richard, crossing his legs and folding his arms on his chest and winking, said that he had to lie so that she would finally realize everything. And laughing at Samantha, he added that he wouldn't have married someone else anyway. The girl was in complete shock. She was terribly ashamed. She grabbed her burning face with shame in her hands and thought that her feelings had been revealed and she had been deceived. Here, Adelaide did not hit Mr. Richard on the shoulder much and indignantly said how terrible it was. How could he do this? Richard apologized and said that she was very sweet when she was angry. But suddenly Samantha decided to reassure her sister and said that, be that as it may, thanks to them, she was finally able to realize her feelings. She joyfully thanked both friends for their help. They looked at her in surprise, as if expecting a different reaction. The blue-eyed young man said that she should not thank them, and advised her to tell all this to William. He also did not understand this yet. The eyes of our sweet heroine instantly shone and became kinder, she agreed with Richard. She closed her eyes and, gathering her thoughts, realized that she really loved Will. Her soul felt warm. Richard asked if she would then quickly talk to him, but the girl excitedly said that she needed to mentally prepare, but the young man said not to worry. He was ready to bet that he would cry with joy. Adelaide agreed with him. He also said that this is why, perhaps, he refused her. That's it, Samantha realized for herself. Will always showed her his feelings. Before proposing marriage, she should have told him. Samantha jumped up sharply from her seat and thanked them for their help, and already standing at the door, joyfully said that she was leaving. Richard and Adelaide saw the girl off with joyful smiles, and indeed it was very warm at heart. Samantha ran through the corridors of her house and repeated to herself that she loved him and hoped that he would be happy. Louis came to the prison where his longtime girlfriend from a neighboring state was imprisoned. Cornelia greeted her brother joyfully, sincerely glad to have met him. She said that he came, and His Highness the First Prince looked at her rather angrily and irritably. He, looking down at the sweetly smiling girl, asked her why she did such a stupid thing. Cornelia asked which of her actions her friend was talking about. Then the prince answered, he was talking about the attempt on Samantha. A girl from a neighboring state instantly changed her mood. On the one hand, she was ashamed, but most of all, she was not ashamed at all, and a smile spread across her face. She happily and smiling said that he shouldn't worry. Then she didn't even try to stop, except that she asked why he was trying to justify Samantha. Louis looked at the girl gloomily and frowning and menacingly told her to answer the question. Cornelia asked if he knew that she was engaged to William and had no intention of breaking up with him. She asked if it was natural that in such a case, it was impossible to remain friends. She supported her head with her hand and said that she liked Mistress Samantha. She was beautiful and charmingly innocent. She had a sweet expression on her face when she cried. The first Prince Louis was seething with anger. He was very angry at his friend's words because she knew how much he loved her, but did not even repent of what she had done. But still Cornelia asked her not to be surprised that she became a killer. Louis said more calmly that there were rumors, so his mother promoted the engagement to William. He said that she continued to create problems. She might no longer even hope for the support of the ducal family, but the girl continued to smile. And if in the end, Louis reminded him gloomily, she kills William, then that should be enough. The girl asked, laughing, but he, who was silently watching this, would also bear the blame. Besides, she planned to hone her skills. This would take time. And yet, William deceived her, Cornelia said. Louis asked in surprise how it was. There was no evidence, so she remained silent, fearing that no one would believe her. Cornelia told about everything that happened that day. Lewis, after listening, concluded that this was nonsense. The girl said that in truth, it was all because of Samantha, so she was scared. Leaving him alive was dangerous. Lewis agreed. Cornelia sighed and said that the two were washing away the blood with blood, although they saw the state of affairs and assumed that she would be executed. Lewis said that he believed that this was so. William presented solid evidence. The girl understood that it was probably because she had already committed many murders. He turned towards the exit and said that he was very sorry, because he did not hate her, so he thought that they would not meet again. Finally, Cornelia laughed and said goodbye to her brother, and said that she too. Samantha sat embarrassedly. She was worried, although she had told Will many times before that she loved him. When she realized that this was love, she began to feel shy, and it was difficult for her to calm down. Her heart began to beat strongly again. Suddenly, hearing steps, she raised her head up in surprise, already tuning into dialogue. But contrary to expectations, his brother, the first prince, Mr. Lewis, entered the room. The young man, bowing his head to the side, greeted Samantha, saying that he heard that she had come and asked if he could spend a little of her time. There was an important conversation. Our sweet heroine, although reluctantly, still agreed. The young man thanked him and sat down on the sofa. He bowed his head and said that first he wanted to make a big apology on behalf of Cornelia. Samantha gasped in surprise and asked him to look up, because it was not his fault at all. Lewis stood up and still looked away and frowned and said that he introduced them to each other. The girl began to deny this. In any case, she and Cornelia already knew each other. When Lewis said a little creepily that she was really very kind, that's why he was so worried. The first prince said that he had just met and spoken with Cornelia. It seems that the attempted murder was all William's doing. Our sweet heroine's eyes instantly widened at what she had just heard. He said that it was true that Cornelia was a criminal, but he didn't think that she was lying. William could easily deceive a weak girl. For starters, even servants are not allowed into the rooms for nothing, let alone her, full of anger. She was possessed by Will's agia, forcing her to strike in order to gain her sympathy. What? How could this be? The girl thought. She didn't understand how she was forced to do this in order to earn her sympathy. What Lewis was even talking about, Samantha didn't understand. He said that he sees the distrust on her face, even though she was poisoned and deceived, you can't guess. He asked if she could firmly deny this. Our heroine froze in horror. Of course, she didn't think that Cornelia treated Will so one-sidedly. They saw all of Will's strength during the hunting tournaments, especially since he still didn't tell why this situation happened. Lewis said that William was acting strange, so he wanted to continue. But suddenly Samantha said that even if that was the case, the Crown Prince's eyes immediately widened in shock. Our best heroine said that she accepts Will as anyone, no matter what the situation is. The golden-haired prince asked with hope in his voice and expression if it was because they were family. But Samantha, firmly confident in her feelings and intentions, said no. Will is the only one she loves. The young man who was sitting in front of her fell into a huge shock. He never expected to hear such a direct answer from his beloved girl. He squeezed the fabric of his trousers and asked if she was sincere. Samantha said yes. They were even planning to get married soon. The prince tisked in irritation. The girl looked away and realized that Lewis definitely hated Will in his heart. Although she came here to be surprised with Will, Lewis appeared. But Will hasn't turned up for a long time. It's strange. Therefore, the girl rose from her seat and bowed goodbye to the prince and said that she would probably go. Our sweet heroine firmly headed towards the door, but Lewis still could not come to terms with her words. When suddenly the prince jumped up from his seat and grabbed the girl by the hand, he loudly asked why she shouldn't break up with him. Samantha screamed for him to let her go, please. But the prince said that he hated it, and in an instant, he sharply pressed Samantha to the door, frightening her very much. He said he was her. But our heroine did not tolerate such an attitude towards herself and began to resist. She asked him to stop. She really loved Will very much. Suddenly, the prince, using force, pressed her and, holding his hands, moved closer. And the next moment, holding his beloved's hands tightly, he roughly and sharply kissed her on the lips. Instantly, Samantha felt terribly disgusted, terribly scared, but she did not have the strength to resist the strong man.